All right, I'd like to call to order the August 25th, 2008 Board of Selectmen meeting. If you can all please rise to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Does anyone on the board have any announcements? Chair? No, actually, I had two things I wanted to mention. First being, received communication from the South Middlesex Opportunity Council and the social organization. They are having an energy forum, and it was actually in our reading file, I believe. And the dates for the energy forums are September 3rd, from 10:30 to 12:30 in Framingham, and September 4th from 10:30 to 12:30 in Marlborough. And what SMOC does is actually offers energy assistance grants to people who are in need. I cannot attend either one of those sessions, but if someone from the board could attend, it might be beneficial to the community, and if we can report back at a later date. But I at least want to get the dates out there again. September 3rd and 4th, both days 10:30 to 12:30. There are forums available to talk about energy assistance grants.
When I read through that material, because they listed the amount of aid given to various communities.
By each town, right?
And I added Uxbridge. It's done by zip code, so I took Uxbridge and North Uxbridge, and combined them. Then I took Northbridge, and they have 3 zip codes, Northbridge, Whitensville, and Linwood. And they receive about 50% more than we do.
I did see that. Yeah.
And I wonder why, whether they have more people that qualify, or whether people in Uxbridge aren't as aware as they might.
That's part of the reason I wanted to bring it up tonight, just to make sure that people are aware. And certainly, if you feel you may qualify or be looking for some assistance with energy bills this winter, perhaps you can contact the town manager's office, and the information is here at the office.
And that sort of thing is confusing at times, because a good part of Linwood is in the town of Uxbridge. The Linwood post office is physically in Uxbridge.
Right.
However,
Yes.
Northbridge keeps trying to claim it.
Yes.
You're annex you guys to
Well, actually, there was an attempt in the, I guess, the 1880s for the people of Linwood to secede and join Northbridge, and Northbridge thinks it was successful.
so you might not actually be on the board here.
Or maybe we can call Putin and have some Russian troops come over and occupy the area. Then we can get aid.
Take a Linwood back.
The second announcement I wanted to make is each year, many of the members of this board attend the Mass Municipal Association's annual conference, 2-day conference in Boston. And every year, there's an award given out for the best 6th grade essay on community service. And I just wanted to announce it, so if there are any 6th graders or parents of 6th graders out there that are listening, you certainly can submit an essay. It is only open to 6th graders, and the students are encouraged to complete the following statement. If I were elected leader of my community, I would make a difference by ... So, pretty open-ended, but again, I'll leave this.
It has to be in by when?
It's due by the 12th, I believe. Yes, it's due by September 12th. And the conference is, do you know the date of the conference this year?
It's usually right before Martin Luther King Day in January.
Okay.
I'll check.
Can we assume that the 6th grade teacher has received it, or should we send it over?
Well, we probably should send it over.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's the first, that I've heard of this, other than actually seeing the awardees at the ceremonies. Okay, that's all I had. Mike, did you have one?
Yeah, there was a notice came out this week that the youth center is reopening at 111 South Main Street, and there's an open house on September 4th and 5th for anyone that wants to stop in and see the new facility.
I'd like to add to that we were invited for September 3rd to the grand opening, but we'll be right here September 3rd, so I'm sorry to the youth center that we can't attend.
I think Chief Ostrowski wanted to make an announcement as well.
Yeah, and I do have an announcement. Okay, at this point.
Sure, please.
I'd like to call up one of our fire personnel to join As you know, I try to bring it to the board's attention anytime we catch somebody doing the right thing. And I'm happy to announce to the board tonight that Saturday afternoon I got a very good message, and that was that our most recent paramedic, Brett Lesak, has been certified by the Commonwealth to serve as a paramedic here in our community and in the Commonwealth. So I'm happy to announce that our latest firefighter paramedic is paramedic Brett Lesak. He's done an awful lot of work on his own. In addition to his duties at the department, he's put in a lot of effort and a lot of time to achieve this, and I want to recognize him tonight before the board.
Right. Congratulations. Thanks.
Congratulations.
Any other announcements? No? Okay. Next item on our agenda is citizens forum. Can I see by show of hands how many people wanted to address the board? Just two. I saw Mr. Fortner's, oh, I'm sorry, three. Saw Mr. Fortner's hand go up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Howard Fortner, 44 North Main Street. Let's see, I happen to be a member of the Finance Committee, and last Tuesday, and I'm not here as a member of the Finance Committee, I'm here as a private citizen. Last Tuesday, I reported to the Finance Committee my view of the use of cable funds. At least one of my colleagues was irritated that I had brought this up, although I had brought it up the meeting before as well. The irritation was around this is not part of the FinCom purview. In my mind, it is or it is not a source of funds for the town to use specifically or generally. I read the contract and a memo from the finance director dated June the 27th, 2008. I do not know if there are any other memos on the subject of use of cable funds. I read Massachusetts General Law 44, Section 53, 53A, and 53E. I saw on your agenda tonight that the charge to the Cable Advisory Committee is to be discussed. I offer 3 points to the Board of Selectmen. In Section 1.1, parentheses 23, close parentheses of the contract with charter signed by 5 members of the Board of Selectmen, that defines gross annual revenue that is used as the basis for the 4.25% fee charged by charter and turned over to the town. In simple terms, the definition of that term is only cable television revenue and advertising associated therewith. It does not include internet, nor does it include telephone services. There's a notation in the contract that until Congress, the FCC, or the courts change it, that's the way it will remain. Section 6.3 A and B. The Board of Selectmen agreed when they signed the contract to set up a special account for cable funds. Those funds, and that's in A. In B, those funds are paid on or before October the 1st and on or before April the 1st to the town. My third point is Section 7.1, a license fee. In subparagraph A, Massachusetts General Law 166A, Section 9, a 50-cent subscriber fee is paid to the town, and 7.2 says that payment will be made before March the 30th of each year. It's clear that subscriber fee goes into the general fund, and as I read the contract, it seems to be clear that the 4.25% in fact goes into the special account that the Board of Selectmen agreed to set up when they signed the contract. I've got 4 questions for you. My first question is, does signing the contract trump Massachusetts general law? It is absolutely clear that Massachusetts general law trumps our bylaws. It trumps our charter. I do not know with any specificity that it trumps a contract signing. One might say if it's against the law to sign a contract, then Massachusetts general law trumps it. But this is an area where I certainly am not qualified to speak upon. So I believe it's important and necessary to get that question answered. The second question is in that same vein. Over the past few years, comments have been made, the DOR will not put anything in writing about this issue. About 1 3/4 years ago, the town manager was told by someone in the administration, we're going to have something in writing before the end of the year. Well, as usual, that never came about. So the DOR will not put in writing as to any position on this particular issue of is it legal or not legal for an account to be set up. The DOR rep also has said, well, you have to use the money as it's so noted. Well, surprise, surprise. I don't expect the DOR rep to say anything different than just that. Town council, again in the finance director's memo dated June the 27th, town council has said the same thing. Do we have it in writing from the town council? We pay the town council. I would expect it to be in writing from the town council.
Excuse me, Howard, is that June of this year?
June of this year, yes, sir. Question 3 is a tutorial, given that we're going to enter into contract negotiations with Charter or somebody else, or Charter and somebody else, or whatever. Is a tutorial a good idea that should be held between the Board of Selectmen, the Town Council, and the Cable Advisory Committee as to what may or may not be appropriate in a contract? And in many respects, this can well be considered strategy for the contract discussions with Charter. And my fourth question is, there's approximately 5,100 households in the town of Uxbridge. 3,300 single-family houses, 884 condos, and something approaching 880 apartments. It has been suggested that Charter covers 10% of the town, 95% of the town. I don't have a clue. Question has been asked several times. Since we're paid 50 cents per subscriber on or before the March the 30th of 2008, then it ought to be a simple matter to take that payment and divide it by 2. That will tell us how many subscribers we have. It may muddy the water a bit in that there are, I know several businesses also subscribe to Charter, but that's in the noise. That's a relatively small number when you think about 5,100 households in the town of Uxbridge. By the way, those 5,100 households, the source of that information is the assessor's year-end report, or actually it's the year-beginning report of the number of proper single-family homes, condominiums, two-family, three-family, and four-family homes. And I use approximate because the latest number I have is as of January the 1st, 2008, and there will be a new number on January the 1st, 2009. So, that's what I would like to bring to your attention. I have no particular bias any way, shape, or form, although I will say this. If the funds are available for general use, that can certainly help us in the short run with our financial position. And if the funds are not available through general use, vis-a-vis the contract in fact trumps state law, then so be it. I mean, that's the way it is. But what I would like to do as a member of the Finance Committee and as a private citizen is put it to bed. Just put it to bed. This is the answer. It's written in stone, and let's not argue or fuss about it anymore. Thank you.
I agree.
Howard, before you leave, I just want to get maybe clarification on the questions you had asked. I clearly heard the first question about, contract trumping Mass General Law. Second, you noted some items about, the DOR won't go into writing on the issue, but specifically, what was the question associated?
Let's see, town council, it's alleged that town council has said the same thing, you must use it
Okay,
for.
okay.
And has town council put it in writing? And if town council hasn't put it in writing, then I would ask, since we pay for town council, that in fact they do.
Okay, thanks.
Excuse me, Jill, do you have the writing on that, or?
I just sent it over to Jill's email. It wasn't really it wasn't a formal memorandum by council, but we corresponded back and forth in an email thread where he confirmed it. So I've sent it over to Jill for distribution.
Okay, okay.
David, do you want to confirm that the 50 cents per household is put into the general
It
fund?
is.
That's been the
Yeah,
practice?
absolutely.
Yeah.
This gentleman's hand was up second. You identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Michael Baril, resident of Uxbridge for 35 years. Obviously, I'm 35 years old. Live at 143 West Street. Mr. Chairman, I'm actually the one that...
Mike, I'm sorry, 143 West Street?
Yes,
you want?
143 West Street, yes.
West Street, okay,
Yes,
thanks.
correct, yeah. Mr. Chairman, I had also requested to be added to the agenda item, and I guess I couldn't be, but I was allowed to come here and speak during the Citizens Forum. I do actually have some handouts. Would that be okay if I would have passed those out to you?
Sure.
Thank you. I got a copy for everybody. So. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, don't worry. I know it's kind of scary, but...
Yeah, just want to caution you that, we really try to limit citizens forum to like
understand.
5-10 minutes, per speaker, so.
Anybody from public wants to do this? Let me try and make this as quick as possible. here.
So, just so you pace yourself, it's 20 after 7
Yes.
right now. Let's plan on limiting your comments to 7:30, okay? You have 10 minutes.
Yes, that's fine, yes, I appreciate that. Okay, the reason why I'm here, I have a very unique situation, and my unique situation, it's taken me actually 2 weeks to prepare this speech for tonight. And basically where I'm going with this is, by the time you're done tonight for the 10 minutes that I can speak, remember these 2 words, please. First word is victim, and the second word is victimize. And I'll explain those in a minute. The packet that you have in front of you, I am actually the executive director of a nonprofit organization with a business certificate out of Uxbridge. I was the original president/owner. I am no longer as of 2 years ago. The reason why I'm here today is to bring something to the Board of Selectmen and also to the citizens of Uxbridge that I was a victim and continue to be victimized. And where this is going is there were some, I feel, inappropriate activities that the police and fire chief here in town got involved with. And I have this entire packet that you have outlines all that information. And it has been 2 years. This happened in 2005, continued in 2006. And I had told maybe 6 people in Uxbridge, and that's it. And it wasn't until I talked to a few of the selectmen and a few police officers, had basically said this, you know, and I basically held this all in for all those years, and I feel this needs to come forward. The first packet you have, I'm not going to go through it, is all the information on the organization, showing it's a registered nonprofit charity based out of Uxbridge, and all this documentation is back from 2006, 2007 timeframe. A letter from the Attorney General's office, the IRS, W-9, even the Town of Uxbridge Business Certificate, and so forth. Our organization is a disaster relief organization that has, or had, I should say, 3 special registry of motor vehicles license plates. And how this whole thing started was one of our volunteers in Springfield got pulled over by a state trooper. The state trooper then called Chief Freitas while he had the motor vehicle stop was going on. Chief Freitas, and I have evidence of this, it's not in your packet, but Chief Freitas basically trashed the organization and said he didn't like us. So it turns out the trooper then called back 2 days later to Chief Freitas. And Chief Freitas basically told him what he thought of me and told him what he thought of the organization. So he invited Trooper Sanchez to come down to Uxbridge Police Department to come down and talk, which they did. They talked. And it turns out the state trooper, after pulling over the gentleman in Springfield, which is a totally separate issue than this, it turns out he filed criminal charges against George for not even doing anything wrong. And I said, that's a totally separate issue. But where the word victim comes in this place is 3 weeks later, I get a thing in the mail for application for a criminal complaint, charging me with 4 criminal charges from the state trooper in Springfield. I've never met the guy, never seen him, never talked to him, don't even know who he is. And it wasn't until I went down to the Uxbridge Police Station and talked to a few Uxbridge police officers and says, yeah, the trooper's been hanging out here almost every single day talking to Chief Freitas. So I says, okay. So come to find out, so as I get this application for criminal complaint against me to charge me with 4 criminal charges, I go down to the Uxbridge Courthouse. And you want to know what I find out, and this is why I'm coming forward with the story, is a letter from our police chief with his signature on it that was falsified for the state trooper, and it's right in your packet. And not only that, there's also a letter from the fire chief. That letter's in there as well. There's also a letter in there from the emergency management director. That's in there as well. So, to basically go forward quickly here, this was May 10, 2006, is when I was to go to court. Turns out in your packet, I believe it's actually packet 2, is a state trooper's police report that is 7 pages long that basically implicates the fire chief did not like us in town. It's right in his police report. It also in there's the police chief that does not like me and does not like the organization. That's in the trooper's police report. And at the same time, the state trooper has all these pieces of evidence that's to charge me with a crime. And I never even did anything wrong. So it turns out after all this, after reviewing the police report, it turns out he has another 50 pages of attachment. What state trooper writes a 57-page police report? He's got pictures from our website. As I said, I won't go over it. You have basically the entire packet in front of you with the police and fire chief's name all over it. So it turns out so we go to court in Uxbridge. This was on May 10th. You have the entire transcript from exactly what happened in court. And the funny thing is why I'm sitting here smiling is because when the state trooper was asked, the very first question the clerk magistrate says, where are your witnesses? Oh, I don't have any, sir. Well, how can you charge somebody, you're from Springfield, how can you charge a resident of Uxbridge with 4 criminal charges when you have no witnesses? And he goes, well, I have his website. Look, here's the letter from the police chief. Here's the letter from the fire chief. That's right in your packet. It's right in here in the transcripts. So the next thing, so it turns out, as we're at court, we were supposed to be, I was there for 9. Turns out the state trooper asked to be last. We were there until 2:30 in the afternoon, that I had to pay a lawyer $175 an hour. Out of this whole entire mess, where I'm going with this, cost the nonprofit organization $11,000 over 1 year. $11,000 to protect myself from criminal charges that didn't even exist, and also to protect the corporation based out of Uxbridge, where we want to do business. But I'm telling you, they're not going to do business here anymore after this. As far as going on here, July 27th, here's the court document, no probable cause. The magistrate found no probable cause, no evidence of any crimes. And if you continue, and if you read the court transcript, you'll basically find out the trooper can't even get his facts straight. He's asked questions, and then he changes his answer 2 seconds later, including a badge law. He tried to charge me with a badge law that he even admits that he made up. He goes, oh, well, I couldn't charge him with 35, so I just added a B on the end to change the law. And the magistrate yells at him, you can't make up your own law, state trooper. And he goes, well, we're the state police, we can do anything. Well, we didn't find that funny, and obviously he didn't find it funny when he lost either. Next in your packet is a letter from one of the people we work with, where it even talks about where the state trooper tried to trick him in putting wording and documentation to falsify his own documentation. He says, I didn't say that, and the trooper said, and he says right here, the state trooper said that Mike Baril was already convicted and sent to jail, and I needed a follow-up letter. So the state trooper lied to begin with, just to get a letter, and this letter was in the criminal packet of Trooper Sanchez. It turns out, after questioning the guy who wrote the letter, had no idea where the letter went and why it was even in his police report. All right, going on with this. All right. The next thing is, oh, excuse me a second, in my packet. All right, going now forward with this here. Okay, so there's the court transcripts. The next day, turns out the magistrate doesn't even make a decision. He says, we were there for 2 hours and 15 minutes for a half-hour hearing because there was so much bickering and everything going back and forth. So it turns out the next day, the Telegram and Gazette, there's an article published in the newspaper, inquiries made about security firm, talks all about the court case, and the decision wasn't even made yet. Come to find out, Trooper Sanchez wrote a press release because he was so mad that he was going to lose. This was the next day. The court hadn't even made a decision yet. So as you go on through the packet, here's a letter from the fire department, and I've already questioned Chief Ostrowski on this one as well. His letter that he wrote for Trooper Sanchez was dated January 2nd, 2006. Turns out the letter from the Mass Emergency Management Agency was dated January 11, 2006. It turns out if you look at your packet, they have identical wording that is highlighted in 2 separate paragraphs that are identical. And I says, okay, so how can the fire department and a state agency write exactly the same wording in the same letter on 2 different days? So after the court thing, I contacted the Mass Emergency Management Agency and asked for the director, whom I found out no longer works there. So I questioned them. They said, oh, Trooper Sanchez emailed us the letter and told us to print it on our letterhead. So the letter that Mima wrote wasn't even written by them, it was written by the state trooper. All right, now going on to packet 3. This was the show cause hearing. Turns out the state trooper from Springfield filed an appeal for another show cause. So it turns out I have to go back again. We go back again, the same thing. We didn't get up till court again till 3 in the afternoon, as I had to be there at 9 o'clock. So now I'm paying the lawyer another $175 to stay there all day. Turns out, so when that was July 26, 2006. So it turns out, go back to court again for the second time for the same exact thing. Turns out, basically the same thing. I didn't give you that, but basically you have and that was directly in front of Judge Caligoni, who found the exact same thing, no probable cause. I couldn't find any crimes were ever committed. And he even asked Trooper Sanchez, what crimes were committed in the town of Uxbridge within the court's jurisdiction? The trooper's answer was, well, really none, but he's based out of Uxbridge, and so is the organization, so that's why I filed the charges. So, I mean, then, as matters get worse, the state trooper is so desperate that he basically includes a letter. This was over registry of motor vehicles. I went to the registry of motor vehicles in Boston, basically to go pick up another license plate. That ended up in a fiasco, basically being called names and everything else. And then also, regarding other things, I was, well, let me just get forward to this. All right, the next thing is the registry of motor vehicle hearing. It turns out the registry of motor vehicles hearing was on, let's see, there were 2 dates. It was on August 16th of 2006. To my surprise, right on the witness list in your packet is the representative from the police department to come testify for the state trooper. Also in the packet is the fire chief to come testify for the state trooper. And it turns out there's also Blair Sutherland from the state police, who doesn't like the organization, hasn't liked the organization back from a long, long time ago. He's there. So it turns out these are supposed to be people that witness crimes, and it turns out these are the people the state trooper had there to go testify for him against revoking our license plates.
I need to interrupt you for a second.
Yes.
First of all, I mean, you're already past 10 minutes, but
Yes.
first of all, obviously, this board has no jurisdiction over the state police, especially,
right,
you know,
right.
obviously, state police in Springfield.
Yeah.
Nor do we have any jurisdiction over MEMA.
Right,
Okay.
right, no, I understand.
Nor do we have any direct jurisdiction over the chief of police or the fire chief or the emergency response officer.
Right, right, yeah.
So I guess the first question I have is, while this is a very
No, I
complex
know, I'm trying to go through
situation.
this so, I mean, I got 2 hours worth of stuff to.
Yeah, no,
explain.
I understand, and,
That, thank you.
but, you know, and while this is obviously a very complex and convoluted situation, what specifically was your desire to involve this board, and what remedy or what action were you hoping to get from this board when I'm not sure that you know, I see any jurisdiction for the things that we have control over in this situation. And second of all, so far all I've seen was a letter from our fire chief, a letter from the chief of police, and I believe one letter from Sergeant Emmerich.
Right.
In here. So, while, you know, I guess you've been through a lot over the last couple of years, I would just ask you to just kind of summarize in the next minute what you think you need from this board, or you know, where you think due process has not been served by all the court hearings that you've been through, and the state agencies that you've dealt with. Okay, so
Okay.
you kind
If I
of
could
just
have-
boil
if I
this
could
down
have,
for
yeah,
me.
1 or 2 minutes, I appreciate that, thank you. To go back to the registry of motor vehicles hearing, obviously the town taxpayers paid for them to drive there. They were obviously present there, and we were there for several hours, and this was in Boston. Obviously using the police department vehicle. They had Sergeant Emmerich, who actually was the police representative, because Chief Freitas had backed out at the last minute, and Chief Ostrowski was there. As far as the registry of motor vehicles hearing, just to give you an update on that, the license plates have been revoked, but in your packet basically shows that not only that, this is a totally separate thing, it obviously shows the registry of motor vehicles falsified documentation as well, because turns out the decision letter was written by an employee who hasn't worked there in 2 weeks. And so that's an issue for itself, but you have the paperwork right in your packet. As far as where I'm going with this, going back to the word victim and victimized, is it turns out, and not many people know this, is this 3-ring binder right here, which is from a website called masscops.com. It turns out this binder has everything that the state trooper posted on the internet on me. And in your packet, under section packet 5, basically shows postings by Trooper Sanchez, including conversations that he had with the chiefs and so forth. He was actually on this public website, basically posting trash about me, turns out police officers and dispatchers and everybody, all the bad stuff about us, and it turns out this is one binder of everything he posted in 1 month. So it turns out this issue from Trooper Sanchez, with the 2 chiefs got involved in, mushroomed out into an entire criminal mess. Because if you actually go to the rest of my packet, you'll see that I have no trespass orders on police officers in here that trespassed in my yard. There's also a letter in here to the Attleboro Police Chief, who's the police officer who owns masscops.com website, that says, this is directed to Chief Richard Pierce, Attleboro Police. It says that I put myself in fear for my personal safety and also jeopardizes the safety of the entire nonprofit corporations, its staff, and its volunteers who volunteer at public service events. So I have No trespass orders. I'm having another issue with environmental police getting in the middle of this now. I had an environmental police officer write me a ticket.
Mike,
Yes.
none of that is
Yeah,
under our
I know.
jurisdiction. Attleboro is not, environmental police are not. What I'm asking you, I'll ask you one more time,
Yes.
is to summarize what action you think you need or that are germane to this board in this town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, my question is, I would like, or what I guess, let me request it politely, is I would ask the board to conduct either internally or externally, hire somebody externally to conduct an investigation onto the behavior of the police and fire chief and whether there was any alleged criminal activity that brewed out of that. And there was a document in here, which I'm trying to remember where it is. So many documents here. So I'm, and in addition, this whole issue with the police and fire chief have also cost the nonprofit, I don't have the exact total, but $11,000. And unless the town of Uxbridge was willing to come forward and I give you the exact bill that was paid in lawyer fees to reimburse us for that. But I'm not gonna let this slide, and I'll tell you that right now, because I have other avenues I can go with this. Oh, that's what I was gonna look up. It turns out, in your packet, if I can find the exact document, I already filed a criminal complaint to the Attorney General's Office Criminal Bureau against Chief Freitas, and that was done 2 years ago. And it's right in your packet. So that means the Attorney General's Office has been investigating the issue all along, and when I call them and ask what's going on with it, they say, well, we can't obviously give you the details. So
Have they issued a statement?
I'm not gonna speak on their behalf. You have the complaint in there, I sent it certified return receipt, and Chief Freitas' name is right in that thing, right under, for a criminal investigation, along with Trooper Sanchez in all this documentation.
So again, if I could just summarize what I think you asked?
Yes.
And that is that you've requested this board to perhaps look into an investigation into the actions of the police and fire chiefs to see if they were appropriate or not.
Yes, correct, but I actually feel that an outside agency should handle the investigation, whether it be the Attorney General's office, should be a state or federal agency. I've already talked to the state and federal agency, and if I need to go that avenue, I'll have them conduct the investigation.
Okay.
But I'd rather have, I'm standing here in front of all you today, that I'm putting the ball in your court, and I want you guys to step up to the plate, because obviously you can see there's hundreds of documents, and this is also the same binder from that website. You can see how thick this is. There's 12 of these. There's 14,000 pages that I have of what people say about me on the internet, and I'm not gonna let this issue drop.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, it appears that this is moving into a complaint against a public official. And if you're going to submit a complaint, you're going to need to do it in writing, and we will submit it to our town's insurer, who will determine the best course of action. Otherwise, the conversation's gotten to a point where you've made allegations here in public against a public employee who has every right to refute or recourse or have representation present. So if we're going to continue to investigate this, it's an executive session matter when the employees have a right to legal counsel. But around the about, I had some issues, we need a formal complaint. Otherwise, this board's not going to entertain any more discussion on the matter. We need something in writing versus a
I
no.
mean, just also for the record too, is I came to you 2 years ago.
And I asked you the
probably 3 or
same
4
thing.
times, and
I
sat
asked you
down
the
in front of
same
you.
thing.
Right, exactly. And I said, what are you gonna do? And basically, I didn't get an answer.
I told you the same thing. File a complaint with my office, we'll send it to the town's insurer. Going this roundabout route, making allegations with the press present on TV, is not gonna be tolerated by me. The board, I'm sure, is gonna direct me to look into this matter where they can, but we're done with this. You submit something in writing, or there's really no action we can take.
So does that mean you're not gonna investigate it?
You submit something in writing,
We have nothing to
send it to the
investigate.
town's insurer.
Well, I certainly don't agree with that. A citizen has every right to come to the Board of Selectmen to air a complaint against public officials in the performance of their duties. We are, I'll say it again, the chief executive officers of the town. This is not a matter of day-to-day operation of the government. He has specific complaints. There's a lot of material here. I will read it.
Thank you.
you know, so I need to have a chance to
know,
go
yeah.
through it and so forth. I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
You mentioned that the chief falsified some report. Is that indicated somewhere here?
Yes, correct, yes.
Material?
Yes,
Okay.
I am basically stating that the letter he wrote, which was specifically written to the registrar of motor vehicles herself,
Okay.
that he mailed to Boston,
Okay.
is
I
not
made a note
correct.
so I can look at that in
Right,
particular.
and I have evidence the letter is not correct.
Question.
Yes.
You
Can
talked about going to court and so forth. Now, I gather you you received a letter from the magistrate's office saying that someone had requested
Right, correct,
that a
yes.
criminal complaint be issued, and you were notified that you can have a hearing before that is done. And you asked for a
Exactly.
hearing.
Yes,
So that
correct.
was done.
Yes, correct.
And the magistrate found that there was no cause to issue a complaint.
Right,
And then that was appealed
right, by the state trooper,
by
correct.
the state trooper. And that appeal was heard by a judge,
Right, because it then goes to the judge. the
Superior
second
Court
step,
judge?
yeah. Nope, right here at Uxbridge District Court,
Uxbridge.
Judge Caligoni, yep.
Okay. And the result of that was
No probable cause.
no probable cause.
Correct,
Okay.
yes, right, and you only go
Was
twice.
that
and
further
that's it.
appealed?
No, according to the court, once you come twice, that's it. The issue's
Okay.
done and over with. They said, here's your evidence packet, which includes all the letters, and that's what
Okay.
you have today.
The only other question I have is, you mentioned at one point, well, it says here you're a corporation.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then you said you have a business certificate from the town of Uxbridge.
Right, correct,
You got
yes.
from the town
We've
clerk?
always had one, yes,
You
since
got from the town
2000.
clerk's office.
Yes, correct, yep, did that packet, yep.
You don't need that if you're a corporation.
Oh, okay.
That is only for a proprietorship who is doing business in a name other than his own name. And I'm surprised that you weren't told by the town clerk's office that
Oh,
it
okay.
doesn't apply to corporations.
Oh, I see, okay.
But I will read it, and give me a week or so, or a couple of weeks, please.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a number where you can be reached?
Yes,
in the
there's phone
material?
numbers on the top of that,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Did you have a
Yeah,
question?
I just
Karen?
had two questions. I'm sorry, it was on the issue of the forgery. When you say did you actually have a handwriting exemplar taken on that to prove that it was, in fact, a false signature? Did you go to that length to prove that?
Which one are you talking about the registry, or are you talking about Chief Freitas's letter?
Chief Ray's letter, which you said was the letter to the registry.
Oh, okay. As far as his letter, the last paragraph is what I'm saying contains untrue information.
Okay, so you're not alleging the signature is incorrect?
Right, yes, yes, it's not the signature, it's basically the content, what he put in the last paragraph, correct.
Okay.
Okay.
That wasn't my understanding, so
right,
thank you.
that's a different.
Right, it's obviously his letter, his signature, yes.
He's-
It's different than a
okay, so you're
forgery.
not, right, that's not the same thing, that's not forgery.
Right, correct, yeah. Yeah, so I'm saying that he basically put false statements in there.
Okay.
That was on the registry of motor vehicles, did you say?
That was the letter he wrote directly to the Registrar of Motor Vehicles herself, the highest lady in charge of the Registry of Motor Vehicles.
Okay, so you're alleging false statements, not an actual forgery?
Right, of the signature, correct.
Okay. The other point that I wanted to clarify was, do you know if either the police chief or the fire chief was under subpoena by the state to appear at any of these court proceedings?
As far as the two Uxbridge District Courts know, it was just the trooper and us, well,
Okay.
just myself. And as far as the Registry of Motor Vehicles, I believe that he assembled the witness list, which means Trooper Sanchez basically requested who he was going to come speak as a witness, and that included the two representatives of police
he-
and fire.
Okay, so
Right.
it was an
He-
administrative
and he a-
hearing
right,
where
and
they
he
were
asked
requested
them-
by the administrative hearing to appear.
Right,
So they had a
correct.
duty to appear through that particular proceeding.
I would guess so. The witness list that's in here shows it, I'm not sure, I don't have exact, I don't know if Trooper Sanchez wrote that, I believe that he did, and that's who he requested unless it was written by the Registry of Motor Vehicles. It just basically just shows witness list, the date, and then it lists everybody that's there. So everybody was present in Boston, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
I guess, I actually heard about this a couple of weeks ago, and I went through the masscops.net website.
Yes, correct.
And I was amazed that this Trooper Sanchez was allowed off off going and doing things on his own without any adult supervision, somebody in a district attorney's office or something. And, I'd say you have a very strong case of harassment against Trooper Sanchez. I'm not quite so sure, having seen the letters from Chief Freitas and Chief Ostrowski, that there's really much that you can complain about in there. I mean,
Yeah.
they're pretty straightforward statements of fact. But I'm kind of reticent at this point, if there is in fact a criminal complaint working on this, then we probably, in this board, need to just take hands off and let the official workings go forward.
He said there isn't. I mean,
No, he
the
said they
complaint
couldn't.
wasn't.
There is a criminal
No,
complaint.
he said there was a complaint, but they would not.
Against Chief Freitas, so that should
Right.
tell us that we probably need to back off at this point and let officialdom work get.
Well, I don't know,
They
that would be a
would provide
question.
him an update.
Not a criminal complaint.
Isn't that what you said?
Well,
He's under
Well,
investigation by the Attorney
well,
General's
I filed a
office, but
complaint
they
2
won't-
years ago against
Okay.
him. As far as, the last time I called, to be honest, was actually a year ago. And they had said, well, we can't confirm or deny it, whether we're investigating or whether we're not, because basically they said, well, we're investigating that issue. We really wouldn't tell you what we're doing as far as who we're talking to and stuff like that.
No, but they
So
will tell you.
so I
if the
really don't
case-
even know if they're doing anything or not. I guess it's a question directly to
You've
them.
never been updated.
I've never been updated, no. And the last time I called was a year ago, and they said, well, we can't confirm or deny it. And I basically pushed to get an answer either way, and they said, well, we can't.
But you were the one
divulge.
who alleged the complaint. You're the one who brought it to their attention.
Right, correct, yes, yes, I filed a formal written complaint, yes.
I guess recourse at this point is to take the town manager's advice and put your complaint in writing and, have it more focused than the presentation here as to what exactly you're complaining about. Because having looked at the two letters,
Right, yeah.
to my way of thinking, there's not much to complain about in there. They're fairly straightforward.
Well, pretty much
Innocuous sort of thing.
my big question over my head is why, it turns out those two letters from the police and fire chief are the number one and number two piece of evidence in the trooper's police report. That's my question, is
your problem-
why would the town get involved and write a letter on letterhead to give to a state trooper to
But your
convict somebody of
problem
4
obviously
crimes?
is with Trooper Sanchez, which is where you really should be focused.
Oh,
in
no,
my
I certainly
opinion.
understand, yeah,
Yeah.
but that's my big question, is why are the two documents that are on town letterhead in a trooper's criminal police report to charge me with crimes that I've now found twice, no probable cause?
But, I mean, with all due respect, sir, there are plenty of documents on town letterhead that are evidence in court hearings
No,
every day of the week. I mean, it's not uncommon for a town official to be asked to weigh in with an opinion on a matter and put that on letterhead. That's, what
Yeah.
they get paid to do. And so I wouldn't read too much into that, but we really do need to move on.
Yeah.
You've been advised to, if you would like this board or anyone to take formal action and initiate an investigation, you're gonna have to put that complaint in writing to us, and then we'll discuss it as a board.
Okay.
And it would be very helpful if your complaint would be limited to things that the
Oh, I know
board
that.
has jurisdiction over, which is the police chief and the fire chief. And to the extent you allege statements made by either or both that were not true and known by them to be not true, to identify those particular statements. That would be helpful.
Yeah. If I could just say one more thing. The last thing, which is packet 5 that you have, there have been issues, the police department's aware, it's on the police log, that there have been people trespassing my yard, and I've identified, or they seem to be people. that
Michael,
have-
please.
Yes.
Make that part of your complaint then.
Okay.
If there's anything else we need to hear at this
Okay.
point, okay?
All right, no problem, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, all set?
Thanks.
Yep, thank you for your time, appreciate it.
This gentleman had his hand up.
He's the
Okay,
class
okay.
one.
All right, was there anybody else that wanted to speak in citizens forum? See anything? No? Okay. We'll move on then. All right, next item on the agenda is consent item, acceptance of meeting minutes from the August 4th, '08 regular session. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes?
Yes.
Any corrections?
I didn't make a notation of any, so.
Okay. Motion to,
I move to accept the minutes as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. We've got 3 public hearings scheduled for this evening. Sure you have it in the right order. Okay. I'd like to open the public hearing. Town of Uxbridge Board of Selectmen public hearing, Monday, August 25th, 2008 at 7:15 PM. Board of Selectmen's office, Uxbridge Town Hall. Uxbridge Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing to consider an application for a Class II license for the sale of secondhand motor vehicles submitted by Jorge Mortosa. Did I pronounce that correctly? George, okay, go by George. Doing business as Dave's Auto Sales at 504 Quaker Highway, Uxbridge, Mass. 01569. So, you,
Sure.
care to just approach the board and tell us what you're gonna do?
My name is George Matozo, and I'm applying for the license at 504 Quaker Lane Highway on Uxbridge for sell used automobiles.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the former Dave's Auto Repair in June of 1999 had a ZBA special permit allowing for a Class II license for 10 cars with the condition that no Class III vehicles be stored on the premises. And at this point, staff didn't have any concerns other than that there's outstanding property taxes, but that might be from the former owner.
Yes, because we just took over a month ago.
Okay. And you're to provide a bond in the amount of $25,000. Were you able to get that done yet?
No, I was waiting to make sure I get everything approved.
And
that you guys
that's Mass
accepted.
General Law to provide for a $25,000 bond. So other than that, there were no issues identified by staff. It's just a matter of if you want to limit the vehicles consistent with the special permit for this site.
I'd just like to say that I went down to visit Dave's Auto, and the place is a wreck. The
Yep.
place is a mess,
I agree
and I
with you.
hope you can improve on it. I don't know if you want to propose your approvals, or,
Well, the trailer that's on there now is not mine. Somebody owns it. He wants to come down and pick it up. We're thinking of operating out of one of the offices that we have in the building and just keeping that as a lot in the front. When we want to clean it up, obviously, it's an eyesore. I agree with you, you know.
I should have used the word I saw, you're right.
Any other questions from the board?
Have you actually purchased the business already?
We purchased the building.
You purchased just the
The
building?
building, yes.
Okay.
Actually, my partner did. I'm not on deed yet, but I'm gonna be on deed.
Okay.
I do have a question relative to the back taxes. Typically, when real estate changes hands, that's part of the purchase and sale agreement is who's going to be responsible for the taxes.
I discussed that with Kim,
Yes.
and because it's only been a month, we made our first mortgage payment in August. I don't know if Dave was responsible for, or if the lawyer held it in an escrow. But I mean, obviously, before I come forward and get the license and everything else, I'll be taken care of.
Would be required.
Right.
And typically with any mortgage, the new mortgage holder would require that all back taxes be paid before property can change hands.
Right. That's why I'm surprised we're,
Because our mortgage
Still outstanding.
payment includes taxes. I take since that they're supposed to pay for it, but since a month,
sure,
I'm
it's
sure
probably
they
escrow,
wouldn't,
right.
they wouldn't have got it to you guys within a month.
It could be in process, right? Yeah, right. We can check into it.
What's the dollar figure approximately of those back taxes?
1,200, I think.
1,200? Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? No? Are there any substantial changes in the operation that are being proposed here? Or it's essentially going to be essentially the same operation?
Same
maybe
operation.
a little bit neater?
I just
right?
want to clean it up,
Right.
make it look better.
Okay.
Chairman, did you ask if there's anyone from the public here?
No, not yet. No. Okay. Is there anybody from the public who'd like to weigh in on this public hearing? No? Okay, I will close the public commentary then. Okay. All right. So, do we have a motion relative to the license?
Yeah, I move that we approve the application for a Class 2 license. Should we make it subject to clarification of the tax issue?
Yeah,
I would
believe we
suggest
should,
you
yeah.
do.
Okay,
Yeah.
subject to the clarification of the tax issue.
I'll second it.
Any discussion necessary?
Just two things. First, I want to again reiterate that you don't need a public hearing to issue a Class 2 license. And it just delays people in their business, creates extra work for the government, which everything costs money, and serves no purpose. It was mentioned that the board used to, in my view, improperly, put on our license any conditions imposed by the ZBA. I don't think we should do that. They're two separate and distinct things. The ZBA issues their conditions. If the gentleman wants to change those conditions, he has to go to the ZBA. If you incorporate it in our license, then he has to come back here too, for no purpose. They're two separate and distinct issues.
Now, we are free to attach other conditions as well, but I would agree with you that if a board like the ZBA has weighed in, that there's no need to
Those are
incorporate those.
conditions-
Those are already on the
conditions
books.
apply,
Yeah.
yes, that's
Yeah, those
correct.
are already on the books. There's no need to replicate the two places. Okay. All right, any other discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, next public hearing. I'll make sure I'm doing these in the right order here. Okay. Open a public hearing. Board of Selectmen, public hearing, Monday, August 25th, 7:15 PM. Board of Selectmen's office, Uxbridge Town Hall. Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing to consider an application for a common vic license as described below for Ironstone Tavern, 785 Quaker Highway, Uxbridge, Mass. 01569. Is someone from the tavern here? Yes.
It's all yours.
It's all yours. Stage is yours.
Never been here before, so I'm kind of nervous.
Don't be.
I'm just looking to open the old Oyster Cabin back into a family-style restaurant containing breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We're gonna go in with all three. We've applied for all the licenses that I can think of. Hopefully, there aren't any more. And right now, we're not under construction, but we're under reorganization of the kitchen because the owner took out a lot of the equipment. So we have to replace it. And it's kind of a big kitchen, so it's taken us a little while.
Now, some months back, we had someone else come to the board relative to the Oyster Cabin, the former Oyster Cabin. Are you part of the same organization, or is it?
No,
Okay.
that was the owner, I'm pretty sure, was the owner of the property. We're the leasees. We have a lease with them, which
Okay.
I gave copies.
Okay.
I also went down there, too. I usually go to it, whenever you get something like this, I usually go visit the place. Now, are you gonna do, is the owner gonna do any improvements outside, or place a
Yeah,
sign
that-
up?
Well, that's another thing that took us a while. He had to get state approval for a tank, a grease trap.
Yep.
That has to go
Oh,
in the ground. That came through about 2 months ago, I think it is. They haven't started any work yet.
No, I know.
I don't know what they're waiting for. I think they're waiting for me, and I have to wait for them because I don't know where to put my equipment because I don't know how they're bringing in the new piping. So we're kind of like in a little catch-22. A lot of the equipment, although it's not in yet, it's set up on the company I'm dealing with out of Pawtucket. He has a big warehouse, and we've set it up on the floor as we get each piece because I have a lot of custom pieces. I do own and operate Mom's Restaurant. I also own Depot Car Wash in Whitensville. So I'm experienced with business, as you can see. But we want to make sure when we put it in right the first time and not have to rip out, because it's just too much work for plumbing and electrical. A lot of that's going to have to be run to my specifications compared to what was in there. They've got so much stuff run that we've tried to follow it through. And like I told my electrician, when in doubt, just rip it out and start over. They've, you know, over the years, just added on, so they've added boxes all over the place. And I'm trying to consolidate. We're gonna consolidate once we get all the equipment in place. They are setting it up on a floor in their warehouse, and once all the equipment is there, then they'll just load it up, and like he said, in a day and a half, I can have this whole kitchen done up. I know it has to be approved according to, you know, once the inspection of the kitchen, fire, and all that has to be done. But I don't want to invest thousands of dollars and find out I don't have a license either, so I'm in a little catch-22 over here.
Okay.
Are you also assuming the liquor license that we approved?
Yes,
for that
we applied
facility?
for all that. And we're talking with Kim, we're assuming these licenses are gonna come through before the liquor license. So what we're probably gonna do is wanna go in with breakfast and lunch, get comfortable with the place, because it's all new equipment, all new people. And I think that'll work to our advantage, you know, I don't wanna go in with everything and just be overwhelmed.
And then we'll see you back here again in
Oh, yeah.
another month or two, okay? Okay.
I'd just like to say, when you do put up your sign, make sure you put the number of the building,
Oh, yeah, yeah. 785, I think it is.
785, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's on the it's right on the building itself, but,
You can't see it.
really?
No. I think somebody took it down, because I did look
No,
at
it's
the
in
building.
gold letters, right on the building.
Recommendations?
But it is going on the sign anyways. It's going on the top of it.
Just as Ms. Bergeron had said, that we're still waiting to do the inspections by the building department, fire department, and Board of Health. So if, in the past, the board has approved of the license contingent on those inspections being done and successfully done.
Anybody from the public that wants to speak on behalf of this? No? Okay. Okay, seeing no one, close the public hearing.
According to the law, again, you don't need a public hearing for a common victular license. However, we're supposed to, according to the state law, ascertain that you have the facilities to feed the public. And so that's why we will issue a license, but contingent upon actually seeing the fryer-laters and those things
Oh, exactly.
that are involved. You know you have to go in the Board of Health also.
Oh,
and
yeah,
the fire
I've
department
done all
and
that
stuff.
too.
Okay. All right, so do we have a motion to grant the license contingent upon final inspectional sign-off?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Any discussion necessary?
When do you expect to be open?
Well, let's see, we started with last May. No. I was shooting for the end of September, but I don't think that's gonna happen because they don't have the tank in yet. And that's gonna take them probably a couple of months to do.
Okay.
In the meantime, we're getting all our equipment in place, you know, so hopefully.
Before
the vote-
Thanksgiving, do you think?
It better be.
I wish you all the luck in the world, too.
Thank you.
How many seats?
It seats about 200.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's the banquet room,
Yeah.
which is actually part of the dining. You can use it as
That's
part of the
and-
dining,
and-
or
yeah.
it can be separated off with,
Okay.
if you wanted to do you know, like a Christmas party or something there. We are using it for all of the dining room. Plus there's 2 fireplaces in there that give you all that nice little coziness.
Yeah, it is, nice and cozy.
I look forward to seeing it open again.
Yeah.
Well, we need to take a
I
vote
grew up
first.
there. Every holiday.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Third hearing for this evening. Uxbridge Board of Selectmen, public hearing, Monday, August 25th, 7:15 PM. Board of Selectmen's office, Uxbridge Town Hall. Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing to consider an application for a common vic license as described below. Dunkin' Donuts, 158 North Main Street, Uxbridge, Mass. 01569. Is anyone here from Dunkin' Donuts? Please.
Hi, my name is Barbara Denisevich, and I'm here representing Sutton Donut Inc., doing business as Dunkin' Donut. And we took over part of the CVS store at the Uxbridge Plaza. I guess we got our occupancy permit this morning. All the inspections are done. And we just need you folks to approve a common vic license so we can serve coffee and donuts to the fine citizens of Uxbridge.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Yes. Has the drive-through issue been settled yet?
No, it has not.
No, it has
We're
not.
opening, we want to open without a drive-through
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
Now, is there a plan or a desire to open a drive-through?
We were in front of the planning board last month, Andrews Engineering, Rizzo Associates, and our attorney, Henry Lane, and we pulled our application back to do a little more,
Okay.
and they're going to reapply at a later date.
Okay. In a perfect world, you'd like one, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Bill, any?
Same thing applies as the prior one, so it just,
Oh, she'd indicated that she thought all
We
the
have
approvals.
all our
Board of Health
inspections are
signed
done.
off on
Yeah,
everything?
signed off
Okay.
on last Thursday.
okay,
Building inspector signed off last Thursday. And the contractor brought everything to the town hall today for the occupancy permit.
okay.
If we've not verified that, before this evening, I would like the motion still just to say contingent upon inspection, and if everything's done, then it's done.
Yeah, we can
That-
release
That way
it.
we're covered out of the way.
Because we would like to open on Thursday.
Nice. Excellent. Okay. Any public commentary on this? No? Okay, then we'll close the public hearing then. Any other discussion from the board? No? Have a motion?
Move that we grant the common vic license subject to confirmation of all permits
And final inspectional?
and final inspections. Yeah.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? No? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Welcome to Uxbridge. Yes. Huge Dunkin' Donuts fan here.
Don't have to word amended anymore.
Yeah, I know. No more detours amended. Keep that 20-buck a week habit here in Uxbridge rather than on the road, so. Okay. Town manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My report begins with the streamlined expedited permitting software. There's going to be a demonstration by the town of Grafton at CMRPC that's going to show the various modules, building, mechanical, DPW and ZBA, and possibly the planning module if it's ready. We haven't determined what the costs are going to be for the updates or how that's going to be handled, but many towns have heard about the software, but they haven't actually seen it. So this will be done on September 10th from 9 to 11 a.m., and the board's certainly welcome to attend. The walk and talk mill demolition, the fencing's been installed around the perimeter, and I was invited to a pre-construction meeting Wednesday morning just to talk about the demolition schedule and so forth with the, I think it's Mark Anderson, sorry, not FinCom, Mark Anderson, who's representing the developer on this, so we're gonna.
Are you going to get to swing the official first hit? on the
I don't want to be associated with that, but yes, it's
She
probably,
said pre-construction meeting. She should have said pre-destruction.
exactly,
Right.
free demolition. So this is specifically with the
Like a bottle of champagne
demolition.
is like cracking on there. So.
Yeah, I don't know, we got some great state aid.
That.
So that's, I know the board's been very concerned. We've been talking about this for, I think, over a year, last December, about when this is going to happen. So the fencing has really shown that it is gearing up. And just a reminder to try to keep everyone off that site while they're planning for the demolition as well.
Do we know if they're gonna use explosives?
I don't know the details.
I don't think they'll have to.
No.
No, you don't think?
You blow
I
it
think it's
down.
just a push by the
Put some
backhoe.
industrial fans up there.
Want to announce some appointments. We have Joseph Frisk, who's the associate member of the ZBA, and Jennifer Moore, who's just joined the Conservation Commission, and both of them have been sworn in. Good news of,
Joe, before we move on, the associate member of the ZBA, that's a fairly new convention here in town, right? And that was enabled by some legislation that allowed associate members of ZBA?
Actually,
is that-
it's
that's planning board.
planning.
Oh, it's planning board, okay, I'm confusing the two there.
Yeah, the associate member is in the zoning bylaws and state law as well. Recycling, we used to have to charge residents for stickers at the Blackstone Valley Recycling Center. Now, it's open to any resident to use without a sticker or sticker charge. There are fees for certain items, if you're gonna dispose of a washing machine or television. And it's open Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Again, this is the Blackstone Valley Recycling Center at 14 Chestnut Street in Blackstone. And they're having a second location at 93 Main Street in Whitensville, behind the Whitensville Fire Station. And that's open on Saturdays between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m.
Does the DPW still have the roll-off dumper for the appliances and things?
I know that they still have the composting. I haven't been down there to see if they still have the
Okay.
white goods. I thought that was a special thing for April, for Earth Week, and,
No, because
I'll
I took
check.
it down. I think, well, we gotta check.
okay.
Because I took some white goods and television, so forth down there. It's a fee per year, but it's cheaper than taking it to Berkowitz, because you pay by the item. And it's closer than going to Blackstone.
And then I wanted to report to the board that the pay-as-you-throw program is still being worked out by the Board of Health. At a town meeting, we established the account for the pay-as-you-throw program, but not the program itself. So there was a recent information session hosted by the town of Easton. The Board of Health is working on a RFP for services, still allowing residents to opt out and provide for their own hauler, but the plan is to try to get as many residents in to cover the cost for free recycling, which would be unlimited. And we're still working to see what exactly that cost would be. So I'm sure Board of Health is going to come before the board and make a presentation and have a discussion.
Yeah, I think they need to clarify the opt-out, because the way it's written in the memo that we got this week, basically, if people are not aware that they have to opt out, they're automatically in and will get bills that they're not expecting.
Okay. It takes positive action.
Yes.
In order not to be a part of it.
They're considering that. Easton has that program, but there's other towns that don't, that actually requires residents to provide proof that they have other service versus just getting charged for the one-time fee.
What is the supposed benefit of this program?
They're hoping that we're going to have less trucks on the road at one time and have scheduled, by neighborhoods, the collection days, unlimited recycling. Technically, most of our waste by our haulers goes to Wheelabrator. Wheelabrator has a waste ban where they don't allow recyclables. Right now,
I thought it
somehow
was
it's
a
going.
DEP regulation that the haulers had to provide for recycling.
The DEP law says that we have to recycle because of a waste ban for certain items.
No, I thought that the haulers were required to provide recycling, sir. Maybe I'm wrong, but that was
Mine
my,
is.
Yeah,
Mine
that
most
was
do.
my
Mine does.
understanding.
You don't have to take it, but it's an option, at least with my hauler.
Okay.
Yeah,
The only thing I caution you on, years ago, my trash in my building in Douglas was taken by a company called Northeast Waste System. They're not in business anymore. And he did a lot of local towns. And then he went to a computer billing system. I wrote the program to generate his bills. And I had a person doing that. And I was looking at them, and I noticed that their route went from Uxbridge and then Mendon and then Hopedale. While the amount we charged people in Mendon was substantially higher than Uxbridge or Hopedale. And I asked him why. He said because in Mendon, it was paid by the town. It was a town service. And therefore, the mandated wages applied. So at that time, he was paying his drivers $7 an hour in every town. But when they pick up trash in Mendon, it went to, at that time, $18 an hour. So I don't know what the savings is going to be. I'm not bothered by the number of trucks because, that's what free enterprise is supposed to be. You decide who you want to hire and you have competition and so forth. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. But if you do have to opt out, that should be made very clear to everybody. Otherwise, we're gonna take a lot of heat for it.
Well, the other thing, when they spoke to us some time ago about, this idea that they were putting in, the way you realize the savings in going into this program, the homeowner gets the savings, is if they change their purchasing patterns and buy certain things that are easier to recycle. It's actually social engineering. In other words, they want you to change your consumption patterns in order to get the savings in this. And if you continue consuming as you are now,
Yeah.
you might end up paying considerably more
Oh.
for the trash removal. So you have to weigh that to get, is Berkowitz going to continue to be less expensive than going into something like this?
So more information to come on that. And just a few miscellaneous items. Town Hall is going to be closed on September 1st for Labor Day. The auditors are scheduled to come to the next Board of Selectmen meeting, that's September 8th, to make the presentation on the FY07 audit and to give us a preview of the work on the FY08 audit. I have a negotiations meeting scheduled with the SEIU union. It's noted as September 4th here, but that date's actually been changed to the 12th. And we'll talk about our strategy and executive session on that. Our Board of Health agent, Dennis Costello, has announced that his resignation to the Board of Health. And he's serving right now until we can find the next person to come in. And we're working, both me and I, working with the Board of Health in crafting their recruitment materials. This is a position that the Board of Health will appoint.
This is the person who does the food
Restaurant
service,
expen-
restaurants
yes.
and stuff, not the
Right.
septic agent, okay.
And so we need to make sure that we have the service, and Dennis has generously agreed to stay on until we find a replacement. And the DPW recruitment, we actually got 2 more resumes today, and I'm working to schedule interviews once I get an interview panel together. And I wanted to ask the board, is there a member or 2 members who want to serve on the interview panel?
How many applications do you have?
I think I have 10 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So we don't necessarily
going-
interview all 10.
How many of them look promising?
I'd say off the cuff, about 4 or 5.
Okay,
Look
good.
very good.
Would those meetings be during the day?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm hoping that they're probably at maybe 4 or 5 o'clock, so it makes it easier for the candidate to come in. But if it's easier for the Board of Selectmen to have it at 10 o'clock in the morning, then maybe that's something we need to think about.
I mean, I think we should be involved in any significant hires, given your tenure, Jill, so. Is anyone on the board to be interested?
I'm interested, but it would, for me, it would need to be during school hours so that I don't have issues with that.
And the challenge is, obviously, if these are already, they're currently employed, that makes it difficult for them, to take time off or versus do it end of day or evenings. Could you be available if we were to do a round of interviews in evenings?
Well, my recommendation, I mean, I know some people going through interviewing processes right now, and a lot of them are doing it during the day because companies are scheduling, you're trying to do it covertly, and so there are a lot of phone interviews are occurring for your first and second interviews before you actually have your panel third line. So maybe that's something that we could consider, is we could do conference calls with the candidates.
Actually, I don't do that because you can pretty much weed out who's qualified and who isn't. So by this time, usually I'm not even involved in the panel if I bring it in. I let the panel make a recommendation to me, and then I'll meet with the person or the top 2 for a second interview. So there's not a lot to do outside of a face-to-face interview panel.
What were your thoughts on the makeup of the panel?
I would like to have a representative from another town who serves in that same capacity, and I want to have them at the DPW Hecla Street facility so that the person who's interviewed can then meet directly with the water and sewer operations manager and highway foreman and the 2 office staff as well.
Do you think there's a chance our former DPW superintendent would participate?
No.
No? Okay.
You typically don't ask an employee who's separated. So there's a good resource out there with the Mass Highway Association and DPW superintendents.
I'll volunteer. I don't care what time it is.
I mean, I can, and like I said, it'll just be,
Okay.
the best work around the schedule.
Is there any availability in case Cari cannot?
Yeah, I'm certainly available most times, so.
Okay. Okay. So we'll have Bruce and Cari, and schedule permitting, if it doesn't permit, then,
Have me as an alternate or
Okay.
backup, yeah.
Okay, and not to embarrass Justin, but he just got married on Sunday, and he's out until September
Poor
2nd on his
guy.
honeymoon.
Where did he go?
I
You
think
know?
they did a local one, so I think he's somewhere in New England, and then the big one, I think, is coming in a few months.
Is it, who signs the warrants?
I sign the warrants,
who
it's
signs
prepared.
it?
It's prepared by the administrative assistant, Nora. It's audited by the assistant town accountant who signs it and then gives
Okay.
it to me.
Okay.
I had a question. Do you think we should have somebody from the finance committee on that panel?
It's a technical position reporting to the town manager, so pretty much we can cover whatever budget expertise that they have, you know, through the interview process is basically having the selectmen talk about the community and seeing if the person's a good
Okay.
fit. The
That's
more
just-
technical
Just a
questions.
question, that's all.
okay. Any other questions for Jill? All right. First item under old business, fall annual town meeting warrant. And with just a note, the warrant closes on September 16th, and it's review of the draft. So Jill, do you want to walk us through this?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, what we'll see is the articles and not necessarily the motion. So what we try to do is fine tune the articles to get the warrant posted, and then we can work through the motions if it's not obvious within the actual article itself. Article 1 is a report article. Typically, this is something that we have for the May town meeting associated with the annual reports, but we like to, under this article, give a preview of what the next fiscal year's budget is looking like, or usually a discussion of capital items, so.
A show and tell?
Preview.
What kind of preview?
Usually, by then, we should have our first drafts out of the budget explaining what the financial situation is for the town.
Show and tell. I mean, if it is, tell me it is.
I haven't prepared it yet, but if we went by what happened last fall, we did a preview of, actually, it was a summary of what had happened at the budget summits and getting to our financial situation for the balanced budget presentation.
When the bylaw makes reference to reports, you know, at town meeting, what they refer to is reports from committees established by town meeting. Town meeting has the authority to establish themselves a committee to look into something and report back at the next town meeting. Recently, it's been a free-for-all, and people get up and make a presentation of something, and so our town meetings go until 11 or 12 or sometime into 2 nights.
2 nights.
And I think there are better avenues for people to do that rather than town meeting.
Okay, Article 2 are prior year's bills. David, do we have any? No? No. So that article will likely come off by the next draft that you'll see this at your next meeting. Article 3 is FY09 budget amendments. This is to appropriate a sum for the budget articles that are usually voted under 5, 7, 8, and 9, which is the regular omnibus budget as well as the enterprise funds and cable. Right now, I don't have anything listed here. David will give a presentation, I think at the next meeting, about the augmentation to the health insurance budget, what's needed, and if there's any changes to the enterprise funds. I know we're looking to do charges for fuel and utilities for the enterprise funds. David, do you want to come up, or are you okay?
Sure.
So that will actually be listed in the motions for that article.
Right. We're looking to take what we have for the enterprise fund budgets now that were projected, and then use our actual figures from fiscal 2008 to actually get an actual. For instance, looking at the fuel allocation, That was a new thing that we added this year, for instance, for the ambulance account. We had budgeted at $5,000. The actual usage would be $12,000. So looking at our budget situation as it is, we find the need to appropriate from the enterprise funds whatever funds are needed to actually fund that service. So we're going to be fine-tuning those adjustments going forward, and that'll be part of the omnibus transfer article that you'll see at the fall annual town meeting.
And the source of those funds, David, for the enterprise fund should be retained earnings that will
Correct.
be certified by
That
fall
will be
town meeting.
certified by that period of time.
But the health insurance one would be either free cash or transfer
Free
from
cash,
stabilization.
other sources. I mean, we really have to see how far of a deficit there is in the health insurance account that would be created if we follow through. I mean, one of the things just for the board's edification is when we were going through the budget process all through last spring with the finance committee and the board at the time, is one of our concerns was that we had $30,000 appropriated for open enrollment changes, which we were very concerned wasn't enough. As it turns out, most likely it's not going to be enough. But there are some other changes that we have to calculate to see where we are, specifically being the fact that we now have 4 different contribution rates versus the 180/20 rate that we used to have. So there will be some savings that are generated through those different contribution rates, but we have to calculate that all out first. So we anticipate that there may be a deficit there, but we need a little more time to figure out exactly how much it's going to be.
Okay. The request for the feasibility study
Yes.
for a school, will that fit under 4, or will it have to be a separate article?
It really depends on how the school committee brings it forward. Now, the school committee would bring that forward as an article request, so typically it would be my assumption that it would be a separate article because it has a different sponsor. The real question would be the funding mechanisms available and as to how we're going to do that. As a matter of fact, I spoke with the school business manager earlier today, and I'm going to be giving him a summary document so for him to present to the school committee next Tuesday night so they can discuss funding options and figure out exactly what their request is going to be and what their funding option request is going to be. So, right now it's in the planning stage, but that'll be going forward next week.
Okay. Peter, I was forwarded an email, I guess, that originated with, is it John Higgins?
John Higgins.
John Higgins. Sort of explaining with some specificity as to what the money is going to be used for. That needs to be given, I think, a lot wider publication.
I agree, because
So
the nomenclature, feasibility study is misleading in the extreme.
Yeah, and the email that he had broke it out rather specific, and I think it'll help people to understand what's being asked.
Mike, do you still have that?
I do, yeah.
Could you send me a copy?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, I thought we all received it, didn't we?
No, that was the makeup of the committee and their,
Oh,
and their professional
I did
accreditation.
see one that we were all copied on, so
David, for the benefit of people watching on TV, you should explain you're not a spaceman, you just arrived from your space capsule. You took the helmet off.
Yes, that's true. I just recently underwent a small surgical procedure that's kind of that on my neck that is officially keeping me out of action till September 11th. However, I'm here tonight for a couple of issues that are before the board, and I'm going to try to be in a few days over the week just to keep everything rolling. So this is just a temporary accoutrement.
Could I bring up?
Certainly, you're not driving and taking happy pills at the same time, are you?
No. Unfortunately, my wife has been pressed into service as limo driver.
Well, we appreciate your dedication.
I have a question about the feasibility study so that people at home will have some idea. Now, at least 50 or 60% of that's going to be reimbursed back to the town. Am I right or wrong?
Normally, a feasibility study is part of the steps involved in getting financing from the Mass School Building Authority. Everything is determined when the project is approved as to what the reimbursement rate is going to be.
Okay, I just want
And that
to-
would be lumped in with the project reimbursement costs. It's
Right.
everything that the town puts out in order to build the school is reimbursed at whatever rate as determined by the school building authority.
So
And that would be one of the costs.
At the end of the day, if the SBA looks at the study and decides we don't need a new school, we're not going to be reimbursed for the money we spent trying to convince them that we need a new school.
That part, Mike, to be honest, I am not sure on.
Okay.
I was led to believe that that would still be reimbursable.
I've heard that it is, but we need, we need to get some confirmation.
Okay.
I just wanted the people at home, make
Sure,
sure they
absolutely.
knew that.
Okay. Any other items, David, under the budget amendments?
The only other possible thing is that I've been speaking with Barry Giles, our cable access coordinator. As the board may be aware, we're in the process of looking at doing a build-out of the cable studio at the high school. He's putting together some cost estimates for that. If that was approved at town meeting, that would be out of the cable fund, of which there's over $400,000 currently. He's also trying to get a few quotes on retrofitting the old police mobile communications van that previously that we were going to basically sell on eBay for whatever we could get for it. But we're looking at the possibility of retrofitting that as a mobile van in order to save funds. Because, Barry did bring cost estimates originally to us about a cable trailer, and a trailer alone was $100,000 to $150,000. If this went forward and this was passed, it'd be obviously retrofitting a vehicle that's already got a lot of the electrical capabilities that we're looking for, it would be substantially less. But that's still being costed out. But that'll be brought to the board for approval and inclusion on the warrant.
I'm curious, a tangential subject, how much does the cable reimburse the school for the use of that space?
We charge, it's not a reimbursement to the school, it's a reimbursement to the general fund of $12,000 a year in rental income that we've put that on, I believe, last fiscal year, if memory serves. That was the first time that we charged them for space.
And how much does the school budget pay for using the space here in Town Hall?
Yes, 15,000.
50?
15,000.
15,000 for all that? and
15,000,
12,000?
it's, well, the school's usage is basically, it's based on, it's not rent per se, because we're not charging a fund, we're charging, the school is part of the general fund. The 15,000 that they contribute has to do with for the utility costs involved in running their operation. They have separate air, separate heat, aside from the rest of town hall, so they pay for that out of that $15,000 appropriation.
Okay.
It's
For-
amazing to me that we have an ongoing plan to spend thousands of dollars on mobile television studios and retrofitting things, and the Board of Selectmen seems to have no input in it or no hand in it at all. I mean, that's called runaway government. That's called government out of control, and that's what's happening, because we don't do the job that we're supposed to be doing.
The board would have to sponsor the article, so if you choose not to sponsor the article, then that project
Yes,
won't happen.
but there's been a lot of work done to get to that point. One would think, in a logical thought process, that the chief executive officers would sit down and say, well, what are we doing, and why are we doing it, and should we be doing it? And what's the benefit, and what's the cost? But we seem to be on this, something germinates somewhere, and it comes to maturity, then it comes to us, and the statement is, oh, this has been in the works for a long time. Oh, well, then, okay, you know.
All right, and I think we've got the opportunity to either put the warrant article on or not.
Well, again, get back to my point. A lot of work is being done now. Everything that's being done, everything costs money. Everything costs money. The ads for the public hearings that aren't necessary, they cost money. And it's just amazing to me how we get sucked into this automatic wheel turning, and it seems to be beyond our control. That's not how a Board of Selectmen is supposed to operate.
I'll ask this question. So the space that the school is using in the town hall, we're not charging per se rent, they're just paying the utilities that they utilize?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's just, you give this money to the school committee, and then they turn around and give it back to the general fund because it's coming out of their budget. It's just a way to
Right.
to
It's
show the transfer.
everything's
to-
staying
to
within the
under-
general fund.
Right, okay. But when we're talking about cable, which is a funding mechanism that isn't tied to the general fund,
Correct.
okay? If we're gonna keep things consistent and have similar practice for each of the departments, then in theory, we are doing the same thing for cable access. What they're being charged at the school is only the figure based on the amount of utilities that they're using.
No, the charging rent per se is a method of getting money from that cable fund to pay for things that, are actually consumed by the cable actually uses the good part of a classroom in one room where the control room is. We should logically be allocating to that account the cost that, the equipment takes here and in the other rooms and so forth. What we are doing, in effect, because of this cockamamie scheme we got into, is we're looking for ways to spend that $400,000 without ever asking the question, gee whiz, this money came from the people of Uxbridge. We have a lot of needs. We have a credit report that's going down the tubes, and here we are talking about mobile television studios. Sane people don't do those things.
No, and that's not where I'm going with it, Peter. I'm just looking at, as you said, as the chief executive officers, what I'm looking at is all department being equal, okay? They're all, look, PEG Access as a department and the school committee as a department
But they're
within
separate.
the town.
They're separate.
We're treating them separately.
Because they're not the same.
They are
For instance, we're required to have a school. We're required to have a police department, fire department, some
In
other
the way of the
functions.
handling, without getting into this but the point is, cable falls under the town manager. Now, whether or not, correct, Barry reports to you.
Right.
Right, so under that theory, it's still a part of the town. All I'm saying is, why would we use a different source? Why won't we use the same formula? Like, let's say square footage. The amount of square footage that, come up with a formula, if the utilities that are utilized in the town hall is $15,000, then calculate that into the square footage of that space, and then use that same formula and transfer it over to the high school and find out what that figure is. All I'm saying is $12,000, do we have any mathematical way of coming up with that $12,000 that's being charged, or is it a number we just pulled out of thin air?
That number came from the ill-fated plan to have that foundation, remember? And the foundation was gonna build studios upstairs in the police station.
Okay, so there's
And
no
they were gonna pay
mathematical-
rent, they were gonna pay the rent, and rent happened to be $12,000.
Okay, so
And that
there's-
figure was
Actually, let
just
David
carried over.
answer, because you did go through an exercise for this.
Right.
It is
No.
based on square.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, but is that number the same square footage as applied to the high school?
The number that we arrived at for the high school was based on square footage use as well. See, there's two different, there's two considerations because there's two different methods going on here. The school department is being billed based on on utility usage. We looked at their historical use of utilities and said, this is the amount that we're going to charge. It's general fund to general fund. So it's not coming out of any external fund, it's just something that is being paid over in order to pay for the utilities when the school department moved from leased space over to town-owned space.
Right, I understand that, but what it does do is by doing that, it lets the townspeople know how much the school department actually cost, like how much of the whole big picture the school department really costs. Because if you don't start pulling in these little things, then you really don't know what the school department costs.
Yeah, we've actually had flavors of this discussion before at the board, probably a year or so ago. We talked about the whole idea of chargeback. You know, theoretically, a percentage of the town manager's salary should be charged to each department that she manages. I mean, if you really want to boil it down to what does it cost to run every single department, you know, and I don't know that you know, our accounting systems or our accounting methods would allow us to get that granular. You know, which I think is
Well,
what
they
you're
would,
driving.
but I'm not saying we need to go that far.
But we
I'm
do
just
have
saying
it.
when
We
you're
have
talking
that
about the big-
available.
Right, we do have the accounting systems would be able to
Well,
handle
we've
that.
done it, we've done cost centers. The issue is that when we're presenting the budget, and FinCom as well as you, rightfully so, want to see history, seeing a cost center is really going to skew the history. So what we're trying to do is evolve to that cost center presentation while town meeting will still approve the budget as a regular line.
Right, that's why I'm just asking that the cost centers all be equal, or else the numbers are skewed if you're not using the same formula across the line, then they are gonna be skewed because you're not using the same criteria. And that's all I'm asking is, you know, that we look at, that the criteria is the same thing be applied to everyone so that you can look at those cost centers and know that those numbers are two numbers that you can compare because they were built both on fruit and one wasn't built on vegetables.
So is your suggestion, for example, then, that we would take the square footage of this room and divvy it up and charge that to the selectmen's account, and then, you know, the director of planning and economic development, you know, total up the square footage that's used by her office, and just to do chargebacks down to that level, department by department? Is that where you're going with the whole?
No, not in the use, what you could do, as far as I would go as far as that, is this is the town manager office, this is the Board of Selectmen area, that's the town manager area. Megan's office is her area, a specific office, not, well, Monday through Friday, she may use this for 2 hours, not that specific. You're just talking in a general, you know, her cubicle, her office door, the area that's private, you know, if she has 10,000 square feet in the basement that's being utilized for a particular project, well, then that would be something. But other than that, no, not divvying up a space among the desks, not getting that critical.
Okay.
It goes
It's
to.
good financial accounting, plain and simple.
Right.
Good financial accounting.
Right, just as, you know, it's like when you buy a house, you know, you have to know how much your utilities are gonna cost, but you're not
If you
gonna
watch
nickel
the
and dime
nickels and
yourself.
dimes, the dollars will take care of themselves.
Exactly.
Because a lot of times, things cost, the actual cost of something we do exceeds what we think it is, and sometimes vice versa.
Right,
If you
and
don't
that's.
know, you don't know.
And that's the only reason why I bring it up, is when we're looking at capital expenditures like warrant 6, you know, to retrofit a forest fire truck. You know, when you're looking at that, okay, I mean, and the question I would have on that is, do we have the capability right now to store that truck? If we don't, how much is that additional expenditure, capital expenditure, then going to cost if we need now to build a garage to house that truck? Because if we don't, then its maintenance will be even higher. And you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's just the thought process that I would like to see us start to look at.
Well, I guess the only difference between the two, just, you know, getting back to the school department versus the cable account, is the school is being treated as part of the town entity. That being said, the cable account is being treated in a different way, in as much as if you had an outside vendor, be it the cable account, be it the Boy Scouts, be it somebody who wanted to come in and rent X amount of square footage of town space, what would you charge them? That's the difference in how we're doing it. The school is for recovery of utilities. The cable is really is looking at it as a rental enterprise, not so much as just recovery of utilities.
But the impetus for that is getting the money that's in the cable account to pay for some of the things that we incur because of the
Correct.
existence of the cable.
Like the
Yes,
electricity that they
absolutely.
use within the school,
Right.
that sort of thing. So-
Wouldn't there be two sides to that? If the cable account is paying the school for space, should not the school pay back into that account on a per capita basis for every kid that goes in to learn videography? Shouldn't they be paying tuition back into it?
That's the mission. That's part of the mission of pay access.
That's what part of the funding is for.
I think we have an item on the agenda to address the charge here. Right. The only other comment I'll make along Peg is, you have to look just to Northbridge as, what the alternative is, and I mean, you've used their studio before, it's in a storefront, on Main Street, so, that's an option that we could, use if we ever run out of space, or if it just, doesn't seem to work well as far as being in the high school. There's office, space available in town that cable could rent, and so, if we've got the space, we can accommodate it, and I don't see anything structurally wrong with charging rent for that organization.
No, and I don't believe, I don't think there's any issue with it myself. But it's for that point, is that just a fair rent, is really my question, because they do have the option then of leaving and going to a storefront. And we
no.
wouldn't necessarily want.
No, they don't have that
Aside
option.
from that argument, but in theory, that's what we're looking at. It happened in the federal government. The same thing happened. They raised the rent so high in the federal buildings that one of the, fee-funded accounts said, well, we're not gonna rent space in the federal building because they were being gouged by GSA. And that's what you're trying to avoid. You wanna make it fair and equitable. But at the same time, you don't wanna shortchange the town either.
But then, wouldn't it make more sense to put the cable studio into part of the Blanchard, so that the money comes into the general fund instead of going into the school account?
That's,
It goes into the
money
general fund, though.
Doesn't come to the school.
The school doesn't get it, Mike. It goes directly to the general fund.
Okay, Article 4 is inter-departmental transfers. Right now, we have one for the transfer from conservation salaries to conservation expense to cover the contract services for the conservation agent services. And then there will be another transfer that we'll put into the motion as well to transfer back to the FinCom Reserve Fund for the interim transfers that we've been able, that have been approved in order for us to pay the contractor. There's no additional funds to be appropriated. The purpose of this account is usually transfer from one department line item to another. Typically, we don't do outside sources, but when we do, if there's a transfer from stabilization or free cash, we'll note that in a separate motion, so you'll see a divided motion for this item. Right now, I don't have anything else yet, so as we get closer to the next meeting, I'll certainly email you any updates to this document. Article 5 is appropriation for collective bargaining agreements. In the commentary, I have here noted that the police union and SCIU union, which is the town hall, dispatchers, and library, all in SCIU, that's still pending. So if we need to appropriate any cost items, it would fall into this article, and the funding source would also be identified, whether it's a transfer from one line item to another or an additional source of funds, which could be free cash or stabilization. The school contracts, from what I'm told, will be funded within the FY09 school appropriation, that they're not at this time seeking additional funds to pay for the collective bargaining agreements. And if we don't settle, then we'll pass over this like we've done in the past. Article 6 is a funding request to retrofit the forest fire truck. We do have the fire chief with us tonight. He's looking for $4,000, and they acquired a truck for free from the Department of Defense and requesting funds to refinish and transfer some equipment from the former truck. Is there anything else, Chief, that you wanted to add to this?
I think I'll jump right to the question.
thank you.
If that's okay with the board. Sure. This is a replacement vehicle. We had obtained a federal excess property program vehicle. It was a 1977 Dodge that was housed in Station 3 in South Uxbridge. We're replacing that, upgrading with a mid-80s Chevrolet, and the $4,000 is going to be used to refinish and update the Chevrolet for fire department service. And we do have a place to house it.
Cool, thank you.
There you go.
It's in Cari's garage. Did he mention that, Cari?
Yeah.
Nice big garage.
Could I bring something up about the conservation salaries and the conservation expense? Well, I do a lot down at Pout Pond, and, we're paying electricity, we're paying water. Now, they have a bathroom down there that's been leaking for a year and a half.
What is leaking exactly?
You know where valve to close the water off.
Okay.
If you try closing the water off,
the sink or the
more
toilet?
comes out. No, not the sink, the
Toilet, okay.
Now, that one pipe that goes up into there,
Yeah.
and there's a fitting that screws
Yeah.
into the thing, it's old, and the other bathroom, they replaced it with a coiled one. I
Yeah.
don't know what they call it, but it leaks right outside the door. The doors are locked,
Yeah,
and we can't use it because the leaking and everything else, we're having some problems over there, but you're letting water run for nothing.
Is that in the boys' room or in the girls' room?
It's in the boys' room. If you
I
look
thought they
down,
replaced that toilet,
they replaced both of them.
but they didn't replace
They
the
didn't
piping?
replace the piping on the boys' room. They replaced the piping on the girls' room.
is it the valve that's leaking, or the flexible pipe from the valve?
It doesn't have a flexible pipe. That's what it needs.
Okay,
The pipe that's going up is
Okay.
leaking. I tried to shut it off
Okay.
with the shut-off, and it leaked more. So,
The water coming out of the ground,
yeah.
it's corroded, the
Yeah.
pipe.
yeah, it needs a flexible
It needs a
pipe on
new,
it.
it needs a new valve.
And I don't think that's a big expense, but I've been up to the conservation place now a couple of times, and they just, the answer I get is, we're only here 2 days a week. So what are we spending money for? If they're gonna be here 2 days a week, and they're giving me that answer every time I go up there,
Well, as I understand, the conservation person that's here 2 days a week is not gonna change the pipe.
well, I know
What
that,
they
but,
do is paperwork, and they go look at hay bales.
well,
So
I'd like to see them fix a problem that's been going on for more than a year.
I think it's a
you
little more
can't go to
substantial than
them,
that.
you have to go
but,
to the town manager, right here, right?
So noted, I'll
Yeah.
follow up with you.
Okay. I got the keys if you wanna get in.
Okay. Okay, so that was Article 6, funding request for the forest fire truck retrofit. Article 7 is a funding request for matching funds for a federal grant award, and that was a replacement water tender tanker truck. The fire chief had sent out an email that we were awarded a grant. The total grant award is actually $220,000, and of that, $209,000 was funded from the federal government. We have the fire chief and Karen Knappich here, who jointly prepared the grant, and what we would be seeking is two things: $11,000 for the 5% grant award, as well as the $2,000 matching funds for the grant preparation. That grant preparation was not funded, although it was submitted. So,
Who did the grant preparation?
Karen, Mr. Chair, is it okay if Karen comes up? Yeah.
It was actually a joint effort between the fire chief, myself, and another of the volunteer firefighters. Majority of the work that we did, the foundation, I should say, was done actually last year to get the grant ready and kind of get all of the, our financial stuff put together and whatnot, but we then had to make all the modifications for this year in order to make it applicable to what we were requesting, which was different from last year.
But what's the $2,000 for exactly?
It's a grant administration fee. It's the way that generally people recoup the cost of a grant writer.
Okay, and who is the grant writer?
Myself.
But aren't we paying you?
Yeah, actually, if you look at, it's a little convoluted,
Okay.
but if you look at my letter of agreement with the school department,
Yeah.
I have a base salary, and then I get a percentage of anything that is awarded. I'm not looking for that percentage. It would be a very, very large amount of money if you look at, because this grant is so large, and it was a joint effort, as I said. It wasn't just purely my efforts. So this is a small portion of kind of what we could ask to recoup as part of the grant, what was originally written into the grant, so.
So how did you come up with that $2,000 figure?
Well, whenever you write a grant, you try to get some of your grant writing costs written into it, but it's difficult to put in the amount that would truly cover your expenses for a grant writer. Most organizations have that as part of it's an operating expense, because you don't want to write yourself out of the grant. You know, if they look at it and they see a large number for indirect cost, they may say, oh, we're not even going to consider this grant. So I usually just go with a figure that seems to be a standard figure for people that write grants on a fee-based schedule, which is anywhere between, it can be anywhere from $500 to $2,000. So I kind of went in the middle of that, figuring it was a fair and equitable amount.
When the superintendent offered the services of Karen, we, the chief included, didn't know that there would be a charge for her services. So once we found out her agreement is actually with the school department, and she put in a lot of effort last year, and actually there's another grant she had written under the same type, we thought it was fair for her to come before the board and ask for at least the $2,000 that she had submitted that wasn't funded for the grant.
No,
And what we were kind of confused about is we put this in part of the grant, and we're under the impression that that was going to be included as part of the grant funds, but the way that I get compensated is for grants that are awarded, and we ended up finding out from the federal government that in fact the town would have had to pay me regardless of the award, and then could have recouped that the $2,000 if the award had been made. But that's not the way my contract reads. Mine's only contingent upon us being granted that award.
No, I understand. I mean, what I'm trying to clarify, because I'm a private consultant, and so I contract with certain individuals. And prior to contracting with them, it's very clear my contract with them, and it's spelled out, and there's my fee or my hourly rate, or how I'm going to be paid. And so I guess my confusion is here is because you're contracted with the school committee. They then subcontracted, which you knew it was a subcontract, but you didn't disclose that.
I was told to work with the fire chief for the best interest of the town was to try to secure the grant for the town. And
I think I'd chime in if I can at this point, just to say that I think, and the town manager, I'm sure would join me in this. I think there was a miscommunication with respect to how that transaction took place, and the other miscommunication or misunderstanding that took place was with respect to our anticipation of recouping these funds within the grant process. There is a process for that. Didn't read the fine print, the details on that. Our anticipation was that the grant application, the grant writing fee of $1,000 we actually submitted 2 grants, that those were recoverable within the grants. Only subsequent, when we received the notification, did we find out that those were denied because of a procedural error on our part. So we're really just trying to clarify that we have clarified the understanding with respect to the grant writing services. We're trying to respect the application process. The $1,000 for those 2 for each of those 2 grants was itemized in the grant application. So that's the funding that we settled on to put forward to the town meeting as this fee.
Peter, is this a new tanker?
It is.
So you're gonna have, an additional tanker?
No, this is a replacement. We actually have 2 vehicles
same
right now
capacity?
that we're going to take off the road. We're
Same
going to
capacity?
decrease our capacity just slightly,
Okay.
that's
Slightly,
correct.
okay.
I got a question for Karen. Karen, who wrote the $50,000 grant for the youth center?
the one for this current year? Okay. Actually, nobody wrote that. That was something that we had talked to Representative Callahan about a number of years ago, and she actually is the one that went forth and did her magic at the
Well,
state
that's
level.
good.
I do not
That's
get
good.
any reimbursement
That's
for
good, because when
that grant.
when they see what
So-
they spent the money on down there, I think,
Yeah, that's a whole separate entity, and my involvement with the youth center, they're a separate 501c3. We do have a partnership, with the schools, but that's a complete separate entity, and there's.
yeah, I think
and
they'll
I've
be quite
received no
surprised
benefit.
if they go down there.
Yeah, well, I hope everyone, if you haven't received your invitation already, you will get it, whole different hat.
We can't come the 3rd.
Yeah.
Fourth,
Yeah, 4th or 5th. There we go, wonderful.
4th and the
So
5th.
it is amazing down there, so I hope everyone, I'll plug that real quick. Hope you can all come down and take a look, so.
I do have another question. Sure. I'm just trying to understand. So when you write a grant for the school department,
Let me clarify one thing first.
Sure.
I don't just write grants for the school department. So I do get a salary because I do many other things other than just write grants. And there's many things that I do that are, I have, in addition to taking care of all of our entitlement grants that I recoup no percentage of. I also do the after-school program, I did the museum, I do the visiting hours. So there's a whole myriad of other things within my job description that kind of warrant my base salary. The compensation is something that's specific to competitive grants that are over and above our entitlement funds. So just in case that helps clarify.
Right. So if you write a grant and there's, it's a competitive grant, so there's no award, it's not a one grant, then you don't get any additional, there's no fee for that, that's part of your base salary.
If it's an entitlement, for instance, our No Child Left Behind grants that we get, you know, the town lets, or the state lets us know this is your allocation for the year, but there's still a whole, you know, slew of paperwork that's necessary. You still have to let them know what your intentions are with those funds. It's not something that you just go check it off and send it in, they send you the money. So I do not get reimbursement, I don't get any additional compensation for those over and above my base salary.
Right, and that, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that this grant was not executed correctly, that's why it was not reimbursable for the $2,000, because you didn't read the fine print.
There was a misunderstanding about how those monies get reimbursed. But again, I wasn't even thinking that the $1,000, when I wrote these with Peter, that the $1,000 was what I was going to be compensated. I actually went in there thinking I was getting my full percentage compensation. This is where we've kind of started here, and we've come all the way down to here saying, you know, we entered into this, there was definitely a misunderstanding, and I'm really hoping that, you know, the town can see, you know, the benefit, which is we get this wonderful new truck to replace a truck that's, you know, in really compromised condition, and can see the value in my involvement.
Karen, it might be helpful to the board if you sent them a copy of all the grants we get, you know, how you, the school committee? Because we get a,
I send a packet
there's a lot
out.
of them. And,
Yeah, 4 times a year I send a packet to the school committee, but I could certainly send one over here as well. So,
You're a very busy person, I know that.
thanks. I like it that way.
Article 8 relates to street acceptances, and right now Megan's working with DPW and the developers to make sure that the deeds are executed and the conveyance are submitted. And so that's for Southwoods, Arnold, and possibly Anthony Way and, let's get this wrong, Giacomo.
It's Giacomo, isn't it? It's spelled wrong there.
So once we have the correct deed, we'll have the correct spelling, and we'll have the layout hearing with the Board of Selectmen, which will be done before the town meeting, and this would be an article that would be sponsored by the Board of Selectmen.
Can we get an update on the street acceptances relative to the plowing, the issue that we've addressed a couple times now? I think we just need to get an update on that as well. Because, you know, I thought one potential solution for at least some of those streets were to make sure that the acceptances that were approved but never executed for whatever reason were acted on. So, and I think there are at least a couple of those that are still hanging out there.
Yeah, well, Southwoods is one.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Yeah, I knew that was one of them, but I thought there were a couple others as well.
Okay. Article 9, again, this is something that the board needs to decide if we want to go forward with, but it would be acquiring the Hut Neck well land. We'd note what the parcels were and what the price is. As far as I know, there hasn't been final negotiations on that. We can have an executive session and bring in Red and the attorney that's representing Mr. Hucknack if that's the board's desire. But we need to decide by the closing of the warrant that this is an article to be sponsored. Article 10 is something we talked about at one of the recent meetings regarding the Mass Electric Company easement. They're requesting a granting of easement, and town council clarified that this has to be done at town meeting. So you saw the backup materials in a previous packet, and we'll have that available for you as well. And then I have not received the article for the feasibility study with the school committee. I understand they're going to vote on that for Tuesday night. And we try to keep the last article on the warrant as a transfer to stabilization. if there's any funds remaining in free cash to get transferred. This is the last article in the warrant.
Okay.
David, did you have any other articles you wanted the board to consider?
The only other article that currently that I anticipate that we'll be bringing forth is something very similar to the May town meeting, where we had a bond issue that had to basically be decommissioned. So there's some other unauthorizations, if you will, that we need to bring forward. That'll be written this weekend, be presented to the board at the next meeting. It's just surplus funding that we don't need to have on our authorized but unissued list. So just housekeeping.
Any other questions on the warrant? No? Okay. Now, we were going to do vehicle use policy third reading, but my understanding was David was only staying for old business A and C, so, are you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay, I just,
By the way, I didn't require him to come to work tonight. Actually, we insisted that he didn't, but he just, yes, so he's here on his own.
I had a post-it here saying that you were targeting 9 o'clock, you'd like to be out of here, so I wanted to try
Yeah,
to.
I just checked, my wife's not here, so
Oh,
feel
okay.
free, go ahead.
Okay. She'll pull up and toot the horn whenever she's ready for you?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, next item then, under old business, is vehicle use policies to the third reading. Just wanted to make sure that we had a chance to review this and incorporate all the changes that we just.
We were expecting clarification from the department heads, division heads, on why exactly they want to send vehicles home, the emergency vehicles home.
I know Kim had invited the 4 affected employees, which is the highway supervisor, water and sewer operations manager, and the 2 water service call employees. So they were invited. I know that Red is on vacation this week.
What do you mean by invited?
You had asked for
We
them
had
to come to
asked
your
them
meeting
to come in
tonight.
and provide some justification for it.
Yeah.
Okay,
If they don't want to come in and justify it, we'll just scratch it out
Yeah,
and say
'cause
you
I
can't
got-
have it.
I have questions too.
Well, I was looking
We
basically
actually-
for,
Yeah, there's some,
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, you're
here-
here, Dave Gray's here, I'm sorry, from
Okay.
DPW.
You're on call right now, this week, so if you guys have any questions, that's why I'm here.
Okay. The other thing, I had asked Kim for copies of any contracts that specify that employees may have vehicles. Because you had something in here that referenced to contractual obligations, and I was wanting to see the contracts.
We didn't encounter any language in the DPW collective bargaining contract.
Okay.
We were told that it is in there, we haven't seen it, and we haven't seen any side letters of agreement that states that it's in there.
And I had also asked if we're going to try to figure out the value of this for either W-2s or 1099s that shows where we've established the value in the past for the use of vehicles.
David, do you have that, the tax implications on that?
It's my understanding, Mike, that up to this point, like many cities and towns, there has been nothing included within the employee's W-2 to require them, that, you know, that gives the federal government notification of the benefit they've been receiving. Many cities and towns don't really do it all that often. They rely on the employee to do it. One of the things that we are planning on doing with the implementation of the new payroll software is that we'd be doing that effective January 1st, 2009, where an IRS taxable benefit would be assigned depending on the outcome of how this policy evolves. If you have employees with take-home vehicles at that point, then there is a taxable value that we'd be associating with it. If the board decides otherwise, then there would be no need for it. But our current software, or the software we were using before, didn't have the capability to really do anything like that. So the software we have now will be able to do so.
So
But
then-
we need that from the board.
Then there's no way of substantiating that there was in the past any value assigned to this benefit, so it wasn't a benefit. It was a convenience of the town.
It was a convenience of the town that was not viewed as a
Therefore, the
taxable
town can
benefit to
change
the
the
employees.
convenience without having to negotiate anything with anybody, if it was our convenience. If it was a benefit that the employees were enjoying, they would have been paying taxes on it.
Correct.
If we can't substantiate that it was a taxable benefit, then it wasn't a benefit, it was a matter of convenience for the town, and there's nothing to negotiate.
At this point, there is no evidence that there was anything included calling it a taxable benefit to the employees.
Okay.
There's actually a certain exemption for on-call employees. I thought we had that in here. so
That's
that-
part of what I want to bring up, too. I got 6 or 7 things I want to bring up.
Well, my primary concern was that I wanted to make sure that the people affected have gone through it, and, you know, if you have any issues, I want to hear them, so.
They've all read it, whether they want to come in front of you or not, up to them.
Okay.
Could I ask some of my questions to this gentleman, or?
Sure, I'd like him to approach the microphone if you could.
Okay, now, this really doesn't have a lot to do with you, but it will to Dave.
Actually, Bruce, before you answer the questions, I mean, have you been asked to come tonight to
No,
represent?
I'm here on my own.
Okay, so I would just caution,
No, I
any
was
answer
just
that we
asking-
receive is.
Didn't seem like you guys were getting a lot of information, so I
Yeah.
figure if I show up, you'll get some.
Yeah, I just.
These are just
okay.
questions I want
Yeah,
information
okay, I just
on.
wanted to make sure you take the answer in a light that is provided, which is.
Right.
His.
Okay,
his-
yeah.
His opinion, not somebody
Right.
Okay,
else's.
Red's on
Whole
vacation, I know that, but Red lives in the town of Charlton, and we're fighting over gas. We went over budget on gas. Why is Red taking a truck to Charlton and back to work every day? I don't know Red, but I have a problem with taking a truck to Charlton. And is it true when Red's on vacation, the truck is sitting in Charlton?
Well, I would have to say yes, because that's where it is right now, and he's on vacation, so.
Now, is there somebody in charge while he's gone?
Yeah, actually, Bruce, those aren't questions for Mr. Gray. There is an on-call
No, I didn't
employee.
ask him a question. I didn't really want to ask him. I said, Red's not here. I just want to ask this question.
The prior
It's got to do with
DPW
fuel, not Red.
Sure, and I'll explain. The prior DPW commissioners who entered into employment contracts after their charter was approved, provided for 2 contract employees to have vehicles. That was the DPW superintendent and the DPW assistant superintendent.
I have no problem.
Somehow there was direction to allow for the water and sewer operations manager, Red, to have a vehicle for community purposes. The purpose before you tonight is if you don't want to have that, then that's a policy of the Board of Selectmen under your authority to do so.
Well, we're just talking about going over on gas. Well, this right here, I would say this has really a little something to do with it. Maybe you don't agree, but that's all right. And the DPW, Bob Harris, he works in town. There's no problem there.
Yeah, but Bob is also 24/7 on call.
That's right, I realize that. Okay. When you have an emergency in a house, who responds first? Not the person on call, the fireman, right?
Well, usually it's the police department. Police department will go
Then the
assess
fire.
it more or less, and then the fire department will show up. Because
Okay.
if it needs to be pumped, they're already usually pumping it by the time we get there.
Here's my point. The 2 people on call, we have 1 in Burrillville, 1 in Oxford, and 2 in Uxbridge.
Yep,
Which one are you?
I'm the one in Uxbridge, one of them.
Okay. I don't see why we're paying the guy in Burrillville and the guy in Oxford from the time they're called to the time they finish the job. And the responders driving a truck, I have a problem with that too, if they bring it home. Now, you could go right to the place and fix the problem, or you can go right to the the water department and correct and get what you need to correct the problem.
Right, either or it's an alarm at the water department that you have to go there to fix anyway.
Now, when the
But
people,
on that point, though, you get a call in the middle of the night, you come running out of the house and you fall and break your leg, somebody else has got to go to your house and get that truck and respond.
No, actually, they'll probably just take their own vehicle and respond. They don't absolutely need the truck. The truck's only got 3 or 4 essential tools that you're gonna need for incidental, real quick shut-offs.
that's the point I'm trying to make. They
And
probably
there was the other
had
thing
put
I
the
had heard, that
tools
there
in
was
their
a certain
car.
truck that was going out for on-call. There's not. We've got 2 different trucks. I take W3, W1 is taken by the rest of the 3. So it's not assigned to any certain truck. It's whatever we feel like taking. I like the smaller truck. Takes
Now,
up less room.
would it hurt you to go to the water department if you needed anything there, rather than drive your truck to the scene?
No, not at all. We do it now. If you don't have the truck for some reason, say you're on vacation or whatever the case, and you take the day off, if you don't have the truck, you gotta drive yourself in.
Okay, and since you come from Uxbridge, this is a good question for you. You don't get paid, once you're called, you're in Uxbridge anyway, you get paid. But the one in Burrillville and Oxford, I don't know if it's in their contract that they get paid from the time they're called. And no matter what's going on, Oxford is quite a drive. Burrillville, wherever he's from in Burrillville, is quite a drive. He's on the clock from the time he gets the call.
The contract says within, if you respond within 15 minutes, you will get paid from the time you called. So
That's
as long
right.
as you get here within 15 minutes, you should be getting paid from time of call.
Most of the time, the person in Oxford can't get there in 15 minutes.
No, it's longer than 15
And probably the
minutes.
guy in Burrillville either.
No.
Okay. See, it just doesn't make sense to me.
So then according to your contract, they're not paid from the time they're called. When does their time kick in?
No, they get
then?
paid from the time they're called. That's how it works.
From the time they call.
You also get paid to have a pager, to be
Right.
on call.
You get
Right.
paid to stay on call.
So you're being paid whether you're in the car actually moving or
Right.
not?
Even if you're at home, you're still
That's
getting
why you
paid,
don't need a truck.
and you're supposed to respond within, that's a gray area. The contract says 15 minutes, and everybody says 20 minutes, so I'm not sure what it is.
Well, we'll have to see the contract, I
I've
imagine.
got one here if you guys want a copy.
Now, when I got hired at the Postal Service, and I'm sure, I don't know if Cari got money from the Federal Service, when I got my job in Shrewsbury, I had to drive to Shrewsbury every day. Part of my salary was to drive to Shrewsbury every day. I didn't get any, money for gas or overtime. If I get called in for overtime, my time doesn't start when I leave my house.
Right.
My time starts when I clock in.
Right.
And I think,
That's what your contract was.
huh?
That's what the terms of your
That's
employment
part
were.
of,
Right. I mean,
that's what I'm saying, we
well,
have to see the
look, Normal
contract.
commuting to and from work is not, reimbursable, according to federal laws.
Well, I think that's where the confusion's coming up, because in our contract doesn't say that we have a truck.
Yeah.
That's right. That's the point I'm making, we're taking,
But but when they're on call, they're being paid because they're on call, whether they actually go out or not, they're still getting paid. That's where the differentiation.
They're not getting paid a full salary.
They're not getting,
paid a
right, but they're
stipend.
still getting, correct, they're still getting. so
Getting
they're
paid to
still
stand
getting
by,
paid.
basically.
Yeah.
Right,
But
right.
then you're not regulated as the way you can go. As long as you can make it in amongst the time that you're supposed to,
Yeah.
then that's fine. And if you can't, you can also call somebody else in.
Right.
You can call one of your other guys.
I think we can, Mike, I think we can get rid of them take-home trucks for that purpose there.
Well, what I would say is in C1, third line, determination of eligibility for on-call status will include, but not be limited to, and then move the bullets around, individuals who reside not more than 20 miles from the center of town, and/or issuance of a pager or other communication device for on-call. And just eliminate the other two bullets.
But wouldn't that require modification of the contract?
Yes, you would have, it's a change of working conditions that would have to be bargained. You can bargain the impasse, but you have to have a formal bargaining
If
session.
it's not in the contract, what is there to bargain?
It's to bargain to implement the terms and conditions of the contract. So right now, the terms and conditions are not implemented by providing the vehicle.
Insofar as your on-call status being a function of where you live, at least.
I'd actually like to raise, which I don't know how it will affect those, but when you look at the very first A, general provisions A under the purpose, it says that the purpose of this policy is to set forth guidelines under which town vehicles will be authorized for use by town personnel and the conditions under which town vehicles may be used. The provisions of this policy apply to all municipal employees, excluding the fire chief and the police chief and certain public safety positions to be designated by the town manager. I would suggest that we remove exclusion of the fire chief and the police chief because they fall under the direction of the town manager. Therefore, this policy would be something that we can require them to follow as a condition of their employment. Because the reason why we had excluding and I brought this up the first time we read it, is because under section procedure B, it says the use of all vehicles assigned to the fire and police departments is administered by the fire and police chiefs in accordance with the provisions of General Law 48, 42A, and General Law 41, 97A. Those sections there specifically say that the police chief and the fire chief are responsible for the equipment and their employees. It says nothing or provides any provisions for the fire chief and the police chief themselves. Do you follow? So, so unless the police chief and fire chief can fall under this vehicle policy, they have no vehicle policy in our town.
I don't get it.
Well,
Bill,
they're
can
under
you
the
help explain
24
that
hour.
better?
Under the purpose, it excludes the fire chief and police chief.
Okay, so
Meaning the fire chief and police chief follow their own vehicle guidelines,
and which guideline would that be?
whichever ones they have established.
And that would be what? We could then require, as a condition of their employment, that they also, within a condition of, working with the board, that they enact for their departments this policy, which is the town policy. And therefore, this policy then can apply to all departments within the town.
I'm not sure. If we have the Strong Chief Act.
We do.
Okay. Then whatever authority is given by statute to the chief, then they have that authority, and we can't modify that by virtue of a policy that we adopt.
Why can't we?
Because you can, the state law takes precedence. If,
But the state law only applies to their employees, it doesn't apply to them. So therefore, we can set the policy for them, and
I
then,
see, okay.
See what I'm
That-
saying?
That would be by the town manager. The town manager would say,
right, but
this
wouldn't
is
we?
what's gonna happen respecting your use of a town vehicle,
I'm not,
right?
Right.
I'm not saying, I mean, think, this contract is for the future also. So
Yes.
let's assume for a second, we have a new fire chief and a new police chief.
Yes.
And that new chief
Yeah.
comes in and says, yeah, I don't like your policy,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna come up with my own, and my own policy says, I'm gonna let these guys take the car, because I think it's something that they should have a right to do, and they should be able to put their family members in it if they want.
Okay.
Okay? Where are we gonna have the ability to step in and say something unless we set up the procedures?
I think you're reading this wrong. I think this says specifically only the position of chief, fire chief, only the position of police chief are excluded from this. Everyone else would be included, so.
No, they're not according to Mass General Law. And I can, I can read the law to you specifically. It only.
By excluding them from this paragraph here,
It excludes them from this.
doesn't exclude everyone that works for them from this from this
Yes,
as
it
well.
does.
No, because it says
No,
this policy applies to
Not that
everyone.
one. No, it doesn't.
Except
This
fire
one
chief.
here, the use of the vehicles assigned to the fire and police departments under section B, procedure B, is administered by the fire and police chiefs in accordance with the general law. Now you look at the general law, and the general law says they set up their own policy, which is not this policy. So
Yes,
they are
because the
excluded.
general law gives them the authority or the power to establish policy for their departments.
Correct, but we're also the ones that give them their power.
No,
Therefore,
the general
with-
law does.
No, let me read the general law. Just give me a second to find it.
You can relax if you want.
I got one more thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
They're
yeah,
talking
you can go
about
out
4
like this.
on-call trucks, and in all reality, there's only 2. You got the water on-call, and you've got, you've got water, sewer, and highway. Basically, the highway truck needs to be on call, he's 24/7, that's Bob Harris. The water truck needs to be on call because we get a lot of calls. But Red's truck isn't considered 24-hour on-call because he's not on call. And then the sewer department, they don't use their truck for the on-call. They don't ever take them home. Basically, they go in to do their calls, they take their own
Well,
vehicles.
that's why I asked you.
And even on Saturdays, Sundays, when they do their checks, they take their own vehicles. So therefore, I mean, we're really only dealing with 2 trucks, not 4. I mean, the other trucks can be dealt with however you want, but it's really the only 2 that are being used for the on-call.
Do you feel you need the truck?
The
that
truck does
fast?
come in handy, and we do enjoy having it. It's not necessary, but it makes everything a little easier.
But to the extent that the reason we need this magic truck is because it has certain tools, my assumption is that the tool is that big long handle wrench to shut off the water?
Yeah, there's a few different things, but I
Okay.
mean, nothing that's really, really bulky and
Okay. So it might be cheaper to buy sets of those tools and say, here.
Put it in your
give
car
everybody a
when
set?
you're on
Yeah.
call.
no, I mean, that's for you guys to
I
decide.
mean,
You're
I've
the
done
bosses.
that.
Oh, if we're over on fuel, that would save us fuel.
I'm just surprised none of the other guys are here to talk to you, so.
Well, I appreciate you coming.
Okay.
I pulled up the fire department since the fire chief's here. That would work, because then he could maybe answer the questions. Under that section, it refers to chapter 48, section 42A, is the section that establishes fire departments, and fire districts. Under section 42A, it says, "In towns which accept this section or have accepted corresponding provisions of earlier laws, there shall be a fire department established under the direction of the selectmen, who shall appoint a chief of the fire department and such other officers and firemen as they deem necessary, and fix their compensation in an amount not in the aggregate exceeding the annual appropriation thereof. The selectmen may make suitable regulations governing the fire department and the officers and the firemen thereof, and in the town which are not subject to chapter 31, may remove the chief and other officers and firemen at pleasure. The chief of the fire department shall be in immediate control of all town property issued by the department and of the officers and firemen who shall obey his orders."
And we have a town charter that supplemented that to make the two chiefs fall under
The direction of the town manager.
still retain the strong chief.
Right.
Statute.
And just for a point of clarification, a little technical modification to the document, we're not under 42A, we're under 4842.
You're not the A, you're the 40.
That's
Thank you.
correct.
Well, that's important for us to
It
know
is
that also,
important.
because that does, right, and then that
So somewhere
changes.
along the line, the message about that got lost, but indeed, we're not a 42A community, we're 4842.
Offhand, do you know how that changes? Because I can't pull up the internet right now, so,
Actually, you can, we're wireless. If you
oh, we.
I just
no,
want to say to you, chief, that your
Microsoft won't
cars
let
is
me.
no problem.
No,
You're
but
the
I do
police
want to
chief, I
speak,
see no
I want to
problem.
speak to the members of the board, I want to speak in favor of the on-call Public Works personnel having the vehicles that they have to respond on a 24/7 basis. And I appreciate, I think, the comments earlier were well-intended, but I would suggest that the town does reap some significant benefits from the fact that those responders have immediate access to certain equipment that's carried on the trucks that they take home, and that they do respond directly to the needs. And I want to speak a little bit from our personal experience to the number of times that we've called Highway Department and Water Department in particular to respond. It's very important. It's a standard operating procedure in our shop to contact the Water Department anytime that we have a significant draw on the town's water system using a hydrant. That impacts the service from the perspective of, firefighting. They have the ability through some of the modifications that have particularly recently taken place to open and close street gates to improve flow and pressure for firefighting purposes. And it also is advice that we're looking for very early on in an incident about how our resources are so that we're not running into a problem that's going to impact domestic water supply in the community as well. So those vehicles that are on the road are equipped with two-way radio. We have the ability to communicate with them from the time that they get in the vehicle, either through dispatch or directly. Our vehicles are equipped with radio communication to have direct communication with them. And we have seen a number of occasions where, again, it's very different. We do respond. We use a combined dispatch here in Uxbridge. We're dispatched with the police and the public works responders on a call. And there are several times I can think of in the immediate past that we were unable to shut down a broken pipe in a basement that was being flooded, and our best efforts to redirect that really relied on somebody with a gate valve coming and being able to shut off the house service right there and then. So there's, I think, a real benefit to having those 24-hour responders, those on-call. I can't speak to other vehicles, but I do want to express that I think the board would be kind of stepping on your own toes in a way with the way that those folks respond and service our community with that. I can tell you, having had a take-home vehicle for a couple of lives now, sometimes it's as much of a nuisance as anything else. Having the space in the yard to park it, quite frankly, it's not something that you pile the family in and go for ice cream for, you know. It can be just as much of a pain in the neck as anything else, but it does give you the equipment and the ability to respond in a timely and appropriate fashion. So I would really speak in favor of those on-call personnel being equipped. They do respond on a 24/7 basis, and I would give other examples. I'm sure the board knows about, you know, the zillion times that, you know, Bob Harris or Bob Green or Jerry Baker, or all the folks that came along before them would respond to evaluate, you know, a situation, tell us what they're going to need, and that's all, you know, it's all timeliness, and it's impacted by that. So I know it sounds minimal, but for them to have to take the time to drive down to the garage, unlock gates to gain access, enter the garage, get the vehicle out and so forth, that's all time lost in those cases. So I would really speak in support of those.
Chief, I actually have two questions that I think you can help with them, because you had said that you've had the ability to take home vehicles as an employee. And in doing that, I agree with you, because I used to do that. At times it is a nuisance, as you said, parking the additional car. Were you ever in the position where, because the vehicle was not intended to be used for personal use, how did you move the vehicles so that did you need your personal vehicle at your residence?
In my particular
Did
case,
you end
I
up doing
often
car
did.
shuffles all the time? Or just give up a personal vehicle that you would personally lose for X amount of days?
Typically, I had both vehicles at home because my wife works as well, so it was really a necessary item. Our shifts were scattered such that it was not unusual, for instance, for me to have to take my children to daycare in the morning in my own vehicle, return home, and get my assigned vehicle to go to work. So that wasn't an unusual circumstance. So, yeah,
Right.
we typically kept a personal vehicle on hand at the house for that purpose as well.
Right, and that's what I'm getting at. You had to make arrangements there at some point then
Absolutely.
to be able to get both their personal car. You would drive to your office, you would get,
But I will
Somebody would
tell you,
shuffle
Cari,
you,
that
basically,
in
so
my
you can
case,
have 'em
it
both
was,
at home.
they were long-term assignments. They weren't, I was regularly assigned a vehicle. I wasn't on call for a week at a time or something like that.
okay.
But the discussion we had last week, the on-call person with the vehicle of emergency equipment either breaks his leg coming out of the house or has an attack appendicitis at the house, then the on-call vehicle is stuck out in Burrowville, Smithfield, wherever it happens to be.
And I don't disagree with you, Mike. That's a potential situation. However, I will tell you that none of us put our eggs in one basket. So it's not to say that the vehicle and its equipment can't be replicated. We don't have just one of those vehicles or one of those wrenches. I'm not a water guy, but I think it's safe for me to say that we get more than one gate valve wrench, on more than one truck at the water division. So I think in those rare cases, that's the case. I think in those rare cases, there are occasions when the guy on call is going to get in his truck and he's going to come the most expeditious route to Uxbridge, and he's going to run into a tree across the road or something like that, and it's going to take him an additional 5 or 10 minutes to get here. Those are acts of God, I guess we could call them, but I think that overall, generally speaking, we've had good luck and we've had good service through this ability to have the on-call people have the equipment that they need with them to be able to respond promptly and service our community.
Peter, how long have you been involved in the fire department in Uxbridge?
25 years.
In those 25 years, how many times, how many dozen times have we called an on-call person and he had a heart attack before we got in this truck and got down here?
I think none,
Not many dozens?
not so
Okay,
much.
but it's possible.
It is possible.
Okay.
Another question. Right now, does the fire department have its own written vehicle policy?
We have policies with respect to the vehicles, but not, for instance, a policy directly impacting take-home privileges or personal use.
A lot of trucks don't go home at night?
Well, not too much.
Do you have a policy specifically, in writing specifically regarding the maintenance, the upkeep, which are some of the things that are also covered in this provision?
We have some general policies, but I don't think they're as specific as what I've seen in some of the drafts of this document.
Question, Mike.
Well, you know, the chief has got such a silver tongue that he's actually convinced me to drop my objections to the way this is written.
It was that talk about a new fire chief that got me scared.
Is that it? Okay.
Is it possible, because some of the things that were talked about would require, modification of the contract and so forth. Is it possible to adopt the policy, either leaving out those particular 2 trucks or just doing it with the understanding that when we get a DPW superintendent, that they would have the opportunity to look at it again with fresh eyes and make modifications to it? I don't want to hold up. We can always find things that...
The last count that we got from the town manager, I think, was 8 trucks that go home every night. Now, we've got an ability to pare it down to 2
Yeah.
that are reasonably needed for emergency, or was it 6?
It was 6 to 4.
6, okay, 6.
Okay.
And pare it down to 2 that Chief Ostrowski makes a very good case are in fact needed for emergency basis. I don't want to have any ambiguity in there where all of a sudden it goes back up to 6
Yeah,
or 8
okay.
or however number we're going to have.
What were the 6 or 8?
The DPW superintendent's vehicle and the
Well, that's a
assistant.
car, that's not a truck.
A vehicle, so.
Okay.
And the assistant DPW superintendent.
Okay, that's a truck, okay. Okay.
The one that's out in Carlton right now?
Yeah, and then we
Th-
had.
Those are the water department
We,
trucks. Okay.
what I was provided was 2 on-call for the water sewer department, which we're hearing it's just the water department.
Yeah.
And the sewer, they come in and pick it up. Bob Harris is assigned vehicle and Bill Red's
Yeah,
assigned
okay.
vehicle.
Okay.
And Bob Harris needs a vehicle, why?
He's
Okay.
considered a first responder.
In
what is
case
your-
there's a, in case
what is
there's a
your
bad
proposal?
pothole someplace.
What are you thinking of?
I'm saying the one from the water department and one from sewer department are the 2 that we've got specified in here, and I think that's what we should go with.
Right, we have one
Okay.
right, the language now is one
And
officially designated
that wouldn't touch
on-stall or first.
the highway vehicle, because he's a first responder?
It depends. If you're not going to allow 24-hour use, then you have a policy that basically affects 2 vehicles.
Well, Bob, I will say that Bob is in the same category as the water and the sewer. I'll tell you that, especially during the winter, Bob's on the road 24/7, and it's, as I mentioned, going back to John Yurka and everybody that's come along, preceded him, they're out there looking at the ice spots, they're evaluating whether runoff during the wintertime has to be sanded and so forth. We're calling them, as I say, about opening roads during storms or calling for sand for a hazmat spill. Bob is a first responder. He's on call
I wouldn't touch
24/7.
his truck
So
because
those 3 vehicles, I
he's the
think, in
main
the
man.
public works are
Yeah, but, if you're calling for sand for a hazmat spill, he doesn't have sand in the back of that truck.
No, but
If
he
you're
comes
calling
out-
for, if you're calling for opening roads, does he have a plow on the front of that truck?
yes, he does.
He does. And he opens roads for you.
He does. There's been, again, I'll tell you, there's been 100 times that they've dropped a plow and let the ambulance into a driveway and so forth. So I can't say enough about the response. It's always good. And it's, again, it just doesn't make sense for a timely response for somebody for Bob to leave his house, go down to the garage, open up, get the truck, and come out to evaluate the response when we're able to communicate with him right away, and he's able to make decisions and get things rolling from the field, as he does.
Bob lives in Uxbridge. He's not gonna use any gas. That's what I'm talking about. I have no problem with Bob Harris's
But
vehicle.
the point is, that truck has been seen on several occasions in Plumber's Corner at restaurants.
There's been
So-
other vehicles
Yeah,
too,
but-
not just him.
But remember, you're writing a policy.
Nonetheless,
But we're writing a
if they
policy.
if they haven't got the discipline to not take their trucks out of town to have lunch, then should they necessarily have that truck?
Well, see, but what I don't want to do is get too specific. Like, I don't care that Bob lives in Uxbridge and somebody else lives in Charlton or Oxford. This is a policy that what we're trying to adopt here that's going to address general use of vehicles, and so I don't want to pinpoint it and say, well, this person, lives in Uxbridge, so it's kind of okay, but, because a policy is blind to that.
Right, and that's what I was just gonna say, Mr. Chairman. I mean, one thing to consider is they were talking about a 15-minute rule. One thing that we could consider is individuals who reside not more than, maybe drop it down to 15 miles from the center of the town. Because you're right, I mean, Mr. Harris may not be in that position a year from now, or 6 months from now, or 10 years from now. So you're writing a policy that has, that it's gonna cover whoever is in these positions. We're not just thinking about the people who are here right now.
I mean, the crux of the policy needs to be, if given a vehicle, it's used for town business, period.
I agree. I agree.
It's almost that simple, And obviously, you need to factor in items like, on-call, definition of town use. But I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It's as simple as that, is when given the benefit of having a vehicle at your disposal, it's only to be used for town business.
And that's why I had recommended that we don't exclude, to the extent that we can, any town employee, no matter what their status is. We try to get them underneath this policy. May not be able to do it today because of who we currently have sitting, but it's something that we keep in mind whenever these positions turn over, that part of the new contracts that are written in, that this is one of the parts of their condition of employment, that we get underneath those positions.
The only thing I'm saying, that it's not part of their condition of employment.
But we can
On
make
the water
it,
department and the sewer department, that's not part of their contract.
but we can make it.
And, what do you do with somebody on vacation? You
That's-
lose use of the truck?
That's the responsibility of the department head. The department head is responsible to make sure that they have coverage for their departments. If the department head does not have coverage, then that's something that he becomes or she becomes responsible for. That's not our responsibility. We write a policy that they're to enforce. If they're not enforcing it, then we take it up with them. If a department head continually allows his employees to take home vehicles when they know they're gonna be on vacation, and we run into instances where that vehicle's not available, well, then we really need to decide whether or not that department head needs to be in that position. And we fire the department head, but we don't
So you
attack the
can't fire the
policy.
department head, sorry, it's
Well,
not,
you not renegotiate, I mean,
It-
but if there are
it doesn't matter.
violations, you put into,
I think that terms and conditions of
Mayor
employment,
Menino has had to address this sort of thing
absolutely.
on a number of occasions. Mass general law is very specific about converting public assets to personal use. You can't write a contract that allows the conversion of public property to personal use.
Who would
If
write that
it's in
contract?
an existing contract, that contract cannot be enforced,
Well,
because it violates the basic tenet of the law that says you can't convert.
Well, the good news is we don't have those contracts.
Okay.
So
Then we
we're-
have nothing to
So
negotiate.
the only thing we have to negotiate is with the union employees they've been conducting a practice, and we have to say that we are not going to continue with that practice.
Precisely.
The other employees, with the two departures in the DPW administration, we don't have contracts with them, so, Peter's right. The next superintendent's gonna come in and look at, is gonna abide by the policy and hopefully provide some recommendations, but, again, if the board's, actually, it's my desire too. I don't want any family members in a vehicle either. I think that goes against our insurance policy and in the overall tenet of, public funds and what that's used for. We can do that, and we can do it in this as well, but if a union employee doesn't abide by this, then we have to go through the contract on those progressive discipline matters. So there's no disagreement here. It's just, can't
Yeah,
just fire
no-
someone because
no
of this.
one- no-
because
No,
of
no,
the-
and I'm not,
it's just-
I mean, I'm using that as a but that's the idea. You would start the correct procedures because they're failing to do their job. If they're that loosey-goosey with their department, there are avenues that, hopefully we would
yes.
then pursue and go after, because we can't afford to have somebody who's that irresponsible. But all I'm saying is we don't attack the policy, we go after the person who's not properly enforcing the policy, which is part of their job responsibility.
And there's
So,
more than just one person.
Anyway, I'll sign off on it as it's written, because the silver-tongued fire chief convinced me of
So we're not doing the 1 and/or 2 on that section C. We're leaving the bullets as they remain. That's page 2 in your draft.
I would just recommend that we consider moving it down
Leave
to
it as it
15
is.
miles.
Leave it as it is.
Would you ascertain moving it to 15 miles? Because they have a 15-minute rule?
15 miles in 15 minutes is a mile a minute. That's 60 miles an hour.
Well,
Who
that's
drives
better
six-
than going
who
20
drives
miles
60
in 15 minutes, going 85 miles an hour. I mean,
Joe, help us out.
Okay, now therein is something that you might have to negotiate, because if there's a rotation, a normal rotation of the on-call status, and now you're excluding some people because of a policy, that you're newly adopting, you have to negotiate that.
well, do we know if the current employee that lives in Charlton is within 20 miles, or is it really 20.5 or 21 miles from door to door? Could we already be excluding that employee with a 20-mile mark?
Well,
Our employee's
it doesn't
not an
matter,
emergency responder.
because if the practice has been that you've allowed it this time, then, it's become de facto accepted
No,
by the
it
town.
was permitted as a convenience to the town. It's no longer convenient to the town.
Well, that might be, but it could also be a convenience to the employee too, and those are things that you have to decide.
Well, then the employee may have to go back and file addendums to their IRS tax returns because they didn't properly claim.
That may be, but that's
Yeah, done
not
it.
between us and them, that's between them and the IRS.
I need to follow up with, it's not fair that he's not here, and he and I haven't been able to touch base.
I
So
wish he was.
Let me talk to Red. I mean, I would really hate to lose a good employee over this issue, and so, not that I'm gonna negotiate anything, but at least, get his input. Personnel files in this town aren't that great, but let me try to look in another place to see if there's any employment contract with him or any terms of conditions that says that he has a take-home vehicle. The union route is a more direct route because we just give them notification of the policy we hope to implement and give them a timeline for them to respond to us.
Well, when I said about Red, I just said that the vehicle's sitting there, and he's in Florida. Why can't the vehicle be sitting down at the water department if they need it?
And that was the practice with Irving Priest. When he went away, the vehicle was parked there at Heckler Street.
That's
so-
what I want put in here.
And that's something we can certainly, work out and arrange.
Okay, so you are proposing that we hold this until you have a chance to contact Red?
If that's the only position that you want to remove the benefits of the vehicle, then I can certainly talk to him. I'm trying to think of what's the downside of not implementing this by, say, September 1st. And I'm not really sure there is a downside when he's the only affected position.
I mean, I would also, I mean, looking at the, I would like to see the excluding the fire chief and police chief section removed. Not, I mean, to me, I see it as a similar situation now, not that it's affecting the current employees, but we're looking at a contract that would then allow us, someday down the road, when the two chiefs are currently not with us, to allow us to have this policy, as part of new contracts that are drafted with new chiefs. By removing the word excluding, it doesn't, by keeping it in there, it limits us.
So I disagree. I still say that the provisions of this policy apply to all municipal employees. Okay, if you just ended the sentence there, period. Okay, everyone would be covered, okay?
Correct.
Excluding the fire chief and the police chief.
So the policy does not apply to them because they
Right.
are excluded.
Right,
Right, so why would we want to exclude future chiefs?
because as Peter pointed out, we've got the Strong Chief Act that certainly provides some provisions.
But where are those provisions in writing that it provides for?
Well, I don't think the Strong Chief Act says we have to give them a car to take home. That relates to the chief's authority.
Authority
run the
over his
department.
own equipment in his department, it doesn't apply to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he can exclude himself from his own policy if we keep excluded in here. Not that they would, but they could. So why would we leave that door open if we don't have to?
One might make the argument that the fire chief and the police chief should have access to a vehicle.
And they can put their family in it, take the car wherever they wanna go for.
no.
Well, that's what, but that way, you would be leaving that door open.
Why don't we come back to the next meeting and I'll
And it's
draft
not
up
a bad
something.
door to leave open. If I were the police chief or the fire chief, and you're gonna give me a car, and you say, well, if I wanna go to some meeting in Boston, and my wife's gonna go with me, but I can't take that car, that's fine. So I say, I don't want the car. It's a nuisance. You know, there's no benefit to me. I
Right,
mean,
but
why
if
do
you
I
say
want
he
it?
can have the car, then he takes the car and he takes his wife and they're there, and then he gets a call, so he's driving down Mass Pike going 85 miles an hour.
He would
There's
never
a
do that.
wreck, and his
65
wife is
speed.
now killed, and now the town is being sued for wrongful death of he and his wife by his family that's remaining.
Well, charge wouldn't be a suit for wrongful death. I mean, it doesn't fit that category.
It could be a wrongful death, you don't know
No.
what the circumstances are.
No. But anyway, the point is that there comes a point where you put so many restrictions on something that somebody says,
But I don't
"Yeah,
see it as a
want
restriction,
Yeah.
I just see it as not limiting ourselves. By leaving excluding in, we are limiting ourselves. By removing it, we have all of our doors open. We can then enact the strong chief if we want and not put it in a contract, or we can if we want. It leaves the door open. Why close a door?
How about the provisions of this policy apply to all municipal employees to the extent allowable under Mass General Law? That's all the problem? Or your concern?
I don't have a problem with that.
The thing is that the chief of police and the fire department, they've always had a car. But it's somewhere in there, it would have to say for not for personal use.
Right, that's why we would
Yeah.
remove excluding,
Yeah.
correct? Right. So if we say Mass General Law, and then we get the sections under Procedure B correct, to make sure we have the right general laws there, then we would be covered.
I think we need a fourth reading.
So what I'm hearing, you don't want the police or fire chief to have any passengers, family members, I should say family members in their vehicle. You don't want them to use it for any incidental stop to and from their home, to work, and so forth.
Well, the reason I'm laughing is because one of the programs I watch religiously, because there's nothing else to watch, is Bonnie Miller and Sheriff, what's his name? And they're always taking their girlfriends on the date, they go to the movies, they take, citizens to get their laundry and so forth.
There was a lot of things we did in the past that we wouldn't do now.
Okay.
Past didn't look that bad to me.
Mayberry, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We'd like to move on to item C, out of respect for Dave and his neck brace. Request to reinstate health insurance by the tree warden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a follow-up to the board's request at the last meeting, we made a phone call today to the Department of Revenue explaining our situation and inquiring as to whether or not Mass General Law allows for an appointed official who works far less than 20 hours a week to be included upon the town's health insurance. The answer that we got, this being from Jim Crowley of the Department of Revenue, was basically no. There is no mechanism available for us to carry people that are not termed as an employee under Chapter 32B, Section 2. He unfortunately did not offer us any ability to do so. And just as a point of clarification, I did also have the same discussion with town council. I didn't ask for a written opinion, but I asked him more if he saw anything within Mass General Law that would allow us to continue this practice. And he has no solution to that either. So, I mean, if we wish to be doing this, first of all, we're not following Mass General Law, number one, and number two, even, you can make the argument, well, we've been doing it for all these years through, whether it was through oversight or previous design, but, my question to the board would be at that point, if we are going to attempt to do so for one employee who works under 20 hours, would you not be liable to do it for everybody else who's in the same position? So that's pretty much why Mass General Law is set up the way it is, to allow basically tell cities and towns what you can and cannot do. And in this case, under 20 hours, we don't have the authority to.
Well, it's not so much that we've been doing something, quote, all these years, because until recently, until the adoption of the charter, it was an elected position.
Correct.
And elected positions, that's not an issue. You can do that. I agree with the analysis, but I thought what we're going to think about is, because we have a tree warden, that we need a tree warden. In fact, somebody called me Sunday night about a tree problem over at the Crown and Eagle. We have a tree warden who took a job getting $400 in salary, but coupled with it health benefits. And now we're taking away the health benefits, which is really why he took the job. So the question is, what are we going to do? Are we going to make an adjustment in salary, hoping he'll stay, or try to find somebody who will do the work for $400 with no health insurance?
I guess the question that comes up is, when was he last reappointed, and when does the current appointment run through?
I don't know.
It's a 3-year appointment, I have to grab my.
I requested information from Kim, but I didn't know she was, I didn't know she wasn't available today to answer. I think the question is, he wasn't reappointed in 2008 or 2007.
What he's accomplished each of 4 years?
Yeah.
Do you really,
What?
do you really need a tree warden, or could that function be performed by somebody in DPW?
Well,
Which was a suggestion that was
you need to
made.
find out, you need to look at, what he does, as far as when the power company cuts trees and so forth, and all those things. It's a question, I don't know. I do know he's not a report writer. He's not gonna sit down and spend 20 hours glorifying his work, so I can understand a de minimis report for a town meeting, or town book.
I did some more Mass General Law reading. Chapter 41, Section 106 talks about the tree warden appointment and term. And I guess you have that section? Cool. All right, Mike. The one thing that stood out to me in it is that it says that it's an appointment of 3 years, but it also says that, hold on, such tree warden shall be qualified by training and experience in the field of arboricultural and licensed with the Department of Food and Agriculture in accordance with the provisions of Section 10 of Chapter 132B. The term of such appointment shall be for 3 years. And then I looked up that section, and it says that under the Section 132B, Section 10, each certification and licensed issued pursuant to this section shall be valid only for the individual to whom it is issued, may not be transferred, and shall not continue in force or effect after the death of the individual to whom it was issued. All certifications and licenses shall be for a period not to exceed 1 year, unless sooner revoked or suspended. So my first question would be, is he current? And is he considered even a tree warden within the definition of Mass General Law, because has he kept up with his certificates?
I'll answer the easier question first. His appointment expires in 2008, so it's June 30th, 2008. So he has not been reappointed yet.
Okay,
He'll
so he's
serve-
outside of his appointment term.
He's outside of it. I have to check his personnel file to make sure that there's the appropriate licenses. And then in other towns I've worked in, they've assigned the DPW director as the tree warden who's gone through the training. The other town, the DPW director lived in town, and I'm not sure if he was elected and then just became appointed, because sometimes that's how it happens with DPW directors as well.
And I guess one question that was posed to me, when you look at, I mean, there aren't all that great number of trees cut down, 7 in 1 year, 8 in another, 8, 15. The disposition of the wood, is there a lottery whereby townspeople who want firewood can throw their name in the hat and get their name picked? Or, you know, how does he determine the
Usually, if they cut a
disposition?
tree down in front of your house, they would ask you if you want the wood. If you do, fine. If not, they'll either find somebody else who wants it or arrange to take it away. As I mentioned before, one year he cut down a number of very large pine trees, I mean, this big, and he had no place to put them. So he called me and asked me if I wanted them for the sawmill, but they're front yard trees, and I would never put a front yard tree on the sawmill because they're full of nails and spikes and so forth, so. But I just put them on my compost pile, and, you know, so you have a problem sometime getting rid of trees. If it's oak or something, maple, in times like these, there's always 10 people that want to take the wood, not the branches necessarily, which you still have to get disposed of, but, you know, the good stuff.
And is he the one, it doesn't mention in here, but who monitors the harvesting of trees in the town forest?
I
I mean,
think,
theoretically,
yes.
you mentioned that's where any townsperson that's in need of wood can go and
Go,
cut wood.
right.
Yeah,
So
that-
who monitors the harvesting of wood?
I don't think we've been doing that. The town forest is, if you know where it is.
No.
It's hilly and it's like the Rocky Mountains. It's quite difficult to get in there and get wood.
Oh, a pair of donkeys, I could borrow your donkey.
When somebody harvests wood with lots of acreage, you know, they usually hire a forester who arranges for the cutting and, you know, you have to file with the DEP and so on and so forth and whatnot. When I harvest wood, I go with my backhoe and chainsaw, and that's the end of it.
Well, we recently changed the way that we handle the conservation agent position, or the hay bale counter, as you prefer to call it. And we outsource that to a company that is going to provide those types of services. You know, what we're talking about, 15, 20 trees per year max, right? We've already identified last meeting, you know, what the cost and benefits are for this position. You know, I would throw it out there, are there other options available for this position as well, similar to what we did for the conservation agent? Just someone calls with a tree issue,
Yeah.
you know, outsource having the tree taken down.
We used to, the tree warden used to also plant trees, too. But recently, because we don't have any money, we haven't been planting trees.
2, 3, and 4.
Right, I mean, it depends on the size of the tree, too, that you're planting.
Yeah.
A lot of places provide them for free. You can write in and ask for samplings to be sent to you, and, you know, those
Well,
could be the
These are maples,
trees.
he's been planting maples 2 at a time, 3 in 1 year.
But I understand what you're saying. I guess my question is he the one who, I mean, because some of these trees, I mean, is he the one who physically is taking down the tree, or is the DPW
No, he
already
doesn't-
the one cutting the
He doesn't
tree?
physically take down the tree. The trees are trimmed either by a contractor hired by the power company or the telephone company, whichever the case may be. If there are roadside trees that don't interfere with the power lines, and for some reason, then he would again, contract with somebody to come and cut them down, but he would supervise it and make sure it's done.
Supposed to have a public hearing and notification. That hasn't happened in a while either.
For the contract. So we're not using the DPW.
DPW.
Right now, in emergency cases.
They've done some work when it's the smaller trees on town-owned property, and they've chipped them on site.
Because they're clearing right now. Who's doing the work on the way to Good Shepherd? Who's clearing they're cutting trees on, sorry, I don't know the name of that road.
Linwood Street?
Is that the street? A couple of weeks ago, they had the trucks out there, and they were cutting branches along the side and cleaning up the trees.
Not that I saw.
I thought it was the DPW doing that. They were wearing the orange shirts.
Again, I'll just ask a question. Does it make more sense financially for the town to invest in certification or training for someone in the DPW rather than having this be a separate position?
Depending on, an arboricultural, I would think that at minimum would be $75 an hour consulting fee with probably a 4-hour minimum to come out and consult on an issue. Given our.
No, an existing, not to contract it out, but to have an existing employee assume this function.
No, right, I understand, I'm
As-
just
as
giving,
Joan
right,
indicated,
if you
some
didn't
other
give it to the
towns, right.
DPW and you did, like you had mentioned, we contracted out for the conservation position. If we did that, just based on the numbers of what was provided in 2007, taking the salary divided by 19, because 19 things were done. 15 trees were trimmed, 1 butt log, 1 tree planted, and 2 trees planted. That came out to 19. I just did some rough figures. It would come out to $943 allocated per tree, whereas last year, only 13 trees were attended to.
It's $1,500 a tree.
And that was almost $1,400 a tree. So I would argue that just because you don't know in a given year, I think it would be most cost effective for the town to license somebody within one of our existing departments. And
No.
maybe conservation.
You only work 2 days a week.
The conservation people don't do the conservation work. They
They would fall
contract
under
that out.
DPW.
So.
Okay. I just throw
They
that as
don't even
another.
look at hay bales.
What about the Medicare issue? I thought that was gonna be an issue with the tree warden, and they were supposed to find out if he's eligible for Medicare
Well,
or Medicaid.
he
Medicare.
would be
He does have,
he does because
Medicare.
of his,
yes.
but that's separate from the town.
The issue in front of us is, we've been counseled that we can't legally provide healthcare under the way we've been doing it. Okay? So that's off the table.
Right,
So,
And he hasn't been reappointed to this position.
right. So he's
Right.
not even officially
So
the
he's
tree
not even-
warden.
He's not the tree warden at this point in time.
so the discussion this board needs to have is whether we want to fund the position to allow suitable increase in salary so he can then buy his own benefits, or find some other alternative for
Well,
removing and planting trees.
I
Yeah,
did.
I mean, the
right.
amount of work that's done in any given year, if we made him a 20-hour-a-week employee, what would he be doing with all that time?
I don't know. Well, unless you also raised the amount of money you gave him to plant trees and do things, then
Can't do any more.
what you gonna do? You're just paying him a salary.
And just to do 20 hours at the minimum rate of $8, and him contributing 25% to his health insurance and the town picking up 75%, plus the additional cost of FICA and Social Security the town would have to pay, we're looking at a salary of about $23,000. So currently, we're gonna even.
Isn't budgeted for FY08.
Exactly, right, so we're gonna have to go and then ask for about $4,100 to $4,200 additional dollars just to fund the position for this year.
And what we're saying is,
Right,
we're
I'm
gonna
just-
pay,
right,
we're gonna
I'm-
pay you the salary, now go out and find work to do.
Right,
Because
exactly.
up until now, you haven't really done much of anything.
No grants have been submitted. I mean, and it's because of the amount of time that he has available for the position, and that's not his forte. He's the on-site inspection, does a great job at that.
Right, and we don't even
But
know.
he doesn't wield the chainsaw.
No. And we don't even know if he
Can tell a beetle
qualifies
from
as a tree warden according to Mass General Law, because we don't know
Well, I
if
don't
he
know
holds
if
the
he
current
wields a
certifications.
chainsaw. I mean, you know, I wouldn't expect that he would be cutting down enormous trees, but beyond that, I don't know.
Can we put out like maybe there's somebody in the DPW who already has the educational background as an arboricultural?
I think the process would need to be, because it's a reorganization in a way. If we're eliminating the position of tree warden and incorporating that into another position in DPW, I have to give you 30 days notice, and we can have a hearing to discuss it, and I can say who we think would be assigned that job or whatever. But the issue right now is, an easy way, not the best way, but the easy way is I just don't reappoint him as the tree warden, and then the whole health insurance issue is off the table, and he gets COBRA'd like a departing employee. But he's specifically appealed to you as the Board of Selectmen, who does have some authority under MGL Chapter 32B, health insurance, to say, if you want me to increase this position to a 20-hour a week, and you sponsor an article to have funding allocated, then that's what I can do. Otherwise, it's status quo. He can continue to serve if he's interested, he just won't be eligible for health insurance.
But he can only continue to serve if he's reappointed.
Right.
And then we also, under the being reappointed, according to we would also have to certify that he's up on his current certifications to actually qualify for a position of tree warden.
That would be a condition of his reappointment.
Does he know he's not reappointed?
No, I haven't done anything until,
Okay, as far as he knows, he's still the tree warden.
how we've done it in the past is.
You
if
serve until
you
you're
serve
notified?
until, yeah,
Okay,
you're notified.
a successor is appointed. Okay, so we do have a tree warden, I guess.
If he still wants to do
Unless
it.
it's you, I don't want, you know, I don't know.
So, thoughts, I mean,
I'm not inclined, under the present circumstances, to vote yes on reinstating health insurance.
okay, and the only way we could do that would be to.
Reappoint him
Reappoint
And
and
make the
then-
position a 20-hour-a-week position.
Make it
and
right.
verify that he has the certifications.
Or the alternative would be to make the appointment, and not with the understanding that he won't be eligible for the town's health insurance, but making some kind of adjustment in the salary.
Right, and then
Where he
wouldn't we
could-
have to go to town meeting and ask for, we'd have to write a warrant article because we don't have the funding. We're going to be, just to do the simplest version, we're gonna be
Because the
$4,100 short.
The amount funded for that position was $400, right?
Right.
Right.
Right, but because the healthcare number actually was kind of buried in with all the other healthcare
Yes,
numbers.
yeah, but the amount, that's not a
It's still
salary
not enough.
allocation.
Right.
The salary allocation was $400.
Right. I mean, but the reality of it is that it's cost the town more than $400 a year.
Yes,
It's
Cost
just,
us.
there was only one line item
that's correct.
that was broken out separately for this department.
Yeah.
So the reality of it is that the town has spent whatever, 16 grand a year, whatever, benefits cost.
Yeah.
17,900.
Yeah, but we've only just, seen a ledger item for $400.
Yeah. Theoretically, whatever his health insurance cost was, it's already allocated in the health insurance budget. But you can't use that to pay somebody because you can't transfer it from expense to, without town meeting vote.
Right. You'd have to transfer it from town meeting.
Yes.
Right.
Right, to a
and ask
salary
for
line
additional
item.
money.
Right.
Unless you wanted to just transfer the amount that we already allocate for health insurance, which might be more than you
But-
want to pay. So-
Right, but, I mean, it's still, I mean, under a 75% contribution, him paying still 25% of his health insurance, you're going to be short almost $4,200 in the amount that we have to pay under 75%. So you would have to have him pay a higher percentage of his health insurance to get that number down if you didn't want to have to ask for additional money.
25 wouldn't be, 25, 75 wouldn't be part of the computation because he won't be part of the town's health
Right,
insurance.
right.
He'd be going
No,
through the connector or for
Yes.
some
Yeah, right.
other
Yes.
methodology.
Yes.
And what we would be doing is funding him
That's
enough in the
correct.
position so he could go out and buy
That's
the health
correct.
insurance. Because he can't
Oh, I
fund through us.
see what you're saying. You're not talking about making him a 20-hour
No,
week.
no,
Okay, I'm
it's a
sorry.
salaried position
Right,
at
right,
X.
right. Gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha,
Okay, he
gotcha.
can apply X to buy insurance through the connector or
Yes.
through some other.
With no specified hours, same as it was before. He's a
Right.
tree warden, subject to doing whatever he's supposed to do.
But
I
even to
mean-
come up with X, we would need to have a town meeting article to transfer
Yes.
the money
Correct.
Yes.
from the benefit allocation to
Yeah.
the salary line item. Okay. So what are the
But-
thoughts of the board?
I mean, I personally could not support that just based on the amount of work that he's currently doing. I mean, that means for each call out, just based on the current figures, I mean, it's almost $1,400.
But,
It would
you know,
be-
my only concern with that, though, is that the right metric to evaluate his performance by? Like, is all he do,
It might
the
be
only thing he ever does is
next
just
guy.
cuts down a tree or he plants a tree, otherwise, he's not doing anything. I don't know enough about that
And I don't either. so I
position to
can't- I
say,
can't
well,
help you
no,
with
he
that.
also made 52 site visits to inspect trees, and of those 52 site visits, determined that 12 needed to come down, okay? So, it wasn't $892 per tree, it was, well, you know, $162 per site visit or something like, I mean, you know what I mean? I just don't know that that's the entire metric that you need to evaluate that position by.
So for tonight, excuse me, for tonight,
Yep.
you're not approving his appeal for health insurance.
I don't
And then
think we can.
Either
yeah.
at a future meeting, you can decide if you want to sponsor an article to increase the salary to cover whatever costs tonight. I just won't do anything with the
Increase the
appointment.
salary.
Just for the record, I spoke with him this afternoon. He wasn't aware that he was on the agenda tonight, so.
What we should do is, can we get a better accounting of what the job entails on a day-to-day basis? Because, you know, just based on those numbers, I'm with you 100%, Cari, that, you know, I don't think that level of activity warrants, you know, the discussions that we're having. However, there may be a much bigger picture there than,
I think he
What
should,
source
I
of
think he should be
information may
here.
be, I'm not sure, but the police department, the fire department, because, you know, when you have storms and things,
Yeah, right.
they might be able to help you on that score. And also talk to him, because
Yes.
I know that when the power companies do the trimming work and so forth, he has to go out and
right.
check, so.
I think he should be here before we make any decision, really.
Yeah, sure. Can you circle back with him?
Sure,
Before our next
yeah, he was
meeting?
here today. I didn't know
Okay.
he wasn't aware of it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take the rest of the day off, would you? Nice. All right, under new business, item A, bylaw review committee appointment, Merle Lawler. We have a letter in our packet from Merle, and it's asking for appointment to the bylaw review committee.
She had sent the letter. I had not met with her. I believe she was aware of the meeting tonight, so.
Okay.
Her letter basically denotes her interest. We're
Mhm.
actually really happy that people are interested in serving
Sure.
on any committee, and she seems very enthusiastic about the bylaw committee, and that's one of the Board of Selectmen's appointments.
Okay.
I move that we appoint Merle Lawler to the bylaw review committee.
Second.
For a 3-year term?
We have bylaw as an ad hoc committee, so there's no term expiration on it.
And we can make up 3-year appointments, so just want to specify that.
Yeah, appointed for a 3-year position on the bylaw review committee.
At home, she's going 3 years.
But it saves us having to do this again, that's all. Right. Okay. Is there a second?
I already seconded it.
Okay, well, that's an amendment. Comfortable with the amendment?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right, any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Having had the opportunity to look in some detail at the work product of the existing heretofore bylaw review committee, as you know, what was presented to town meeting as simply a repackaging, recodification, and so forth was phony baloney, to put it bluntly. And I know, Bruce, I spoke with you.
Yes.
Because we were told that the ZBA was the prime mover of the zoning bylaw changes. But
Right.
according to what you said, they presented to you the changes, and there was no comparison with what we had previously and so forth. That recodification is, I don't know if you've read it or not, but it's crazy. It's idiotic.
Somehow,
For
what you
instance,
said got missed.
they list various uses, and then they have columns of the various zones, whether you can use them or not. Well, earth removal is listed as an industrial use. It could be, but generally is not an industrial use. But then if you look at where it's allowed, it's not allowed in the industrial zone. Now, that's kind of dumb. Accessory uses are defined, but nowhere are accessory uses allowed. In 2 cases, we had proposed amendments to the zoning bylaws made at previous town meetings, rejected by the voters. But then the bylaw review committee surreptitiously inserted them into their so-called recodification without attribution, without any indication that these things are changes. We talked earlier about, Howard talked about the cable business, where the contract says they're supposed to give us 4.25% of gross annual revenues. Well, I noticed on my bill, it's not 4.25% of gross annual revenues. And I looked at the contract, the cable contract, said gross annual revenues. Very simple to understand, not hard language. When I talked to, or called the person to charter, he was very definite. He said, no, it just refers to cable revenues, cable television revenues. So I said, wait a minute, there's something wrong here, because gross annual revenues is very specific. So I said, I came in here and looked at the whole contract, and the first thing I checked for were definitions. And that's where they did it, under definite. They defined gross annual revenue as
Just cable.
meaning just cable. So if you remember the last town meeting, the May town meeting, my ears perked up when Megan said, oh, we added some 50 definitions, as though that was a nice thing to do. And I said at that time, when you add definitions, you're making substantive changes, because unless you define something to be other than what it normally is, it's taken at its normal usage. So gross annual revenue would mean gross annual revenues from Uxbridge operations. But they defined it as something different. And that's what the bylaw review committee did in a number of instances in their so-called recodification, repackaging. We just lifted it from this and put it over here, but we didn't make any changes. So this is one of those situations where the board has a tendency of making appointments, giving people no specific charge, saying, this is what we want you to do, and we want you to come back every month or every 2 months and show us what you're doing and how it relates to what we asked you to do. We don't do that. We just appoint people, and a year later they come back and look at all these pages. Oh, we've done a lot of hard work. And, oh, great, they've done hard work, and we go along with it. That's not a way to get good business. I will be submitted a petition article to rescind that vote. In my estimation, the Board of Selectmen should do that, but I don't think you're going to, so I'm getting a petition article
You know,
together to
the
do that.
last time you brought it up, I made the comment that rescinding the entire recodification is excessive. There are things in there that I can agree with you should not have gone in there. And I could see the Board of Selectmen sponsoring an article to make some changes, to bring it back in line to where we think it should be. But to throw the whole thing out, I think is a bit excessive.
Well, I appreciate that, Mike.
So we would work with you.
But I have read it very carefully. Now, their fundamental mindset was wrong, because they began by saying, unless something is specifically allowed in our pre-existing bylaws, you can't do it. Well, that's just simply not true. Our bylaws were not that way. Our bylaws listed the various zones, and in 2 pages, you could look up your zone and know what's allowed and what not. And it wasn't at all that we have, the specific thing you want to do has to be mentioned. No! In the business zone, any of the usual and customary wholesale or retail stores catering to the shopping needs of the residential population. That's a broad category.
Okay.
Then it gave examples. It said, such as, and the same thing with the industrial zone and so forth. The people we have had driving this thing do not know what they're talking about.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on the table to
10 times
appoint.
more work to
Peter,
do it
please.
your way than to just get rid
Peter,
of it and go back.
you've editorialized enough, Peter. Peter, you've editorialized enough. We've got a motion and a second on the table to appoint Merle Lawler to the Bylaw Review Committee. I'd like to call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay,
No.
it's 3-2.
Just for the record, it was the zoning ZBA, when Bruce was on it, that put forth these bylaw amendments. The zoning bylaw, it wasn't the bylaw committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to note the reason why I did not vote in the affirmative on that, because I guess I'm a little confused as to why we're appointing somebody to the Bylaw Review Committee when, according to the ZBA meeting on August 20th, they're planning to put a warrant article on to make additional changes to the zoning bylaws as they exist in the recodification. And so that's already in the process with the ZBA, so why would we be appointing anybody else to the zoning bylaw review committee?
It's a standing committee. We've all seen, bylaws or warrant articles pass and fail. So, it's conjecture whether, anything that's put forward will, pass or fail at this point. We've already heard of a petition article that's pending to rescind the existing bylaws, and I would assume go back to the prior bylaws. But we have a standing committee that we've had a citizen express interest in. So I certainly would welcome that involvement. If the charge of that committee changes, and it very well could, depending on the town meeting action that's taken or whatever, then this board is free at any point to revisit that charge.
This is not only the zoning bylaws, it's real bylaws.
Also, I have nothing against
Right.
Mrs. Lawler. It's just that
Right, no.
the whole
right,
idea
Right,
is
that's my point. I mean,
anathema.
I guess it's a clarification, because we just approved somebody to a board that's already before the ZBA, and that was my confusion.
Yeah. And certainly it's not a
So we may want to look at the charge of that committee, as I think what Peter was trying to say,
Yeah.
is that we should relook at the charge of that committee.
I've heard, through the grapevine of a couple other, changes that are gonna be brought via citizen petition as well, so. The big picture is, we have a standing committee that is charged with bylaw review. The charge is not yet complete as originally written, is my understanding, and, so, we've got another member on that committee. She'll have to be, obviously, sworn in, right?
Yes.
For that, so, okay. So I'd like to at least, extend our thanks to her for stepping forward. All right, next item, Cable Advisory Committee appointment, Bill Kessler. See Bill in the audience. Do you want to? Do you want to introduce yourself to the community, for the people, the 3 or 4 people that don't know you already?
I'm Bill Kessler from 701 Douglas Street. I am an employee of the town and the fire department, as well as a local business owner. Which, the employee of the town, I had asked Kim, before you make this appointment, just for clarification, I think a few years ago, the Board of Selectmen voted on the public employee committees. Because as an employee of the town, I don't believe you're allowed to serve on committees. I don't know if, Howard, if you were on the.
It was special town employee status is the.
Right,
thing
and
that comes into play.
I believe the Board of Selectmen voted to make all committees but the Finance Committee, special employee committees. I mentioned it to Kim when I gave you my application, just to make sure that we were okay on that.
I think I remember, I was on the board when that was done. I remember that.
It was, and one of the things that prompted it was some guy who worked for the school department who was on the cable committee. His last name was Lane.
David Lane.
David.
Okay,
I had a guy working for me named Bill Lane. I
Okay.
didn't get the name right.
okay.
But anyway, that went through as a special employee, and as I remembered, the Board of Selectmen agreed for all committees except for the Finance Committee.
Right, and I believe that might have been why I had to leave the FinCom at the time.
Yes,
The charter.
yes, because the charter says, or we passed a bylaw,
Right,
as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
For the charter, that finance committee members cannot otherwise be members of
Right.
it.
If we make this point, we should just make it just contingent upon confirmation that that is indeed the case. I'm like 99% sure as well that we're
I
okay
don't think
there.
she saw anything, but if that comes up, then.
okay, and that's fine.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What is it you think the Cable Advisory Committee is supposed to do?
Well, I see that the renewal of the cable contract coming up, which is what piqued my interest when I saw that there was an opening to help go through that process. I've spoken with the chairman of the Cable Advisory Committee. I know I think he's here tonight to try and get the charge from the Board of Selectmen to bring forward to that committee.
Are you aware that when the last time the Insurance Advisory Committee negotiated the contract, the second 10 years, the one we're in now,
Insurance advisory?
No, the
No.
cable,
Oh, you said
Cable
insurance,
Advisory
okay.
Committee,
wrong committee.
that they reduced the senior discount from 20% to 10%? Were you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of it.
And at the same time, in that contract, as Howard asked what coverage they have in the town, they specifically inserted in the contract certain streets that they are not required to cover. There is a criteria, so many houses per mile and such thing, but the contract said this street, and this street are out, you don't have to cover them.
Right, I mean, I've heard a lot of complaints regarding the cable service, and I did speak with Rick, and I believe it's the intention of their committee, as they go through the renewal process, to hold, I don't know if you want to call it hearings or open forums for people, residents to come in and give the committee the feedback. I would certainly be in favor of that. I mean, I'm not one who's going to blindly go into it to negotiate a contract that, you know, we're representing 12,000 people in the town of Uxbridge.
Is it your thought that the Cable Advisory Committee would be the committee that's going to negotiate the contract?
I'm not sure, and that would be the charge. You know, and that may be part of what Rick's going to talk to you about. At a minimum, we should be getting into the details of the issues and understanding them, so that we can come back to, if the board's the ultimate, I believe the ultimate one who's going to sign the contract, either the board or town manager, wherever the charter states.
But what the history is, as you know, if we set up a committee to do something, they do it, and then they come back and say, we've done a lot of work on this. And the board automatically, you know, pretty much goes along with it. And I'm not sure that process serves the town well. We are elected to represent the people of Uxbridge, and I think we have a responsibility to discharge that duty. And if we don't feel up to doing it, then maybe we shouldn't have asked for the job. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't set up a committee to provide technical advice and so on and so forth. But whether we should hand over to an advisory committee the negotiation of a contract is something that I would hope we would discuss a little bit in greater detail.
And I mean, I see that as part of your charge as well. How far do you want the
Yes.
committee to go with that?
Yes.
You know, my opinion that the committee would be somewhat set up as your relationship with the town manager and the unions that you negotiate with. I mean, I believe the parameters for the negotiating that she does with the unions are arrived by this board. And
Hopefully.
well, I mean, that's the process that should be in place, and I see somewhat similar. I mean, I don't think the committee should be going out and binding the town without coming back through the Board of Selectmen.
Nor can they, but, right. And I mean, just as a reminder to everyone here, is that if each of us, or any of us has a particular interest in any committee, we're not prohibited, you know, unlike FinCom, who, you know, can only be on FinCom, or I think the registrars, who can only be registrars. I mean, members of this board, if you wanted to participate in Cable Advisory Committee, are certainly, you know, welcome to do that, you know. And Brady, Bruce, you were on it until just recently, you resigned.
Right, I'll put all my work towards selectmen.
Right, but had you so chosen, there's nothing prohibiting you from continuing on as your service there. So, you know, that might be one way for you to address your concerns. It's certainly a topic that you're keenly interested in.
I would not want to be on the committee. Bruce, how long were you on the Cable Advisory Committee?
Probably about 2 months.
Oh, just a
We
short time.
just started, it just started.
Well, no, we've had that committee for a long time.
I know, but I'm saying a new committee.
There were no active members.
No active members. Okay. Gee, maybe that was a good thing.
So, I mean, you do have the opportunity, though, if you wanted to serve, certainly, so.
Yeah, one of my questions tonight was going to be, what is the Board of Selectmen's expectations of the committee? But in talking with Rick, I think
Well, how many
he's
members
brought
do we
that.
have now?
There are 2 now?
No, it's more than that.
Yeah, Bill would be the fifth,
Okay.
replacing Bruce,
Okay.
and that's Rick in the audience.
Yep. Okay. Have a motion?
I move that we appoint Bill Kessler to the Cable Advisory Committee, subject to confirmation that there's no conflict.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
I'm going to abstain, but don't draw any adverse inference, because I think that before we have a committee, or concurrent with having a committee, that committee members have some idea of what it is expected of them. Otherwise, I don't know what you do when you sit down and meet.
Which is a great segue for our next agenda item,
There
which
you
is
go.
discussion of Cable Advisory Committee charge. Okay. So, Rick? I don't think we've met, so.
Rick
welcome
Natter,
to- Welcome to
Chairman.
the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome to the hornet's nest.
So, we've had a little turnover. I think Bruce and Karen kind of got the ball rolling a few months back, and then I joined. Then we lost Bruce. We picked up 2 more members, and we're starting to get some traction, and would like to get the charge from the Board of Selectmen we're eager to get going and want to get your okay on what exactly you want us to do. So the board, or the committee came up with, I guess, a proposed list of what we thought you might want us to be doing. Most of those were taken out of recommendations from Department of Telecommunications and Energy put out I can send this to you if you want. It's kind of an outline of traditionally in the state what that committee would be charged with doing.
For the benefit of people who might be watching at home, did you just want to read through the proposal that the committee has brought to the board relative to the charge?
Yep. Not in any particular order. Inform and educate the public about cable television service. Assess the cable needs of the community and recommend policy changes. conduct regular meetings with cable company representatives to discuss matters of mutual interest, report to the IA, which is the issuing authority, which would be the Board of Selectmen, on company compliance with the license, supervise the company's response to complaints and respond to citizens' questions regarding the cable system, keep abreast of community programming issues, seek out and subsequently negotiate contracts with cable operators in the best interest of the town of Uxbridge, oversees the day-to-day operation of PEG in concert with the PEG coordinator and other subsequent staff. This would include budget requests, studio space, staff management, technical issues, and any other topics as they arise.
I think you left off one. Did you read develop policies?
Oh, sorry. Develop policies and operating procedures for PEG access TV in concert with the issuing authority. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yeah,
a question.
sure.
Does this committee have a budget? Or do
No.
they have, no, okay.
I guess on community programming issues, I wonder if we're ever going to fall into the problem Northbridge is having with suddenly finding X-rated cable productions.
That could be a problem.
I think that really is where the develop policies and operating procedures item got on there.
How is Northbridge working through that one?
I don't know anybody on that committee, so I haven't got any firsthand knowledge, just from reading newspapers as you have. It sounds like they're kind of going back and forth with the, free speech versus, censorship debate. And
Exactly.
from what I've read, they haven't exactly come up with a solution to that problem. I know that Northbridge also isn't the first community to have
Oh, really?
this type of problem, yeah.
And won't be the last, I can assure you.
I mean, our late night fare is old B-class black and white horror flicks.
Dr. Dreck.
Dr. Dreck, yes.
Rick, did they ever put they were talking about putting a survey on the website, Uxbridge website, about complaints people have, or do they like their cable programming and
Yeah.
price and discounts?
We've come up with a couple of draft surveys, and discussed different ways of conducting the survey. But again, we really don't want to go forward with anything until, we get the Board of Selectmen to,
Okay.
tell us exactly what they want us to do, because that might not be something that,
If you want a survey, just go to the supermarket and ask anybody about cable, and they'll be happy to tell you. The complaints primarily revolve around, well, in the reading file, there's a letter from Charter that they're moving this
Saw that.
channel from analog to digital and so on and so forth, none of which we have control over. None of which. They decide what's going to be in our basket, and that's a lousy way to operate,
Right.
a lousy way to operate.
I know you're looking at different companies, too.
I mean, certainly, if you were to delegate some or all the negotiation of the contract to the committee, and since I joined, I've been approached by just about everybody you can imagine, telling me how much issues they have, and some of the issues can probably be resolved, some might not be able to, just, like you said, there's no way we can have control over different tiers and bundles and.
Well, you can negotiate anything. You can't tell them what their charge is going to be. You can't tell them what programs they're going to offer. But certainly in the negotiation process, because as part of it, you're supposed to survey community needs. And you'd be hard-pressed to find people in the community to say, yes, I'm very happy with Charter deciding what I'm going to get for my money, instead of saying, I want to decide what I want to pay for, and not have Charter decide what I'm gonna pay for. So, and you can press those negotiations. Another fundamental thing we need to address is the issue of PEG access. We're not required to have PEG access. If we want it, we do have the authority to say, yes, you must supply channels, and we're authorized to add on to the bill up to 5%. It's 4.25% because the cable company says we incur an expense in providing the channels and some of the other things that we do. And they say, well, that's 0.75%. That's where the 4.25% comes from. But we can decide, for instance, you know, no one uses cable more than I do. But I don't think it's fair, I don't think it's right that people be forced to pay so I can have a television camera and a cameraman at my disposal. We don't have to do that. We could say, if you want to be on PEG access, no problem. Get a video camera, put it up and say what you want to say, and give us the tape or the DVD and we'll play it. And if we did that, the amount we would ask to be added onto the bill would be less than the 4.25%. If you write a letter to the editor, you don't call the paper and say, send the stenographer down. I want to dictate a letter. They said, take a hike. You write the letter, send it to us, and we'll print it. Those are the things we need to talk about. Should we be spending thousands of dollars for teleprompters at the school studio? You know, now I hear from Dan at the school, well, there's an education component. I say, fine, no problem. Come to the school committee and say, you know, I can support spending X number of dollars to buy teleprompters, and that'll help the kids with their public speaking or something, and see if we agree to it. But that shouldn't necessarily be part of what we charge to PEG access. And the idea of studio, the way we have it set up now, we have this money coming in, and it just is $400,000. So we're looking for ways to spend it. At the same time, we're telling the senior center, you have to close on Friday because we don't have any money. It just doesn't make sense. But we need to think about those things and come to a reasoned, balanced decision, because we decide what burden we're going to impose on the people of Uxbridge, on the subscribers of Uxbridge. That's our decision.
The problem with that argument, I'm one that constantly harassed Barry for the absence of teleprompters, because when I learned video and doing video presentations, I learned with a teleprompter rather than having to shuffle pieces of paper. It was a lot easier to sit there and work the mouse to control the speed of the scroll and the teleprompter. And I became quite accustomed to that. And I thought when I got
So didn't Barack
here,
Obama.
well,
I could get used to it myself.
the issue though, when I got here, I said, Barry, where are the teleprompters? These are simple pieces of equipment. Yeah, they cost a couple of $1,000, but they make the process a lot easier and a lot smoother as you go through it. I mean, when you look at any news program and you see the newsreader turning a piece of paper, they're not looking at that piece of, it's probably blank, they're looking at the teleprompter.
Yes.
But they're turning a piece of paper because old-timers like you expect to see them have a piece of paper in front of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mike, that what you say is absolutely right. Absolutely right. It is easier. If you like, it's very convenient. But the question is it fair to the people of Uxbridge to say, we are going to force you to pay this money so that I can have the convenience of a teleprompter, and at the same time, we're telling you the senior center is closed on Friday? You see? That's the decision.
Yeah, but, okay, the other pet peeve that you have is what the vehicle that they want to put together. Now, when you put together your video up at Grey Rock, wouldn't that have gone a lot better if you had had a mobile studio out there?
Absolutely.
Well, then, Peter.
Absolutely. It'd be nicer if I could have the mobile studio come to my house and do the video. That way, instead of going to the school and having the bell go off every 15 minutes, yes, it would be nice. But, you see, I cannot use my position on the Board of Selectmen to force the people of Uxbridge to pay for something that I think is nice. I can't do that.
But you're not forcing them.
We are. We're telling the cable company, we want you to add 4.25% to everybody's television cable bill.
Cable
There
is
there is the point, Peter. We can reduce that 4.25 to
Yes.
2.25,
Yes.
which would still, we need to bring in sufficient revenue through that to pay Barry's salary and to, fix equipment when it goes bad and to upgrade equipment when equipment needs to be upgraded. So
Now,
does it
we
need
used
to be 4.25, or should we go for a lower amount?
Yes, or, when the first 10 years of the contract, we didn't have this. Charter, well, it was that time initially another cable company, but they provided the studio. They paid the studio. They paid, David Lane was the coordinator. They paid David Lane to do that. If something broke, the cable company paid to replace the equipment. One time the cable was down for a week or most of a week, and I asked Barry, well, the cable was cut and so forth, and he had to call Charter to come in and fix it. But it took them several days because, they're under no obligation to hurry up and fix it for us. But if they were responsible for providing the public access, then hey, get over here and fix this. But the cable committee gave that away because they wanted that money for themselves.
So I guess the answer this gentleman is looking for, that we owe
Back to
him
you.
in terms of the charge. And the more important part of that charge is seeking out and negotiating contracts with cable operators. Are we, as the Board of Selectmen, going to empower the Cable Advisory Committee to negotiate the next contract?
One thing
Or are we,
One thing I might add is, in reading through different things, a lot of it from this Department of Telecommunications and Energy, some on the FCC website, I think most committees that would undertake this would have some level of legal guidance for the real language that's in the contract to make sure that, obviously, myself or the other people aren't going to be trying to come up with the legal language that's in the contract, so.
yeah, well, the legalese is purely cut and paste and put it together in a contract. But the question is, are we going to charge the Cable Advisory Committee to negotiate the contract? And to satisfy him, are we going to make services of town council available to them as they're doing that? And are we going to give them the terms of reference that they're going to use for those negotiations?
Well, I have my views on that, but I'll be interested in hearing what others think.
As Mr. Kessler actually said before he left, I see a process where this board sets the parameters that that committee would operate under. The committee does the kind of give and take back and forth a little bit, but anything ultimately has to come back to this table for approval. But the first key step, in my opinion, is this board having some consensus on what those parameters are. Okay, that we're willing to work with. Now, you had mentioned a point before about forcing people to pay this. Channels move from the basic tier up to the extended tier. The memo that we saw in the reading file to allow added bandwidth for high def channels, whatever. And the whole bit. I don't know that things like tiers can be unbundled based on a contract negotiation with the individual town. I think like things at that level, tiers are set at a higher level than individual negotiations. So, otherwise, if you just think about it just logically, every single town then would negotiate a position that says, I only pay for the channels I watch. So I get to pick channels 2, 3, 5, 7, ESPN, and MTV. And that's all I want to pay for, that's all I ever watch. Okay? So there obviously is some barrier that precludes the solution that you've thrown out there that says, I only want to pay for what I use. And I have a strong suspicion that that barrier is that tiers are set by a regulating organization as a quasi
No, they're not.
public entity.
No, they're not set by regulatory organizations. They're set by the cable company. And they would like to do it the same for everybody, because that's more convenient for them. If you look at the back of the cable book, the TV guide that you get, it has A, B, C, D, all these different columns, and then, and if you look in the bottom, shows what towns are in A, what towns are in B, and so forth. So they do have the ability. There's no technical problem in your being able to pay for whatever channel you want. It doesn't require anything new to be invented. The cable company doesn't like it because they maximize their revenue by bundling channels that are, taking channels that are popular and moving them into the higher paying tiers. But that's not to the benefit of the subscriber. The benefit of the subscriber is to say, I don't want to watch 5 channels in Spanish and 3 channels in Armenian, and I don't want to watch MTV and VH1 or whatever it is, or shop at home. I want to watch this and this and this and this and this. That's the subscriber's advantage. We're at a disadvantage because we're all these little towns negotiating with this very large company. And it's easy for them to, bowl you over. That's why if we're going to have somebody negotiate a contract, and I'm going to appoint people who will be negotiating a contract, I want to ask questions such as, how much experience do you have in negotiating contracts? And I think in terms of the contract for the sale, the purchase and sales for the Douglas Street land, a lousy contract in every respect, everything for them and nothing for us, approved by town council. So when you talk about town council, that doesn't impress me. I see contracts we've had with employees, terrible contracts, but approved by town council. And when you negotiate a contract, you have to know what latitude you have legally. You have to know firmly what it is you're looking for, and you have to have some idea of what kind of resistance you're going to meet from the other side on these various things. Those are the things you have to know. But you can't just have people raise their hand to say, I want to be on that, and say, okay, go ahead and negotiate the contract.
The one thing I see missing here is alternative media providers. For example, Fios. Verizon in many towns is running fiber optics right to your home. Yeah. High speed, upload, download, video, telephone, the whole bit. I was just at a friend's house over the weekend in Northborough, and he's got, and everything in his home is all tied together. It's all networked, everything else. That's not cable. I mean, it's telephone service in effect.
Well, we got into some discussion on this at our meeting the other night, and I think we need to get some more information on it, but the feeling was that we're negotiating for use basically of data over these lines, and the discussion was, well, technically the phone and the internet is data. So does that fall under this?
Yes. Yes, it does. Nothing prohibits us. The contract is non-exclusive that we have with Charter. Anyone who wants to is welcome to come to Uxbridge and negotiate a contract for them to provide non-exclusive cable service.
We talked about
that's the best
that.
thing you could possibly get, competition.
I think that's what most if not everybody on the board, I can't speak personally for everybody, I think that's what everybody's
But
looking for.
Verizon has their schedule
Yeah.
that they're working on, considering with the capital outlay and so on and so forth. So I presume they will come to Uxbridge at a time of their choosing.
There's been some discussion about that as well, and some, I think, informal communication with Verizon. And one of the things that we're getting back is they won't even talk with us until we issue is it an RFP?
RFP.
An RFP out,
Yeah.
soliciting for a contract, so. That was really what prompted us at the meeting, said, okay, we gotta get this charge finalized, then we can get the RFP done, we can get moving forward.
See, because the reason I bring that up is that being the only show in town, you've got certain negotiating strength but certain weaknesses involved in that, you know, that with Charter, you know, either you get your you know, video from Charter or DirecTV. That's really the only other option right now, or Dish TV, or satellite. But all of a sudden now, if there's another, you know, land-based service available, that certainly increases your strength as far as negotiations are concerned. So I would just caution that we take a look at, you know, duration of contract, knowing that if you know, Verizon tells us after our RFP, we could have the town wired in 18 months, 24 months, whatever, 36 months, whatever it is, does that then change a perspective that we may have when sitting down with the only company right now who has cables running through town?
I don't see a connection between the two. If it were me, I would issue an RFP right now for anybody. Come on in, make a proposal to us. Again, we can have 2, we can have 3, we can have 10. It's not practical that we could have that, but nothing prohibits that. And you have nothing to lose and everything to gain if you have more than one competing provider.
No, I agree with that. I'm just saying that the contract that we ultimately end up negotiating with Charter, some of the terms and conditions may differ. We'd be negotiating from a greater point of strength.
Absolutely.
If there was another option available.
Yes.
Right now, other than satellite, there is no
That's
other
correct.
option available.
Absolutely.
So I would just caution that we take, you know, the timeframe that may be out there for a Verizon, or, I mean, there may be, you know, a third provider coming in at some point. Who knows, you know,
Yeah.
what the options are. So it certainly could, you know, could impact things. So, okay. All right. So I mean, back to the issue at hand, though, is the charge for the committee. I've not heard from this side of the table relative to negotiating and the parameters and those types of things. So, thoughts? Anybody want to weigh in?
While they're thinking, if you know of any town that has issued an RFP, and if Verizon has responded, see if you can get a copy of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Go do it. I mean,
Wouldn't that be Sutton?
Yeah.
Sutton would be the
North-
closest place.
I mean, there's,
Worcester,
Westboro.
Northborough.
I just heard Northbridge,
Okay.
that's a rumor, but
Northbridge too,
Northbridge,
yeah.
Sutton, Grafton,
Yep.
yeah,
They're wiring Grafton right now, I think.
yep.
Yeah. And Northborough's already done. I was there Friday
Yep.
night, and it's up.
I guess my only pet peeve with Charter is their billing cycle. They date the bill on, what, the 12th to 13th of the month. It hits my mailbox on the 19th, and I have until the 23rd to pay it.
That same problem.
Yeah, which, you know, is absurd, why
Yeah.
they have that sort of a billing cycle.
Yeah.
So if I'm gonna be away towards the end of a month, I prepay the bill, because I know if I'm late, I'm gonna be hit with a late charge.
Yeah.
But when I prepay, they don't grant me any
No,
sort
no
of
interest.
interest for having prepaid the bill. That's my only pet peeve with them.
You can pay automatically, though.
I don't do that.
Don't like anybody touching my
Nobody
account.
puts their fingers in my check.
That's right,
but me.
that's right.
Believe me, you're not
No,
the
you
first
use your
one
credit
to
card, and
raise
then you
that.
can dispute it through your credit card.
I don't want to know my credit card.
So
Gary, Bruce,
probably-
thoughts relative to the charge as?
I think they're headed in the
I like
right
the charge
direction.
as it stands.
Yeah, I mean, seek out and negotiate contracts. I mean, putting out an RFP that's general enough to, you know, maybe have Verizon show up on your doorstep and say, hey, you know, give us a couple of weeks and we'll get you wired.
So you want the committee to issue an RFP?
Who's going to issue it?
Board of Selectmen.
Yeah.
We have a committee to do this for us. We're empowering somebody to do things.
So you
We're-
want
we're-
them-
We're delegating.
Okay, you want them
Delegating.
to issue the RFP, not to bring one to the board to be
I think they
issued, but
should
you
bring
want
it
them
to us,
issue.
we vote on it, then they issue it.
No, we are clearly the issuing authority.
Yes,
Okay.
so that's why I asked the question.
Oh, okay.
Right.
No, that's a fair question. I think it would, prepare.
I read it that they would prepare it, we would issue it, because we're the issuing authority, just like, am I interpreting that wrong?
No,
No,
I mean,
okay.
it's whatever you say. If that's what you say,
Say more. He's in agreement.
Well, this is fun then.
what you said is what you intend, it was clear.
They go find them, they write it up, we approve it, then they issue it. No, I see, you told me whatever, you said it the
You didn't say
reverse that
that.
time. No,
That's not what you said.
no, that's not what I said the first time.
Peter wants to micromanage rather than delegate.
Right, and I want to delegate.
I don't call that micromanaging. You know, no one does anything over my signature without me approving it.
Right, so they can't issue because we're the issuing authority.
Well, we could authorize them to issue it. If we have, the general rule is, if you have the authority to do something, you can delegate that authority to someone else. You retain responsibility, but you can delegate the authority. The town manager delegates her authority to somebody, the police chief, but she is responsible for any action taken by her delegate.
Right, I understand that.
Her designee. And so you tell them, don't do anything wrong, or I'll give you this, right?
Exactly.
Good.
Just a quick note, and I'm not sure exactly what chapter this is, but in Mass General Law, it says, this isn't verbatim out, but while an IA may delegate to a CSC the authority to negotiate a license agreement, the IA may not delegate authority to execute such agreement.
Right,
Right, that's
Right.
consistent.
yeah, we're on the same page.
Which means we sign, yeah.
I mean,
Do the
certainly.
work and we sign it.
Yeah, I mean, well, certainly it would be something whereas, you know, like the vehicle use policy where we would come up with something and then if you folks wanted to review it and then, you know.
7 readings later, we'll.
That was a bad example.
Well, yeah, you know where I'm going.
Yeah. It's getting late, we're getting punchy.
It's after
Right.
midnight.
So we have a written proposed charge. The order that you read them in differs from
Yeah.
Our order.
what was in the packet?
I have the notes, I don't have
Okay.
actually what I emailed to
Okay.
Kim, so, sorry.
All the items are covered after, I think, Cari got the one that you had left off.
You want it? I just wrote a copy.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
While we're here, I agree with how we gotta put this PEG access and this PEG stuff to bed, once and for all. I agree with Howard on that.
Don't count on it. Some things just don't go to sleep.
Answer my 4th question.
Come on, Peter, be an optimist here.
All right, so we have a proposed charge. Mike had indicated he's comfortable with it as written now. Do you want to make that in the form of a motion?
Are we finished discussing?
Well, you have a motion and a second, and we always open for more discussion.
Yeah, I move that we charge the Cable Advisory Committee to proceed in accomplishing the goals and objectives in the memo dated 21 August 2008.
Do I have a second?
Which will be made a part of the minutes.
Yes, which will be made part of the minutes.
Second?
Can you post that on the website, please? So that
No,
the
no,
town can
the
see it?
the town
Well, the
town
minutes
manager
always are.
can do that.
Yeah, the minutes are always posted, so, okay. All right.
No,
The people,
Our audience here
yeah.
is
Any further discussion?
Carrie, you seconded it? Was
Yes, I did.
Yeah. More discussion? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Thanks for coming in.
Good luck, Rick.
See, we're not as bad as they say we are.
Mr. Chairman, I got 2 quick things if I can go over them, and I'll make them real quick.
Well, no, we said we were going to address them
Okay.
under new business, so go right ahead, Bruce.
Okay, I was in the, I was coming in the door of the town hall, it was last week, and I saw all the town history books being taken from the old town clerk's office, out of the, well, I guess you call it safe, and brought into the town clerk's office. Now, I would like to know why we can't have these books preserved and kept in a safe place. Now, the town clerk's office has them in the back room, and that's no way to preserve any documents going back in the 1700s. I would just say, I'd like to Upton has just preserved their town records. And I would just like to say, we should appropriate some money every year to preserve a book at a time or whatever, and get with the town clerk and have them call Upton and just see how much it costs to preserve their town books. Because I think that's very important.
Bruce, when you say town history, you referring
I'm
to the
talking-
annual report?
No. The old town records going back to the 1700s, the handwritten
Okay.
We've seen
bits
them,
and
we've seen them,
pieces.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought we had done that some years ago.
No.
Well,
We
it
did?
depends what you mean by preserve. Every
Airtight.
every single item there has been filmed, and it's
Okay, that's what
available
we
on
did.
microfiche.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the library, at the, they're all
Okay.
available.
Okay.
All the old records of every Massachusetts town were filmed at the same time, well, within a period of time, by a company in Oxford. So if you go to the Worcester Library at Salem Square, you will see shelf after shelf of little boxes of microfiche.
Okay.
Every single town's records have been preserved. That is preservation. Now, you're talking about conservation of the physical documents that are there.
Whatever you
You know,
want to call it.
and I had a discussion, I guess, a week ago with Betsy Youngsma at the library about the 18th century materials that are sitting there in the library that are not being subjected to any conservation or control. And my discussion with her was, you know, we had a comment made here one night by Cheryl Ramasco about preserving or conserving these old documents. I've looked at various sources of grant money that's available to do that sort of thing. Unfortunately, everything I've seen so far is Uxbridge specific. It's not really of interest to the broader Commonwealth, if you would. So it's much more difficult to get grants, to get a conservation specialist to come in and look at it and see what is required in terms of treating the pages so that they don't crumble into dust.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Last week, I was at the library going through some 18th century account books that they have there for the old ironworks, when the Baileys had their ironworks and foundry working the iron ore that was being mined. And there's wonderful, wonderful records, detailed records of how much coal they bought to fire the furnaces, how many people they, and by name, who they were employing, and all that stuff's there, but it's brittle. In other words, the paper is deteriorating at a terrible rate. You almost don't want to turn a page. You're afraid to turn the page. It's that bad. And, you know, in talking with Betsy, and I want to engage Cheryl Ramasco and some of the other folks in discussion, it might be possible to use, like the Friends of the Library is an established 501c3, and using that vehicle to, say, create a Preserve Uxbridge account. Then we can start tapping some of our businessmen and community leaders on the shoulder and say, would you contribute for the purpose of bringing in a conservation specialist? You know, somebody that is specialized in 18th century materials, to look at what it's going to take, what it's going to cost to preserve this history of the town. Now, the stuff that's here in Town Hall was all filmed, so it's available in that format. The stuff at the library has never been indexed or really cataloged or subject to any, you know, proper set of conservation agents, effort. I'm told that when Mr. Emmerich passed away a few months ago, that his son Peter donated a large private collection that they had, that the father had, of 18th century material to the library. So they've added that to the collection, but when does Betsy have time to do the indexing and the cataloging of it? You know, it's sort of, everybody knows there's bits and pieces up there in the library, but it hasn't been really looked at in a systematic, scientific way to look through, to index it, and things of that sort that needs.
I'm just saying, well, if you want to use the word conserve, I saw one book that was. It was like the air was taken out and it was sealed in plastic. And you, if you turn the page, you wouldn't rip it, you wouldn't do anything. I think we should look into getting them books and taking care of them.
At a certain age, they used paper with acid in it, part of the process. Of
The
treating the
older
pulp.
stuff is linen paper, so it's
Mm-hmm.
longer lasting.
Yes.
But after about the mid-1800s,
Yeah.
it became wood pulp paper,
Yeah.
which is very acidic,
Yeah.
and it deteriorates
I
in
have both,
10
it
years.
just spreads, there's nothing you can do except with some baking soda
yeah,
on it.
Mr. Chairman, a point of information.
Can you actually just jump up to the podium when you do this, Howard?
The Board of Library Commissioners, in fact, has a position on staff called a conservator. That conservator has been to Uxbridge, I want to say 3-4 years ago, without any real closure. But that, I don't want to call it a service, but that resource is available. It's not readily schedulable. You can't schedule it, well, come on down tomorrow morning. It might take 2 or 3 months, but it is a bona fide staff position, and it's available, through our state offices. So they can give you prices, ways to do it, et cetera. And that was part of the intent at the library 3 or 4 years ago to do that, and it died of boarding, unfortunately.
Well, I was just saying, couldn't the town clerk call Upton and see what they had to do to get this service? And see how much this service cost to add the books?
We certainly could, and if the town were to adopt the Community Preservation Act, one function of that, although it's a tax per se, would be for the preservation of
Yeah,
town records.
because I saw
Bruce,
the books
were
and
they
it worried me.
moving stuff for a reason? Were they doing research and that's why they grabbed the
No,
books?
they were told they'd be kept in the town, in the back room of the town clerk's office now.
And material of that sort has to have a certain level of environmental protection.
Right.
In other words, the heat's got to be in a certain range, the humidity's got to be in a certain range.
Climate control.
And just, throwing it into a back room is not the ideal storage for material of that sort.
I don't think the vaults had any kind of climate
No,
control
it
either. so-
doesn't.
No,
Okay,
but
I can, we can look
it's
into it.
something to look into, though. I just, I know Upton just did it. Okay, so I just want you to look into it.
You said you had 2 items.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The second one probably deals with the town manager and the DPW, I don't know. Some concerned citizens got a hold of me, and school opens on Wednesday, as you know. And they were asking me why the crosswalks in town weren't repainted, or the center line on East Hartford Avenue and the bridge itself, the lines there, we could put temporary lines like they did down at the center of town, at the bridge there. But I call it Rice City Bridge. Doesn't have, the lines are all worn out, you can't even see them. And if you go, what I did was I drove around town because really I didn't see it myself. So I drove around town, and the crosswalks do need a lot of work. And that's something to look into because school's starting Wednesday, and, maybe, I know it's not gonna happen by then, but we can look into doing it. For the safety of the,
They have been doing some. The ones in front of the Unibank were done, 3-4 weeks ago?
Yeah.
They did the crossing on Linwood Street in front of the Linwood Post Office last week or so. So they have been out there doing them.
but the ones.
It might just be a matter of time, maybe, until.
Yeah, could you find that out for me,
Sure.
Joe?
I guess kind of along that line, if they can't get them repainted, if we have any of those signs that say it's a state law, you have to stop for somebody in the crosswalk, if at least they could temporarily put those out in front of the schools right now before school starts. I mean, I know personally, in front of St. Mary's, I know that that's not a town school, but that is still a school. I'd be surprised if that crossing guard came back. She was almost hit by a car 3 times last year, where she had to jump out of the way of the vehicle. They fly on Mendon Street in the morning.
She's pretty prone to just hopping out there, though, when you know, yeah, so some of that might be.
Well, no, when I say these three,
Yeah.
she was standing there with her hand already up, and it was just, yeah, I mean,
But I'd like to take have the crosswalk looked at, because I looked at a lot of them that you couldn't even see them.
Okay.
at least by the schools temporarily, just remind people it's supposed to stop.
That's all I have.
Anything else? Anybody? No? Okay. All right, we did have one other item under new business there, actually, which item D, discussion of town policy or practice memorializing individuals who have died in the line of duty. This was a citizen request. Do you want to bring us up to date on that, John?
I really don't have that much information. Mr. Ebling had come by, wanted to see if there was something to do for one of his brothers who was serving as the dog officer. And part of our research, when we look at the flag lowering policy, we didn't find these type of policies unless you or anyone from the audience knows that one exists. So I don't have a sample policy. We haven't done any research, but he's requesting that something be done. I don't know if it's a plaque, a memorial, naming of a town facility building. I'm not really sure what the details that he's looking for.
He was killed on duty. He was
Right.
at
Yes,
a
he was.
scene and just,
He said it happened I actually helped him write the letter, so it was informal. He pulled out a piece of paper and we wrote out a handwritten note saying that this is something he would like to have looked into. The reason why it came up was the evening when, our first BOS meeting, I
Charlie
believe
Smith.
it was.
Yeah.
Yes, the Charlie Smith issue is what brought it back up as,
About Peaceful Pond and everything else, right,
yes,
yeah.
his, not to take away from Mr. Smith, but his point is my brother died while serving the town, and he's never been memorialized, and here we're memorializing somebody who served in the town.
Right.
And so that was the point that brought this back up.
Yeah, it's a very valid point. You know, we do, I think, have a policy of naming streets after veterans, do we not?
yes.
I know I've read that somewhere, but we
Yep.
don't really have something to recognize a town employee that died in the line of duty, which I think is kind of remiss of the town.
Yeah.
Well, when I came in this weekend to pick up my packet, you know, it just struck me that downstairs in Lower Town Hall, there are the names, you know, of the distinguished Uxbridge resident. I mean, it may be simple as, you know, by establishing a policy or something like that by act of this board to, you know, to put a similar sign up on another wall and start, you know, adding names of distinguished, you know, and allowing this board and future boards some latitude as to, you know, and you gotta trust that people aren't gonna use it frivolously, you know, that honor of having your name memorialized in Lower Town Hall, you know, for as long as this building stands, but that might be, you know, something that we could talk about and take a look at.
If you drive through Milford, you'll see a lot of veterans that died during World War II. You'll see a lot of veterans have, not monuments, but on the street sign. This is so-and-so square.
Right.
And it's just a street sign.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, I mean, what is the history of the names downstairs? I mean, do you happen to know?
Where are they?
Lower Town Hall.
Lower Town Hall.
Oh, the big,
Wall of
Yeah.
honor.
oh, okay. I thought those were people who served in World War I.
But see, I don't think that's labeled, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't think so.
Oh, the honor roll listing.
Yeah.
Plaques around town.
Oh, okay.
With people who served in the military. Let's see, we've got,
Oh, so people can hear you?
let's see, there's a framed photo, and I must confess that I don't remember the man's name, who worked here at Town Hall and passed away.
Joe Bosma.
And his yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah,
His
okay.
photo is in Lower Town Hall
Yeah.
with a little plaque on it. And the bench that sits outside
Yeah.
also is dedicated to him with a plaque. He's the only town employee that I know about that has been, quote, if you will, memorialized that way, other than the folks who served in the military with the plaques here, the plaques in the lobby of the high school gym, and the monuments that are on town, that are on the town common. So there may be other places, but I'm not aware of them. Some of the history buffs in town might be able to, gin out where, in fact, then there's another monument in front of Prospect Hill Cemetery, allegedly for folks that served in the Revolutionary War.
Yes, yes.
So, but the only town employee that I know of is that one, and then the proposal for Charlie Smith for the pond up near Gray Rock.
Right.
I guess the first question would be is, I believe this is part of Mr. Ebling's discussion, I know at least with myself was, is had the prior board officially named Peaceful Pond, had they made that distinction that that was Mr. Smith's namesake now, or was that open for something that could be considered for his brother because he would be actually lost his life in serving the town?
It was Howard himself that said when he was serving on the Board of Selectmen, that's when the Board of Selectmen accepted that proposal by the school kids to do that. So,
Right,
you
so that we've officially,
Well, I haven't looked back in the Board of Selectmen's records for that period. I just took Howard at his word that he was serving at the time that it was done.
But the bigger picture item, though, or bigger picture issue, rather, is it's a good policy to have in place, because there are many people who have served the town nobly, and fortunately, there are very few who've died in service, but there are some, and that's probably not the only instance.
In the process of their service. It wasn't just they died while a town employee. He was actually doing his job as dog officer.
No, yeah, right.
This is the photograph, and the little placard is the man's name and his year of birth and year of death.
Did he die in the line?
No.
No, he was just,
this guy.
okay, he was just somebody
Well,
who
he was
worked.
just a wonderful person who touched everybody that he came in contact with.
So it was like a Charlie Smith.
So, similar to Charlie Smith. And,
He had no official position, but he knew everything. If you want to know what was going on in town hall, he knew. And what he said was true, despite all the protestations of officials to the contrary,
Okay. I'd like to add this to a future agenda and really talk about this. I'd like to kind of come up with, a strategy and a
That's the
policy.
secret, try to come up with something that's suitable.
Right.
Do you want us to take a stab at a policy, or at least getting some samples from other towns or anything?
Yeah, it's
Good idea.
Yeah, certainly.
Well, it's nothing so much of a policy, because the policy is going to be ad hoc. I'm trying to think of what kind of suitable thing to do.
Right, what have other towns done? I mean, police departments, just as like you'll walk in and there'll be
All the
a
former
wall of
chiefs or
valor,
something. Yeah.
where they'll actually, if you've lost your life in the line of duty, you will be memorialized as soon as you walk in. That's like the first thing anybody sees. So are we talking about something like, right, exactly, so are we talking about something like that, or a park bench, or?
Right.
Well, the
Or the
police
street
is easy,
signs.
because you have to talk about policemen, and the memorial is in the police station.
Exactly.
We don't have a dog officer station.
Right.
And don't mention that, although they will want one. 3 stories.
Okay. All right, so we'll get at least some thoughts together for a subsequent meeting, but I think we should address this and come up with a strategy. And maybe it is as simple as we identify space in Lower Town Hall for, a wall of significance or something like that, or significant contributors to the fabric of Uxbridge.
And where, I guess then the next question would be is, would it then be money from the BOS account that would then buy the initial plaque and I mean, I would imagine as soon as we,
Yeah.
you would put up a plaque and, Mr. Ebling would be the first one on the plaque. So in theory, you could dedicate the plaque as, to start the process.
Yeah.
So, the funds that would, should we entertain looking at a price?
Maybe the Board of Selectmen's account somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking, who
Yeah.
else's account is it gonna
Yeah.
come out
Yeah.
of?
And really, it's a significant, and I use that word very loosely here, expense one time, and then
Correct.
subsequent updates are either another name on it, or you have, if it's gonna be, painted, like downstairs as current, right now, you just have someone come in and do that. So updates would be trivial expense, it would just be the, first time.
Right, the first initial. And then I apologize for out of order, but I guess under old business, I think that the intent that Mr. Fortner brought that to our attention is that even though Charlie Smith was named for Peaceful Pond, well, Peaceful Pond is supposed to, there's no you would not know that. So.
Yeah, there's nothing that doesn't say
Nothing
Peaceful
says.
Pond,
right,
Charlie
there's-
Smith.
Right,
yeah.
right, there's no sign, there is a sign that says Peaceful Pond, but, it could be as simple as another plaque underneath it that says his name on it too. Is that something that we should be looking at to close the door on that issue?
Yeah, I'd agree.
It was Charlie Smith who negotiated the gift of that land in the pond, and so it was a natural extension of that.
All right, correspondence and other business, any other items?
We had the letter from Ernie Esposito on the school town building maintenance account. Did you get, I get
Came
it
to
at
us all
home.
personally?
I don't think I received mine yet, but, okay.
It was in the reading file, too. We
Or
have.
was it?
I was here this weekend.
Oh. I thought it was
I
in
got
there
it at
too?
home.
Okay.
I got it in that mailbox, I thought.
Yeah.
Or did it come home?
I mean, I've spoken with Ernie about this issue,
Then I got it
just,
in the mail
I've not seen the letter, that's all.
I mean, I think we still need to discuss whether or not the Board of Selectmen should take over responsibility for overseeing that account.
There's actually been no change to the committee makeup, except, employees who have departed, so I haven't eliminated the school representation. Basically, it's just on hold.
We also had a letter from Marion Baker regarding contracts on the website, complaining that we have some pretty hefty documents out there, but we still aren't posting the contracts. Did Ms. Baker speak with you in the last week?
She doesn't, no, she won't speak to me.
I assume we all got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
We all
Yes,
got
I
it.
got that.
We're in negotiations, we could put outdated contracts on there. I think I'm not resistant to it at all. We had a overall web hosting change and everything's been changed, so now we actually have the capacity to upload documents and some pretty hefty documents. So now we just have to make PDFs and make sure we have the right versions of it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it would end up being like the assorted 100 different versions of the bylaws before they were recodified. I mean, I've got 2 different printed copies that aren't exactly the same, so.
And with collective bargaining agreements, this past year, we've done a really great job of incorporating side letters, but before that, they were, within the files, and they weren't all compiled, so we're pretty much done with that process.
The other piece of correspondence that sort of got me in a bit of a upset mood was Megan's report on the comprehensive economic development strategy, where she runs through all the different economic development activities in the area, and she goes through the ones in Uxbridge, and I don't see anything new having occurred in Uxbridge since she came in as our Director of Planning and Economic Development.
I have some things new.
New?
What?
Yeah, I'll bring it up. Yeah.
I mean,
So-
I was not in favor of continuing that position, but I was assured, and I have it in writing from our town manager, that the focus would be on economic development. And yet, a year on the job, and there's not a single new project going on in town. I mean, she seems to have morphed into a director of planning and inspection services and forgetting all about economic development.
Ken, it's not reasonable to think that you can have a person in a town hall who will have anything to do with economic development. If someone knows how to develop things economically, that's what they're doing. They're not sitting in the town hall. I mean, that's just nothing against Megan, that's just how it is.
I mean, the one thing that it disappointed me in that position, and I think it kind of goes to this, is when we were going through the whole issue of the power plant. I found it very disheartening that she did not seem to provide any input to the town on that when it was a bylaw issue and it was economic development for the town. I mean, I don't understand how she stayed in the back scenes and was not more actively involved in that. I mean, she didn't even she didn't stand up at town meeting and
That's
make any
easy to figure out. I mean, Julie Woods was obviously opposed to the power plant. There's a lot of people in town who were opposed to the power plant.
But there were a lot of people in town that were supportive of
Yes.
the
It wasn't
power
that. It was a
Therefore, what you
citizen's
do is you
petition.
forget about it. You
No.
walk away from it.
Yeah, both she and I worked in towns with power plants that they've been excellent neighbors. The issue is those that were presenting the proposal purposely snubbed the Board of Selectmen. And they snubbed it saying that if you can't even agree on a flag policy, why should we come to you for anything? So instead of partnering with the board and co-sponsoring an article, they went on their own, and they went specifically for a bylaw amendment. Town councils negotiating, Bill Ricca and other towns specifically told us, there's nothing we can do as staff, because there's no agreement, there's no tax abate, there's nothing coming forward to us. So until we had that's where our hands were tied.
But this guy in, I forget the office he's in Boston, Bielicki, has
Economic development.
economic development. I mean, he gave that briefing in Worcester about how there's a viable scheme out there to do anticipatory zoning and planning and permitting. So you get all the ducks in order. You rezone the site, you come up with the permits and the planning, and then you go out with an RFP. Here we have a site that's already zoned, all the permits are in place. Who wants to come in and build X for us? And I think that's something, you know, I've spoken with Megan a couple of times. You know, why aren't we doing that sort of thing? I mean, that would have been the ideal way of saying, okay, let's us go to town meeting and rezone, change the bylaw, get all the ducks in order for building a very specific power plant with very stringent parameters around it of what we want. And then we, as a town, go out with an RFP. What company wants to come in and build this sort of plant on this site only?
On private property, though. We have no control over private property. That concept's perfect for Worcester. Those 21 E sites and brownfields, get them pad ready in that partnership. But there was no partnership in this proposal, and that was the problem with it.
But we do have town property. We have 66 acres.
I was just, yeah, we do.
Well, I think that's, you know, your next town manager to set these priorities. If you want to develop sites, then that funnels right through. You have to identify the sites, and I think we've been more reactive and cleaning up, you know, we're operating as a mass unit. We need to get into that strategic
But
planning.
being proactive and going out there and moving ahead and getting ahead of things.
It's true that if there's nothing specific, a request of the board, then nothing the board can take specific action on. While that's true, it really dodges the question, because I think the real underlying, overriding question is, you know, if the board wants to actively say, gee, we think this change is in the interest of the town of Uxbridge, and here's why, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. And that would be an impetus to get something going. And to do that, you don't need to have, you know, some specific request in front. You can just say that, you know, we believe that this change is in the interest of the town. But it's hard to do in an issue like a power plant, because you have, it's like the abortion issue, you know. I mean, you have this and you have this, and the gulf between the two is virtually unbridgeable.
Yes, we don't want brown snow in Uxbridge. We don't want brown snow
right.
in Uxbridge. The last piece of correspondence that really set me off was town clerk's fee structure for 2009.
That was on my list, too.
He's now gone up to $20 for a DBA. A simple piece of paper that a citizen comes in and fills out a form, and now it costs $20 to fill out that form.
As a matter of fact, they don't
It
even
doesn't-
need to fill out a form, because it's a declaration. It's not a permit, it's not permission, it's simply a declaration that I'm a person who is going to do business under a name other than my own. So you say, I'm Peter Bagdasarian, I hereby declare under oath that I'm going to do business as Amalgamated Enterprises at 67 Johnson Road, period.
But if you're an enterprise, though, aren't you incorporated?
No, you can be
No.
a sole proprietor as an enterprise. If
Oh, I'm
you're,
sorry, I'm
if you're
thinking
corporation,
limited.
you don't need to do that. That's why I was
Right.
surprised when the gentleman said that, he was told to do this, because apparently the people
Or
in
if you're
town
an
clerk's office
LLC, you
don't
also
know.
don't
That's
have to do
correct.
it.
And the reason for that is, both of those require filing with the Secretary of State, where you declare the name of the company and all the people who are involved in it.
Which actually brings in an important point, and I found very confusing because we owned a business, is that the town has no knowledge, unless they go on the Secretary of State's website and look at, they don't know which businesses are located in town because you're not required to register with the town. However, when part of the recodification and everything says businesses are to come in and register. And a comment that continually comes is, well, if you're not registered with us, then that doesn't mean you're legitimate. Well,
No,
no,
it means
that's
no
not a
such
true
thing.
statement,
Yes.
because you could be registered with the Secretary of State's office.
That's correct.
And just because you haven't registered with the town, that doesn't mean that you're not a lawful existing business according to the state.
Yeah.
But it's like, is there an effort to enact fees where businesses, even if they are corporations, are to register somehow with the town?
Well,
Come in and,
no.
come in and
No,
file
you
something
can't. I don't
so
think you
that-
can do that. I don't think you
I
can do
mean,
that.
If you were
I
a
just
city,
point out
you
that
could have business licenses.
Correct.
and that-
But that's very confusing because when you listen to them speak on the board, they're constantly talking, it comes up quite often. Well, if you were a legitimate business at the time, well, how are you going to establish your legitimate business if they're not recognizing incorporation and LLCs registering with the state because they haven't come in and registered with the town?
But they don't need to. You're registered in the state.
Right, but you
No.
follow what I'm saying.
When you drive a car, you have a license to operate a car anywhere in the Commonwealth and other states. You don't need to register that license through every town you go through. But to get back to Mike's point of the $20, okay. Now, under state law that establishes that particular declaration requirement, it says the fee shall be as established by chapter something, something, something. So if you look that up, it lists that declaration. And unless otherwise established by bylaw or otherwise, the fee is $1. Now, for years, we've been charging $10, innocently, because we didn't know of the existence of that state law. I found out about it, and I notified the town clerk. And I gave him a copy of the law, and he said, well, I'll look into it. And this went on for several months. And I said, well, you can't charge more than $1 unless you can show that you have authority to do that. But they still charge the $10.
Now it's 20.
I found out later, when I looked over the town council bill, that while he's telling me he's looking into it, he's not looking into it. He's talking to town council to see how he can justify this money. The point is that a fee is supposed to represent the actual cost of providing the so-called service. And what's happened recently is we're looking at these fees and say, we have the power to make you pay this money, therefore we're going to do it. Someone could challenge that fee in court because under the Constitution, you're not authorized to impose a fee more than the actual cost. But because of $10, nobody's going to bother doing that, and that's how towns get away with this highway robbery.
Well, why don't we each go in tomorrow morning and register a DBA and give them $1 and see what happens?
I did that at the time, when I first did it. I gave him the $1. I gave him a check for $1, and I gave him a declaration, my name is such and such, and doing business as. But that's when he told me he was looking into it, but he wasn't. He was just trying to find a way to,
He's still looking into it, but he's
looking
raising,
in-
he's
no, he's
doubling
not
the fee.
looking into it.
Yeah.
So, and that
Okay.
wouldn't happen, I don't think, if a town clerk was elected. You see, there's something, when you have people who are elected, their responsibility is to the people of the town, because that's where they look to keep their job.
And they can keep the fees
No,
if you're elected.
no, we changed that bylaw. They can't keep their fees. We changed that bylaw, so all the fees go into the treasury. There is a state law that says you can do that, but we overturned that with the bylaw.
Then okay, so now the board is aware that there is a part of the town hall that is not acting within the scope of the Mass General Bylaw. Does
They are
that-
now. They are now, because we adopted a bylaw authorizing,
The $20 fee.
no, authorizing the fee to be set by whoever whatever
Okay, so
authority
we're
issues
not
the permit.
continuing on allowing,
No.
okay.
No.
That's all I had.
Okay, well, that covers one of the things I had. During our conversations with David and others regarding the cable, you kept hearing the statement that, well, the Department of Revenue won't put things in writing. Well, they do, and they do it all the time. They do it when there is something real to put in writing. I'm going to give you, and I'm not going to go through it, but this goes back to April of 2005, and this is an outgrowth of that phony UCAT corporation that was set up with town money, and they had an agreement with the town that we're going to pay them in advance $50,000, and we would give them $50,000, and they would run the cable. And I said, you can't do that. And we have a letter from town council saying, yes, you can. And it went back and forth and back and forth. And it came to a head because I was informed by the town accountant that she was going to get a bill to authorize payment for the $50,000 in a couple of days. And I got together with her and Courtney Keegan, the treasurer, and we called DOR. We had a conference call, and Alan Klepper was on it, and I was on it, and Barry was on it, and so forth. And then, as a result of that, they sent us this letter. You can pass that along.
Procurement issue that the board wanted to proceed on paying in advance of service.
Yes, yes. And there was specific laws. I have the letter from Copeland and Page saying, of course you can do that, which was stupid. But it's in the file, and you can have it if you want to look at it. When was the mill fire?
July 2007.
Okay.
It was just a year ago.
Recently, it came to my attention another situation. This is a company that was located at Burnett Mills. They were burnt out. It was a gymnastic place. It was called a gymnastic place. They were burnt out. They were a business located in an industrial zone. They found another industrial building to locate in. And that's when everything went to you-know-what. They went to see Nick. And Nick, of course, was told by first Floyd and then by Megan, reject everything, have them come and see me. So he said they're not in allowed use there. And I'll give you all this. It's a letter from Nick. And what it says is, these people would like to change use from storage S2 to assembly A4. Now, I guarantee you 1,000%, the people who own the gymnastics studio did not go to Nick and say, I want to change the use from storage S2 to assembly A4. They said, I want to open my business. And he said, no, you can't because it's not an allowed use. And it was absolutely an allowed use. He told them they had to go to the ZBA for a special permit. On the second page, it's a permit. You didn't have the authority to issue a special permit for that. It was beyond the authority. It was an absolutely allowable use. And the section under which a special permit was issued is just, you would make a declaration that it's an allowed use within the other uses enumerated. The result is that these people went through you-know-what for months, were held up, were forced to spend a lot of money because we have people in the town of Uxbridge who simply do not know what they're doing. Oh, this is my, do you all have one?
No, I don't have.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, we.
I remember this.
Yeah, we had several meetings
Yeah,
here, and once it came to our attention, it was resolved fairly quickly after that, so. I'm not
Yeah.
sure why this is surfacing.
Is a
Well,
hazardous
it's surfacing
building?
now
Fire
because
hazard?
all of that was needless. Everything they went through was absolutely needless. They had every right to open in that new building right away without going through a month and a half or 2 months of delay. I'm not going to give you this because we have it in the file. In fact, I got it from Mike. This is a memo to the Board of Selectmen from Julie Woods, and it's dated February 29, 2008. And it outlines the problems that she perceived with Megan getting involved in other departments and so on and so forth. And they have not been resolved. It's a continuing problem. Today, I received a call from Steve Flagg. He owns Flagg RV. He purchased 2 steel industrial buildings on the old Hood property in front of BJ's. He's had 3 people who wanted to go into that. One was a research and development company. They were all set to go. They liked the location. The building was perfect for them. And then they went to see Megan, and it fell apart. You can't do that. It's not allowed. This isn't allowed. You have to do this, do that. And 2 other companies have been similar roadblocks. They've gone away. He asked me to call the broker to get the details on it, which I did. That same broker also has the AC Tech building, and he's having the same problem there. And he's told me that he talks to people, business people looking to locate, and when he mentions the town of Uxbridge, they say, see you later. See you later. And that's a serious problem. Remember, we spent $125,000 to expedite permits for some people. And then we take a family that's running a business and wants to continue, and we put roadblock after roadblock away, and contrary to the provisions of the bylaw.
Mhm. I had a personal situation. It
And
was
what was
in March
that?
of this past year. I called to inquire about zoning issues, and one of the things that was brought up was a business as an incidental use to your primary residence.
Mm-hmm.
And I was specifically told by Megan, she quoted the bylaw that happened to be going that Monday before, I don't remember if it was the zoning board or the planning board. I have the notes. I can even go back to the day,
Okay.
specific day. That she was proposing it that evening, and it didn't make it through. Mark Wickstrom.
What zone are you in?
That's zoning.
I'm in residential A.
Okay.
And she said that I was specifically in violation. We had an LLC registered with the state,
Okay.
and we had, in a year, we had 1 customer come to the door, and she said, well, technically, I was in violation of the law, which I would have been technically in violation had the bylaw gone into the recodification as she had proposed, but it never made it through the board that evening. And when I finally called for a reclarification on the Tuesday after the fact, she got back to me that following Wednesday. She denied we had the conversation, and she told me, she goes, you can't tape a conversation. I don't have any tape recording of that conversation. Well, I know you can't because it's against mass law to record a conversation unless both parties consent. But it was not. That is what prompted me to run for the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah.
I was so discouraged with that
Yeah.
statement because I found it offensive that any employee within this town would be working outside of what the established rules and guidelines were.
It happens all the time.
It is.
Happens all the
It's
time.
very disheartening as a citizen that I was led down a path and felt like I had broken a law
Yeah.
when we had taken all the necessary steps to make sure that our business was
I think, Cari, one of the problems is that I know with Floyd and with Megan and others too, they don't understand the fundamental aspects of zoning. Zoning is not concerned with what you do within the confines of your house.
But that's where it's
Zoning-
starting to go, though.
No. Zoning is concerned with external manifestations of something.
Correct, but that's
If
not,
to all appearances, what occurs in your house is consistent with normal residential activity, you might be on eBay buying and selling millions of dollars of things on your computer. You're running a business out of your home, but you don't have truckloads of material coming in or out. You don't have employees parking and blocking the streets and so forth. No smoke emanates from your house that's inconsistent with what you would see from, normal activity. That's what they don't understand. They just simply don't understand the very concept of zoning. And that's the basis of a lot of the problems we have here. Just one more thing I want to mention. Blanchard, please, I don't want to go through another year of expense, another year of building deteriorating, and another year of not having any revenue from otherwise taxable property. And there's no reason for it.
can we put it on the market?
Absolutely we can.
How do we go about the procedure to do that?
That's where town council's petitioning the Secretary of State's office to get it released from, I'm trying to think if it's a deed requirement, I don't have it. He's been waiting for a response, so he filed, the board has agreed that if we can dispose of it and sell it, that we could do that. But there's some glitch in either the deed or the
It was
probate.
my understanding from 3 times that council has looked at this, that the particular deed restriction has to be renewed every, I think it was 50 years, or some number of years. And if it doesn't, it automatically lapses. So I don't know what it is he's looking to do.
If it lapses, what does that mean?
Yeah, I don't think that was the
Then
issue.
there's no more restriction.
Oh, okay.
What do you think the issue
I
is?
think the issue had to do with something with probate, and we can look through the minutes, and I'll give you a copy of
Well,
it.
it's the probate court that would have ruled whether or not the restriction was still valid. However, we've gone past the date whereby it
Right.
so the probate court should not be involved, except, I guess Pat's seeking confirmation
Yeah, I'll
that
look
the
it up.
expiration or the lapsing was in fact valid.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that was the issue. I think he resolved that, but it has something to do with how to dispose of it, and maintain the historic preservation restriction on it. So I wasn't prepared for it tonight, but certainly we have the documentation for it.
But I think, never mind Blanchard, but Peter's earlier examples, of businesses that were being obstructed. I mean, we have a director of economic development that ought to be bending over backwards to get these people into town, rather than throwing obstructions and roadblocks in the way.
I think we need to have her come to a meeting, and you need to have a discussion with her. I know she's been very focused on the zoning bylaws, whether you agree or not, but I know she's been active in the development, 146, I guess perpendicular over there, and there's other, developments talked about, but nothing's been filed, so that, and she's working on the subdivision. A lot of those had expired, so she's working more on the nuts and bolts. That shouldn't distract her from working on economic development, which I think the expedited permitting, which will apply to everybody once we get the process. But I think bring her in for a discussion and have her provide you an update and relay the concerns.
Those things are opposite ends. You can't be in charge of building permits and Board of Health and do the other. I mean, they're contrary positions. I'm getting complaints continuously from the members of these different committees that she's in charge of, that she's interfering in the operation of those committees. And, you know, if you read Julie's letter, and Julie was a supporter of this change, and this letter was written not too long after that was put in place, and she came to, you know, question herself, gee, you know, did we do the right thing? And, you know, we all make mistakes, but successful people recognize a mistake and stop doing it. Unsuccessful people say, well, maybe it'll change tomorrow, maybe it'll change tomorrow. It doesn't change tomorrow. A mistake is a mistake. Say, I made a mistake, good, okay, go on to the next thing, try to do something right.
I just think she would appreciate the board's perspective is, you know, what you hear from people. Again, sometimes we're involved in the nuts and bolts to look up from that as,
Yeah.
and she's open to that. I think we just need to have that discussion with her.
I'm not with Mike on this bending over backwards. You know, I'll be happy if people will just do the job they're supposed to do it efficiently and accurately and economically. That's my goal. You know, physician first do no harm. And right now, we're still in the stage of Louis XIV had 5 children. One by one, they got smallpox and all died. The doctors were treating them and all the kids died. Only one survived because the nurse took the child in the room and locked the door and wouldn't let the physicians in because she knew if they did, they'd lose him too. So, and that was Louis XV.
Anything else? We had,
You guys are night owls. I'm trying to keep up with you.
all right, there's one last item on the agenda, that executive session. We had information relative to a grievance hearing at step 3 and also the SEIU contract negotiations, right?
Motion to go in executive session to discuss grievance and contract negotiations with SEIC, is that right?
SEIU.
SEIU, with no
Second.
business after.
Second.
By roll call vote?
Potaski, aye.
Robertson, aye.
Desilets, aye.
Bagdasarian, aye.
Kuros, aye.
As we shut down the cameras.